All right then. FPO Zizix, it's the Prime. Appreciate that, my friend. Prepare yourselves for gaming. Welcome back. Oh, man. Ugh. I'm on the road to getting fresh. It's a long road, though, guys. It's a long road. Take some time. Normally I arrive for huge content, huge gaming. I'm here for huge maps and huge cartography. Well, you've come to the right place. Very good. Yo, take my money? Yeah, I'm taking it. Let's go. It's mine now. Ha 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 ha. Also, shout out to YouTube. How long do you do the map tier list? Well, Lara is actually even more of a degenerate than I am. So, like, she's ready to go in an hour and 15. So I have to wait that long. So, like, I have to wait for the even worse sleep schedule. Okay, like, that's basically the situation. Putting Lowland Shore in top 3. Lowland Shore is definitely going to be up there for sure. Like, I'm not sure. I don't think it can actually make it into the true S tier though, Roy, because it doesn't have the actual combat style event stuff there isn't that good. If the Bog Queen was a bigger event and it was like a bit more fleshed out, then it probably actually would get up there, I think. But the issue is with Lowland Shore is it has weak gameplay, right? Like, the gameplay of Lowland Shore is very mediocre. It does look very nice, and the story is really cool, and I like all the collections, actually. But the actual gameplay is weak. It's basically single playthrough. You only play it through once. It doesn't have replayability. So there is that. Yeah, well... Yeah, they could have gone way harder on the jumping puzzle. That would have been nice if they did, actually, but you know, they probably didn't want to make it too hard, I guess. Too hard for people. I guess I get that. Yeah, I get that. Alright, give me 1 sec. We'll get started. Here we go. Ah, yeah, Salmon. Honestly, Salmon Run is good. Salmon Run is very, very, very good. What other adventure in the game broke the entire player base other than Salmon Run? Funnily enough, I would argue Fungus Among Us. I would definitely make that argument, Roy. Fungus Among Us has mentally broken a lot of people. You wouldn't spawn with this fish. What are you even linking at? That's a pretty cool looking fish, actually. I'll give you that. Right. Orit Basin will also be top tier. I mean, yeah, Orit Basin is top tier. Everyone knows that. I mean, look, if I think about genuine S tier maps, it's HOT. HOT has the best maps in the game. That is a fact. Best map in the game overall, Dragon Stand. The ultimate map. The Omega map. Dragon Stand is the only good map in the game. And it feels damn good. Ah. CZ Prime Gaming. Love to see that. I'm opening this this chest. Very nice. Dude, look at all these ancient coins I'm getting. This is huge. Ancient coin obtained. I mean, Salmon Run is good. I mean, Lowland Shore actually does get bonus points because of Salmon Rush. Salmon Run is very, very high tier. I give it a very high rating. I fully admit that, guys. I admit that. Let's log in. And the best overall map in the game, it probably is Tangled Depths. Is there a map that's better than Tangled Depths? Awesomeness Prime. Fastest load DLL. I don't use that stuff, also. I don't use DLLs, bro. I don't go for that stuff. Yeah. I don't think you can get much better than Tangled Depths. I think you'll struggle to. You'll struggle to do it, guys. It's pretty much the ultimate map. Yeah. Not playing Throne and Liberty? Why would I ever play Throne and Liberty? Guys, just tell me this. When has re-releasing an already dead game in the West worked out well? Haven't you learned from Bless Online? Have you guys not learned from this? This doesn't work. It doesn't do anything, guys. They did this with Bless. It was shit. Everyone was coped out of their minds on it, and it wasn't good. But, I mean, it was obvious it wasn't going to be good. Yeah. Yeah. 300k on Steam, though, only on Steam? Yeah. And, so, you know, Bless had a whole bunch of players as well, right? Like, Bless had a bunch of players on release, and so did New World. How did that work out? Like, look, you know, I think I saw Nike tweeting about this, and he's actually right. I think the interesting thing to talk about here is the fact that people do want something new, right? There is actually a hunger right now in the industry for a new game. Like, and by the way, I mean just in general. People are sick of WoW and Guild Wars and ESO and 14 and RuneScape, right? People want something new. There is a hunger for that. That's why everyone gets coped out of their minds whenever there's a new MMO releasing. But you've got to take off the copium goggles sometimes, guys, and actually have a look at it, you know? Yeah. Wait, I don't hate the YouTube chat. Why do I hate the YouTube chat? Look, I still haven't got another monitor so I can see that, but I am working on that. People are hungry for a new game as soon as a new game comes out anyways. People quit new MMOs faster than ever before. I think that there's a really interesting reason for that, though. It's because it's very hard to compete with the existing MMOs. The existing MMOs are very well established, and they kind of have a certain level of polish to them. A certain level of polish to them that it's really hard to kind of replicate on a newer product. Maybe even impossible to do. A second monitor? Well, I do. It's just not really big enough to, like, easily view the YouTube chat and all the other stuff that I need on it as well. So, the problem that you run into, I think New World is actually the perfect case study in this. So, New World originally was going to be a very different product. It was going to have this PvP focus, territory control, open world sieges, all this kind of stuff, right? But That probably was a bridge too far, I'll admit that. Like, that's probably not going to work out super well. But the issue is that they then tried to salvage their game and turn it into a much more generic game with a focus on open world and instance PvE. Well, congratulations. You've basically made an inferior version of Guild Wars 2 with far less content, right? The problem that I think new MMOs face is that if you try to be a clone or like a better version of an existing game, that's not going to work because you're not going to have the player base, you're not going to have the refinement of your content, and you're not going to have the volume of content either. You're just not. And the other side of this is that if you try and make a new game, you end up maybe making your product quite niche. So you end up with a very niche MMO, which is what New World was going to be. Like, New World was going to be a very niche product. But here's the issue. You can't make a niche product if it's going to cost you 100 mil to make. And it was probably a lot more than that to us to make New World. That doesn't work. So you're in this kind of catch-22. If you make something new that actually might be interesting to players, it probably won't have the mass appeal required to actually sustain itself. But if you do that, you know, GG. But if you try to do something that people already like and, like, iterate on what's already there, you're going to lose the competition on polish, you're going to lose the competition on player base, and you're going to lose the competition in terms of actual content volume. So it's very difficult to do that. And also, the thing is, if you make a new MMO, you are competing with very big companies. Blizzard, for one of them, but obviously Square and ArenaNet. ArenaNet, you know, obviously not quite as big as those other ones, but at the end of the day, ArenaNet is a large company with hundreds of employees. This is a large entity that's worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. So if you make a new MMO, you're going up against some pretty, you know, you got some real stuff going on there, right? There's some big companies, which is very difficult to compete against. So you have to spend quite a lot of money to have some kind of potential to compete in that industry. This is bad news. Wait, why is this guy just running past me? What are you doing? What is this? What? We need to fight. This is a fight moment. Oh, it's support. Well, I mean, that's actually not the worst thing in the world. Oh, we have a Reaper now as well. I am solar storming. There we go. I mean, the good news is I really don't think they can kill us. It's not really going to happen. And is this like a support warrior on the enemy team as well? Oh, well, he's dead now. Unlucky. It's montage time. It is indeed. Montage gaming. Enjoy the last moments of Sully. Yeah, I mean, it's a celestial situation, guys. With WoW head-to-head would be ones like Riot and Valve, and if they wanted to, they don't. Exactly. Like, I mean, Riot very clearly doesn't want to. It's why I think the Riot MMO is by far the most interesting MMO. It's not even close, actually. And it's very specifically because they went back to the drawing board and said, we want to try something new. Like, that to me, I wasn't that interested in the Riot MMO before that, because it's going to be free-to-play almost certainly, which is a huge turn-off for me, because it brings with it so many issues. I do not like the free-to-play model at all. I think it's one of the worst things to happen to gaming, actually. But the fact that they basically said, we saw what we had, saw that it wasn't really bringing anything new to the table, and we're going back to the drawing board, that's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, you've got my attention. Like, Riot Games has my attention. But everything else is just, it's just not going to be good, realistically. It's not going to be interesting. Yeah, Riot's got the cash. They've got the cash. They're trying to make something new. Yeah, there's some potential there. Yeah. What else is going on here? Fight the Untamed. Oh, I guess I should probably help. It's time. Full open beta. It's not happening. Well, I mean, that is another thing, actually, is that the advantage of being a larger company like Riot is that you can afford to do closed testing, right? You can just pay people to test. So that actually might work out in their favor as well. Yeah. Riot does free-to-play really good, though. It's one of the few companies that understands free-to-play. I don't know. I just don't really like it. Like, I'll admit it. I'm sick of WoW tokens and gems and cash shops and pay for convenience. I'm just sick of it. I don't want that in my game. Just get rid of it. I don't want the WoW token. I don't want gems. I don't want a cash shop. I don't want any of this crap. Here we go. This is an absolute fiesta of a fight. What's even going on here? What would be reasonable pricing for a sub fee? I mean, I think WoW's sub pricing is pretty fair. Like 15 a month. Seems decent. They've already spent 80 to 90 mil developing Ashes. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. If anything, that almost sounds low. Like, surprisingly low. Yeah. OSRs only has bonds. RS3 soaks the rest of it, and it's a PvP game. It's time. You know, RuneScape's model is surprisingly decent. Then they had to increase their sub fee recently, but I think that was actually on the cheaper end, so that kind of makes sense, I suppose. Inflation and all of that. Sonic inflation, even. Very good. Boom. OSRs will be rat ass with our Iron Man modes. Well, I think different flavors of the game is actually kind of cool though, because like surely you want your main to be able to actually interact with other people. Because if you play Iron Man, you're kind of turning it into a solo game almost, which feels a little bit weird. Like, I think Iron Man as like an alt would be really fun, but I want my main to be able to actually interact with other people. You know? Which will be pretty good. Yes. Playing a main in OSRS is cringe? Is it? Don't you want to like get like a maxed out account or something like that? Get like 99 in all the skills and stuff? Community servers and OSRs where players can change the game, like boost XP. Experience raids in that game with the boys in a reasonable time. That's actually pretty interesting. So you can actually just go play the content. What an interesting idea. Interesting stuff. A new sub-MMO is not going to happen. It's a dead model. I mean, maybe. But it might do. But at the end of the day, I'm not particularly interested in playing a non-sub MMO, like, at the end of the day. And if that means I have to play all the games, then, you know what? I'm kind of at peace with that. Like, at this point, guys, that's just the way it is. If that's the way it is, then that's the way it is. Like, I'll say this. Like, when I logged into WoW Vanilla, WoW Classic, and there isn't even a cash shop button, that felt really good. That felt really fucking good. You log into Vanilla, you can't buy gold, you can't buy skins, you can't buy anything. It's just playing the game. That felt really good. That is just a pure experience. It's a huge breath of fresh air. You can't buy it, you gotta go play it. I like that. There's also a reason why Classic is just a side project. Ooh, well, I mean, yeah. You know, to an extent, but I'm okay with playing a side product. Look, like, here's an interesting thing to think about, Elenarian, right? Like, all the games that I play aren't really designed with me in mind, right? Like, I'm not really the target demographic for many of these games. Not really, anyway. Even in retail, WoW, I'm a niche, right? Like, not many people are into doing high keys and mythic raiding. That's just a statistical fact, right? I'm a niche part of the demographics and audience for that game, right? I would rather play a smaller game, like a side project game, that actually catered to what the experience that I'm looking for than a larger project that doesn't. Does that make any sense? So yeah, I'm aware that these are obviously smaller projects, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with playing a smaller project as long as it actually gives me the experience that I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, Guild Wars 2 is a smaller project, right? Like, it's certainly not as big as WoW, but I like the game, so I'm okay with that, right? I'm fine with Guild Wars 2 being smaller, because it is a bit more niche. It doesn't have horizontal progression. That is niche in the MMO space, just obviously. Most people prefer vertical, and that's fine. I prefer horizontal, and I'm okay with Guild Wars 2 being a smaller product as a result of that. I wouldn't want them to change it, even though... if Guild Wars 2 had vertical progression, well, this is actually that's a really common one, because it would look so different, right? But let's imagine that Guild Wars 2 had vertical progression and it was more popular. I wouldn't approve that. If I could flip a switch that said, okay, Guild Wars 2 doubles its player base, but it has vertical prog, I probably wouldn't click that button, because it would make the game worse to me. Like, why would I want that? I don't want that. I don't want to play a vertical progression game, right? This is not good. This is the opposite of good, in fact. Oh. I was rather hoping that wasn't going to hit me, actually. Yeah. I don't think I can beat Selly Death Magic Reaper. Selly Death Magic Reaper on Firebrand is probably a little bit of a bridge too far, to be honest. That's not really going to happen. Nowadays, even with a sub for your level cash or whatever? Well, not necessarily. What if the double player base is 50% competitive gamers? I think that's when it really starts to get a bit more interesting, right? Like, that type of thing. Like, what if it also, like, fundamentally changed the player base? Like, that definitely makes it a bit more exciting, for sure. Yeah. Yes. Has to launch with robust PB, 2 raids, 8 donuts to even a minimum of a product. I actually agree with Nike, yeah. Like, if you're a new MMO, you have to launch, and you have to launch with content, and it has to be good. I think you're absolutely right. Like, you have to launch with actual good endgame PvE, actual PvP systems. I'm talking leaderboards, tournaments, right? Like, actual infrastructure. And you also have to have that open world story component, and it has to be good. And it has to be there on launch. That's 100% correct. If you want to have even a chance of surviving, that's what you have to do. I think, and the numbers that Nike's putting out there are good. 2 raids, 8 dungeons, and they can't be shit either, right? That's the thing. That's the minimum you've got to do. And you've got to have PvP as well. And it can't be bad. And it has to have good systems. Yeah. Well, yeah, and what Thalag is saying is true. Yeah, you already need to have all of your content for the next year after release done. And when I say done, I don't mean like literally flip a switch and it's in the game. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You need to have your next year blocked out, planned out, and set in stone. Like, you need to be able to go boom, 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 right? Next update in 6 months. Next expansion coming after that, whatever you're going to do, right? Like, however, whatever kind of model that you're planning on operating. Yeah. Yeah, you need to have an actual, proper, real roadmap for that to happen. Guild Wars 2 kind of had that a bit. Did it, though? Dude, Guild Wars 2 was like fucking YOLO shit ever. It was based, though, actually. It was very based. But I mean, look, kind of. Guild Wars 2 did well, right? Like, Guild Wars 2 did pretty well. Yeah. So, you know, it's a big game. So I think it worked out for Guild Wars. Having a unique art style to differentiate from anything else going on. I actually agree, yeah. Yeah, you definitely have to do something different. I mean, New World did this well, right? New World did a good job of this. I think New World does, like, it's maybe a little on the generic side, but I quite like it. Your entire next year of content is such a gamble. Yeah, but making an MMO is a huge gamble. Like, making an MMO is like the stupidest game dev decision you could ever make. Like, why would you make an MMO? Holy shit. Quasi esports and sure, but were peak during factions and Nightfall. Yeah, well, when I say like you need to have like actual good systems, you need to have like actual infrastructure. Look, Guild Wars 1 was in a different time. Like back in those days, you could get away with not really having proper endgame. WoW Vanilla didn't have proper endgame, and neither did Guild Wars 1. Not really anyway. They started shifting towards that. Kind of especially during Eye of the North, I feel like, actually. They really went in that direction. But yeah, like, to an extent, in the expansions, too, when they started adding, like, larger dungeons, like, well, essentially raids, right? Like, the Deeps and Urgos' Warren, and then moving on to DOA, right? Obviously, in Nightfall, right? So, yeah, I mean, they tried to do this. But yeah, like back then, you could launch an MMO in a way more bare-bone way because there weren't long-established products that already existed. The difference here is in the climate, right? Like, the climate is completely different. Because now, when you release a new MMO, you're not just releasing it out into the ether, you're releasing it into an already incredibly well-developed ecosystem of games that are polished, refined, and have, like, had their player bases for years and years and years now. Especially with slower devs have more time to do things. Exactly, yeah. Like, dude, it took fucking ages, like months, to kill like Molten Core. Okay, guys, so, like, that is a piss raid. It does nothing. Yeah. Yes. Incredible. How are you so incredibly right about everything you talk about? Because I just am. It's just easy. Yeah. Did a PBN game player base? No matter how that. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 had like the PvP character system, and it had actual PvP, like on launch, right? Like that. And this is kind of what I'm asking for. Like, it has to be a little bit more fleshed out these days with, like, you know, really good like MMR systems, like skill-based matchmaking and so on. Like, you definitely need that kind of stuff. But that's because it's a different time. I want to build a dedicated World vs. World character. I'm not smart. What's a solid World vs. World Zerg build I can run? If you play Guardian, everyone will always love you, and you'll always have a spot in groups. Enjoy. Hell yeah. Good evening, Alcar. When Lost Ark New World getting blown up on Steam, someone posted on Reddit that Guild Wars 2 sucks. A dev, maybe Grouch replied, come back after a decade. That was an insanely based prediction on MMO survivability. That's fucking funny, actually. I like that. I didn't actually see that. I want to see that quote, because that is incredibly amusing to me. That's actually a very risky prediction to make, because you look like a complete asshole if it works out well. But it is funny. It's a good gambit, to be honest. Do you even react to Grouch yet? Oh, the article you sent me, Trig? Oh, I haven't. No, I haven't yet, but we'll get around to it. We'll get around to it. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. React content. Yeah, guys, just for clarity on this, there's an article that I believe was interviewing Grouch, and it's on a news site so obscure that even the Guild Wars 2 subreddit hasn't found it. I actually think this is kind of some kind of weird practical social experiment joke by the ArenaNet marketing team. They deliberately talk to the most obscure journalistic operations that nobody has ever heard of. They do this on, they have to be doing this on purpose. Like, it's intentional at this point. Like, it's actually wild to me. Like who they talk to. It is mind-blowing, to be honest, how they managed to even do this. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting article, though. Add to Mold Wars. Listen, Trig, this Saturday is Peepo Inspection Day 2. You can be on Discord. We can get awesomeness on there. Mental's going to be there. I'm going to be there. We are doing Peepo Inspection this Saturday, Trig. It's happening. Mold Wars will be the following week. Mold Wars is coming. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can get Garfred in there, too. Mold Wars. Ah, Nico's here. Blissful skirt. It's a good day to be a Kuma, is it not, guys? Yeah. Oh, you know, it's... Okay, holy shit, Nike. Okay, guys. I have an idea for an actual clickbait video. No joke, an actual clickbait video. I have recently come to a realization, guys. We need games journalists back. I think we were too hasty in pushing them away. Because what has replaced them is infinitely worse. Okay, when I go on YouTube and I look at like reviews of games, I see endless lists of hacks. Like hating on this, raging at that, but no actual fucking journalism, right? And I've realized, oh my god, this is actually worse than how it was before. We were too hasty, guys. It's over. Now we do have we have Video Game Donkey and Mandalore Gaming, but they both don't play anything. Well, Donkey plays modern games, but Mandalore Gaming doesn't play anything that's less than 20 years old. So like that's less contemporarily useful. Yeah, if you look at games journalism on YouTube, it's been replaced with hate watching, right? It's fucking ridiculous. It's worse. Like, back in the day, the worst thing we had to worry about was that, oh, a game journalist is shit at the game and they can't beat Cuphead. But now, like, people are just, like, raging and, like, hating on stuff, you know what I mean? It's worse. It's actually less useful. Like, it's just pure hate watching of all of these games. Nobody's actually reviewing them. Yeah, it's just all rage bait. Like, all of the online discourse about games is just rage bait. It's useless. It's completely useless. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, no wonder nobody gets into this stuff. Yeah. It's literally driven by angry comments. Yeah, but this is my point, right, Blind Girl? This is my point. Yeah, we need actual journalists. Yeah. We need more video game donkeys, right? Like, we need people like Total Biscuit, right? That's what you actually need, but we don't have that. And it does not feel good. Yeah. I'll defend the Cuphead tutorial guide to the end of my days. He warned his editors, has tossed him out there. Yeah, I mean, if that was like an editorial decision, that probably was not the play, if I'm being real. Good evening, Morbinish. Yeah. I watched the trailer for the latest Trackmania season. All the comments just raging about Assassin's Creed. Yeah, this is cringe. And this is that is, I think, in a lot of ways, like a microcosm of like the discourse around gaming, right, Jimmy? It's just nobody's actually talking about games anymore, right? It's stupid. Yeah. Big problem is talented journalists usually are bad gamers, don't have the chops to give good reviews. And people who are good gamers are really good ethical journalists. If you find one, how do they get paid? It's a good point. And I also think that just in general, online journalism is inherently toxic because it massively incentivizes you to be the first. And I think that's true of all journalism, but almost especially the case with games journalism online, and that incentivizes you to make a shit product as quickly as possible, which is bad, right? That's like obviously bad. Driven by arguments of controversy over quality, for sure, yeah. You know, I guess if there are some like really good journalists out there that take their time and make a really good review, it will just get buried under all of, like, the stupid hate watching and rage bait, right? You sure Josh tweeted about? I actually didn't know. What has Josh been talking about? What's he been talking about? About game reviews. Let's see what he said. If it's a... Wait, what is... Okay, wait, he's replying. Hang on. Let me do this file. I'll actually read this properly. Let me go ahead and read the tweet. I think this guy's dead. Let's go. I will make a confession, guys. I really don't look at Twitter anymore. I used to, but I just don't. No. I used to be way more... Dude, I think I've got old. I do not feel very plugged in, guys. I do not feel plugged in at all, man. I'm totally out of the loop. I just don't look at that site anymore. Maybe I should. I don't hate Twitter, actually. But I've just drifted away from it. Yeah. Used to be beautifully written long-form messages on sport. Now sports journalism is loudmouths argue about hot takes on TV. Yeah, it's kind of an internet thing, right? Right, we getting this camp or what? Let's go. Yes. Twitter is Dogtown. That's a good way of putting it. Dogtown. That guy's gonna get away. We actually have to res this guy. Oh, there we go. He vapor formed to freedom. Kill the Guardian, maybe. Yeah, nice. That was a very cheeky push by the Willbender there. Ellie's down. Ah, he actually died this time. Big stun there by the Reaper. Devin Nash? No, actually, no. Wait, Rickroll is actually gone. Yeah, and look, everything's gone. Like, Bible Thump is going as well. Or pretty soon, anyway. Maybe it's already gone. I don't know. It's over, guys. We can just replace it on 7 TV, though, so it's all good. Angel Thump. Oh, the event's already gone. Unlucky. Well, there you have it, I guess. Okay. Right, let me read this tweet. We've got a tweet here from Josh Strive Hayes. I'm actually going to read the tweet he's replying to first. We need to actually understand the context here. Okay. Gaming journos should be required to live stream, upload a complete unedited playthrough of a game on their socials in order to continue receiving review codes from publishers. This allows the audience to see their authentic reactions and ensures transparency. It also holds journalists accountable, ensuring they actually play the entire game before writing and releasing a review. Interesting. What do I think about that statement? I wouldn't say you should have to do it, but I think it's an interesting thing you could do as a journalist, I think. Is to upload a playthrough of you actually playing the game and like actually use footage. It's why I do like video reviews of games quite a lot, because as opposed to a written review, because that means you've actually got footage of the playthrough in the review. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do that. I'm not sure if you should have to do that, though. to be honest. In terms of transparency, this is an interesting one, actually. Because I think it is important if you have finished the game or not, but surely that should just be a standard we hold a journalist to, you know? Like, they should just say if they finished the game or not. I think I'm willing, if a journalist says, yeah, I finished the game, I think I'm fairly willing to take their word for that. I'm not sure I need to really see evidence that they've actually finished the game, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Why would you require journalists to assess a game differently than their audience? I can play a game for 3 hours, so it's absolute trash, then move on with my life. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I actually don't think it's necessary to finish a game in order to review a game. As long as you look, I think the really important thing is, okay, so I think this statement is a really interesting response. I don't think I really agree with the statement this individual's making, because it's a bit extreme, right? But can we actually talk about what's going on here? I feel like this is a complaint about a lack of transparency, right? In journalism. I think that's a legitimate complaint. And yeah, I think that if you're going to write a review of the game, I think actually including information like how much I played of it, like how many hours have I got into this game, that's good information, right? I think that's good information to bring into it. And I think using some supporting footage, you know, supporting footage is good as well. This standard is probably, I'm not sure if you're really gonna be able to do that. Like, do a full playthrough, right, of every game you review? What does that even mean? What does full playthrough even mean, by the way? Like, what if a game, what about an MMO, right? What about a game that has PvE and PvP? So in other words, what about like a real-time strategy game that has a single-player campaign and online PvP? What if it's got co-op as well, right? Do you have to play all of that in order to review the game? That's interesting. It's a really interesting statement to make, I think. Or like, it's a very interesting conversation to have. Like, it's funny actually. I was actually in a video talking with Josh about this. Yeah, he interviewed me about, it was specifically about MMOs. It's on his channel a long time ago. And we were talking about like, how many hours do you need to actually give an opinion on an MMO? Like, can you do it in 100? Can you do it in 1,000? Can you do it in 10? A really interesting conversation. I think the most important thing, absolutely is, transparency, right? I think it's transparency is like the most important thing here. Just say, like, because I think the issue here that's being pointed out is that it's not always clear if a game's journalist has finished a game before they're reviewing it. Okay? That is a problem. That is a problem that should be criticized. But the answer there is not to say you're not allowed to review a game unless you do a full playthrough. I feel like the answer here is we need to enforce better journalistic standards when it comes to transparency on what area of the game you played as a journalist, what area of the game you're reviewing, and the amount of hours that you have in there. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the context is that the reviewer should upload what they did play so the viewer is more informed of what their opinion is based on. Yeah, but I think you don't know. Yeah. I think that will be a nice thing to do. I wouldn't say enforcing. I mean, should you have to do that? Because this is a very strong statement here. Again, I can understand they're speaking in hyperbole, but that's why I'm trying to kind of wrangle with this position. I think it's an interesting position to have. I really understand the frustration that this user is pointing out here. This makes sense to me. Yeah. Yes. How are they supposed to live stream during embargo? Yeah. Yeah, live streaming is probably, that's just not going to work purely because of NDAs. Obviously, like, that's not going to happen, especially if you've got early access. But, like, upload, you could maybe do something like that. Clear it, nigga, what the reviewer played? Yeah, that's my point. I'm not sure you should have to fucking, like, do a full upload, right? Or any, like, crazy stuff like that. But, yeah, I think that, yeah, we should hold journalists to very clear standards. Like, how much did you play? What did you play? Right? Like, how much of that did you play? Did you beat the game? These are important. Do you need to finish a book to review it? Ooh, see, this is a really good question. I don't think so, no. I think it's a perfectly valid review to get, let's say, 1/3 of the way through a book and say, yeah, I didn't like the pacing, I found the characters uninteresting, and I lost interest 1/3 of the way through. That is information, that's a review, right? That's a review. I think it's the same with games. I don't think you necessarily have to play through an entire game. I think it really depends on your style as well. Like, if I was making a review, I do want to play through the whole thing, right? Like, if I was going to review, you know, a video game, I would want to try everything that the game has to offer. That's the type of content that I am interested in creating. But that doesn't mean that mine is the only way to... That's not the only way to review a game, right? Like, I mean, look, there's a really... Look, guys, think about Total Biscuit. Like, Total Biscuit is probably one of the most respected YouTube games journalists, right, of all time. And his bread and butter was a first impressions series, right? That was WTF Is. This was his bread and butter, right? On YouTube. It was widely popular. And, you know, I think a lot of people found it very, very useful in the games industry. Yeah, you don't have to fully play through a game. First impressions is a valid form of review as well. For sure, you know? But I think you can do a full playthrough. And I think that uploading a full playthrough is interesting. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, like uploading a full playthrough can be a really... That's a type of review that I might be interested in, yeah. Like, because I'm a bit of a degen grinder gamer, yeah, I do kind of want to hear about the end game. If a game's got PvP, yeah, I want to hear about the PvP. So, and that is going to require a different style of review as well. Yeah. Art critics than a journalist, they give their opinions. It's not fully fact-based content. Yeah, I think that's a good distinction to make, actually. Like, if you view it through the lens of a critic rather than a journalist, that does make sense. That's a very good point, actually, Trig. There is a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? It is much more art critic angle, right? Like, it's heavily opinionated. I think that people do get bogged down a little bit in the idea that, oh yeah, games journalists should be objective. But that's a ridiculous standard to hold. That's a kind of an insane standard to hold someone to, right? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. First impressions of contemporary gaming discourse tend to be very scuffed due to many reasons. Wait, why do you think, actually? Lazy Peon's first impression of EOD was zaced? Well, okay, hang on, though. Okay, look, let's actually go giga good faith. Let me actually go mega good faith on Lazy Peon. Lazy Peon's review shows you what happens if you play Guild Wars 2 while having no interest in engaging or learning about the game at all. That is what that review shows. Right? That is what that review shows. And there's information there. You have to... He didn't imply any of that. I actually disagree. I think it was incredibly obvious if you look at the way that he's actually playing the game. Like, yeah, sure, I don't think his review is good. It's definitely misleading, to be honest. But I don't know. Like, I guess you need to like have a little bit of context to understand that, I suppose. So out of context, it doesn't make as much sense. But I don't know. I felt he really came across as disinterested, like in the review, right? Which, by the way, is not a problem. He may, I guess it would have been better if he'd stated that, yeah, I wasn't super interested in this game. And I guess that's like a weird thing to say in a review, but it is interesting information. But I don't know. Again, it's like, it's whatever, right? It's not a particularly good review, but it says something, right? Like it expresses some kind of information. I think it is sometimes not enough to only read part of a book. Take Lord of the Rings. The end of that book is absolutely unhinged. The stuff in the Shire is much worse than all of the rest. Well, here's the thing, though. I'm not sure I actually entirely agree with that. Because if let's say that we've got a book, and a book starts out boring and uninteresting, but you say, oh yeah, it gets better at the end. This is a weird thing to say in a review, in my opinion. Because if the start's no good, that's where most people are going to lose interest and drop off, right? Like, at the end of the day, games journalists are consumers, just like everyone else. Or like a critic. If you're like an art critic or a music critic or a film critic, like, if the start's boring, the start's boring, right? If it's not interesting, it's not interesting. I don't know what to tell you. That's a valid form of review. And, like, I think, you know, I don't know, this is very subjective in my opinion. It's, like, very, very subjective with how you interact with this, I think. Like, super subjective situation. Yeah. And yeah, maybe if you're a reviewer, you should muscle through it. I don't disagree with that. I think that that's the kind of thing that I would do. But I don't think I would fault people for not doing that. I think, okay, I would say, okay, look, let's break out the fucking meme shit. I would say it's like morally neutral to not persevere and say, yeah, I started reading this, it didn't interest me. That's a form of critique, right? However, is it a good thing to, as a reviewer, to push through and finish the end? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's good. Maybe like persevering and like muscling through and go, oh yeah, it does get better at the end. Yeah, it's a good thing. That's more information, right? To express to the viewer. But again, the really important thing, guys, is transparency, right? It is transparency, transparency, transparency. Like, if you review a game and say, yeah, I lost interest after 10 hours, that is fine. If you say this game is boring without disclosing that you quit after 10 hours, that is a problem, right? That is a really, really big problem, okay? And this is ultimately what this tweet is kind of complaining about, I feel like. It's a frustration with a lack of transparency in media criticism. But anyway, we got bogged down this tweet because this one was actually rather interesting. Like, we were originally supposed to be reading... We're supposed to be reading Josh's tweet here, actually. I don't blame a consumer for acting that way. A reviewer should give all the available insight, although it's more of a consumer report than a review. I think first impressions matter, to be honest. Like, that is how most people are going to experience the product. I think first impressions are important. Like, I mean, think about this with MMOs, right? Like... And this is probably a little bit true for all MMOs from a new player perspective, that you kind of have to wade through the shit to get to the actual good content. That is a problem, because that is what your experience is going to be, right? Like, I've never found it good to say, oh, well, don't worry, guys. After 50 hours, it gets better. Like, I mean, come on, what? That's not really how it works. Yo, Kerbad's tier 1, very nice. But I don't disagree. I think I would... probably lean towards that. I would probably lean towards that, Narcos, for sure. If you are going to review a game, I think it's a better review if you kind of muscle through it, for sure. I don't hate that. Yeah. I definitely don't hate that. But again, as long as a first impressions review is labeled as such, fine. I think this is the key thing. I actually think even you and I are suffering from this, Knuckles. We're getting bogged down. Why are we talking about the label? Why are we talking about, like, oh, well, if you're a reviewer, you should do this. Why are we talking about that? This isn't the only issue here is transparency. We're getting lost. We've got lost in the weeds already. We're not talking about the actual issue. The actual issue is labeling a review as such, as what it actually is, what it contains, what the experience of the critic, the journalist, the writer actually was. How much did they play? How long did they play? And so on and so on and so on. We've got lost. This is not the important issue. The important issue is that we need to have better standards for transparency in media criticism, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. So we've got lost. Let's see, what does Josh say? A thread about game reviews. If it's a complete review, finishing the game can allow you to be thorough and carries a level of authority. Agreed. But finishing a game does not mean you can boost the quality of your review on it. True. Yeah, it's definitely, just because you finish a game doesn't mean you can write a good review. You know, you could be shit at writing. And you could be shit at criticism as well. 2, how much is enough? Do you need every ending? Yeah, this is what I was talking about, like, you know, like at PvP, co-op, whatever. Every class, every secret, every optional boss fight. It's a good question. And I think it is, again, this entire situation, point 2, is what we've been talking about. Like, you need to say what you've done, right? Like, the idea that you should assume that a reviewer has fully played through the game is not a good one. Like, the problem here is that there's mismatched expectations going into a review, right? That is the really big issue in this situation. Like, but the journalist just needs to say, how much did you play? What did you do? Like, where is his opinion coming from, right? Because point 2 is a very good question to ask. Like, do you have to literally beat every achievement in the game to review it? Oh yeah, I did all of the optional side quests and they were good. Is that really needed to do a review? I think that's insane, to be honest. A full unedited run of a game requires a lot of standing around while you take notes, cross-reference stuff, jump at a wall 100 times to boundary break. Hardly good content. Yeah, this actually is funny. I have some experience with this. When I was doing my New World review, a lot of... I guess this kind of depends on the type of reviewer that you are. When I was doing my New World review, a huge amount of my gameplay was finding footage that specifically communicated and clearly communicated the issue that I was talking about. So I was finding bugs, observing weird behavior. I was looking at animations and... you know, identifying scenery and stuff like this. Like, creating the footage for your review is kind of not exactly a tedious process, but it's not like a playthrough, not really. And that depends, and I think that's not exactly what Varadark was asking for here. Looks like they were kind of asking for, just upload, like, your first impressions playthrough, and that could be interesting. That could be an interesting part of it, for sure. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I would be in, you know, if a journalist did that, I'd go, oh yeah, I'll watch them play the game. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, collecting footage is fucking intense sometimes, right? Like 100%. Yeah, and I've got my Google Doc up. Yeah, Josh knows what I'm talking about. I've got my Google Doc up. I'm like typing shit out, like thinking about what I'm going to say about this particular issue. It's, you know, it's kind of a weird thing. Live streaming is mostly about entertainment value and takes a lot of attention and energy, which reduces the creator's ability to focus entirely on the game and its systems, resulting in either a lackluster stream or a weaker, more shallow review. Yeah, this is very interesting. Like, this is very true, especially for the type of especially for the type of content that Josh makes. Like, when he's recording footage for that, he's not going to be in live stream mode, right? Like, it's going to be a fundamentally different, like, mode of thinking and operation that you're going to be in if you're going to, you know, if you're going to actually record footage for a review or some kind of product that you're creating for YouTube. Regarding full completion would drive people away from longer games. Wherever you have a single 100-hour game, you can do 10-hour games, more content, more revenue. I think this is definitely true. Like, you create like a very negative incentive to play larger games for sure. I think how long it takes to like max out Baldur's Gate 3. That's going to take you a very, very long time on this one as well. I think there is something to be said here that this already kind of happens. It's much harder to review a very long game and a very complex game. And there are some games that probably require more time to accurately review than others. Like, an MMO is going to take you, in my opinion, to give like a proper substantive review. An MMO probably does require more hours simply because of the nature of the game. Again, it really depends on the type of review that you want to do there as well. Like, because you can definitely do a first impressions review of an MMO, but you are definitely missing stuff out there. But again, I really feel like this entire issue actually boils down to transparency, right? Like, if you do a first impressions review of an MMO, that's fine. As long as you express that. I do think a bit of brain rot here is like the out of 10 scores, right? Like this is brain rot in my opinion, because how can you ascribe a number out of 10 to a game after first impressions? I'm not sure you can really do that, to be honest, but I don't know, maybe people don't do that, but like, I think it does depend on the game here a little bit, but it is also inherently subjective. Are first impressions reviews of MMOs valuable? Actually, yes. Like, for example, I watched Day 9 play through the story of World of Warcraft. And yes, if you play through WoW as a new player now, the story is a fucking roller coaster, and not in the good way. You are gonna get whiplash. And watching Day 9 get whiplash, what is interesting information? That is useful information. He didn't do any, like, endgame stuff. He didn't do PvP or, like, raids or Mythic Plus, but he played through the story, and it goes straight from, you're on an island fighting, like, an ogre and, like, an undead dragon, and then it whiplashes you right into BFA, and Flynn's breaking you out of prison, right? It makes no sense, right? Like, there is some serious story, like, incontinuity there that is just chaos, 100%. That's interesting information. Is it everything about the game? No, but it is information. And as long as you very clearly express that, which obviously you literally did it live, so no shit, it was obviously conveyed clearly that that was the case, then that's good. But yeah. Enjoy! Yeah. But yeah. I normally review scores if something gets a 9 out of 10 or more. This is a game that's worth playing even if you do not like the genre. 8 is also maybe worth checking out. 7 can be a good game if you like the genre. I do not like star ratings or like out of 10 ratings. I do not like them, I'm going to be honest. I really, really don't. Because it's such an oversimplification like of this stuff. I don't like it. To be honest. Because you're trying to compress such a complex piece of media down to, like, a single number. Man, it's very difficult to do that. I wouldn't go that way. But anyway, let's continue reading this tweet. Being the first review as well, yeah, this is what we were talking about, like, how journalism's gone to shit, right? Like Google traffic, SEO, YouTube. If a reviewer needed a full Elden Ring playthrough to review on it, on release, you'd be encouraging unhealthy play sessions to grab the top spot. And you're harming non-early code reviewers. This is actually a very interesting statement because I think there's actually something else going on here that's worth talking about. This statement is true. If we were holding journalists to a standard that you have to fully play through the game, it would encourage very unhealthy and very likely slapdash poor quality content. It would do that. But I think it is actually worth peeling the onion here. That is already the case, right? The way that online journalism is now, and to a, you know, in a broader context, journalism in general, is that, yeah, the way the internet operates incentivizes you to be as fast as possible to do breaking news, which ultimately is shit. Right? Like, it is lower quality than having a more measured, well-written, well-researched perspective. This actually speaks to be frank, the poor state of the industry as a whole, in my opinion. But, yeah. Yeah. Interesting tweet. I like the tweet. I've liked it. I think this one was pretty interesting too, though, actually. This is also a thought-provoking tweet, I think. Why are you playing such World? Because I like World vs. World. Why would you? Yeah, boom. There you go. Enjoy. That doesn't have a single correct answer or quick fix. I agree, yeah. Because this really bleeds into other points. Like, how would you go about making the internet better for journalism? Or criticism? That's a good question. Because a lot of it is just baked into, like, how the algorithms work, like breaking news culture. I mean, a lot of it might actually be, like, simply a generational thing. I think that everyone's been thrown into social media right now, and to be honest, we aren't ready for it. Like, social media is brain poison. The internet right now is brain poison. And I think that we're going to actually need improvements in our education systems, dealing with critical thinking and how we actually interact with sources and information, in order to actually give people the skills that they need to actually process the internet. Because right now, we can't do that. Yeah, and bots as well. Like, holy shit. Some of the stuff out there right now with, like, bots, especially with AI, Jesus Christ, it is getting wild, to be honest. Like, how insanely gaslighty the internet is going to become with the advent of AI technology and AI, like, powering all of these crazy bot accounts all over the internet. It is the complete Wild West out there. A lot of the issues that we're seeing with journalism are downstream from social media, and that's like downstream from just how toxic the internet is. Yeah. Need to remove the profit incentive from news outlets. Impossible. I think there's a lot of the pressures on journalism. This is definitely true. But the thing is that even... At the end of the day, people are still going to want day one reviews. That is just the way it is. Like, it might be that a way to address it is that you actually make it easier to get review copies of a game well in advance. The problem with that is that actually puts the companies who develop games in a really rough spot, because the more people you invite, the more likely it is that people essentially break the NDA, right? And if you go back too long, then certain issues like bugs and so on will be in the build that you give to reviewers that won't be in the final product. So it's actually a very difficult one, to be honest. But I do think that right now, transparency is the way to go. Like, yes, I do think that... And by the way, I won't actually put this at the foot of... I will not put this at the feet of just the actual online magazines, basically, like stuff like IGN. I think this is a really big issue everywhere, right? Not only with these publications, but also on YouTube, guys. One thing that, when people flame game journalists, I really think people conveniently don't hold YouTubers and influencers to the same standard, which I think is very unfair, seeing as arguably influencers on YouTube are more important than outlets like IGN, right? Like, I think that would be probably a little bit true, or at least they'd be more in the same ballpark than they used to be. Let's be honest, guys. YouTubers and influencers are hacks, okay? Let's be real here, okay? These people have no fucking standards, absolutely no integrity, and a huge amount of people are complete sellouts, right? That is 100% true. But they... Oh, and streamers. Oh, yeah, and streamers. But they get away with it because they are not held to the same standards as, like, games journalism. They are not held to the same standard, which is very, very unfair. I think this is a complete industry-wide problem. Huge industry-wide problem. Yeah. Yes, we need to be holding YouTubers, streamers, journalists, critics, whatever, to higher standards. 100%. Yup. And I think that is, like, actually the interesting... That's, like, the really big meta point to come out of this, right? Because, in a way, I almost... And this is not... I'm not calling out Josh here. I almost feel like the original tweet almost, like, slightly missed the point in a way. Because... We just need to enforce transparency. We shouldn't be, like, forcing review. We shouldn't be prescribing what a review is. We should be guaranteeing that the reviewer tells us what the review is. And it goes deeper than that, right? Yeah, You should be disclosing if you got early access. You should be disclosing if you have a relationship with the games company, with the publisher. You should be disclosing if it's a sponsored review. And to be fair, that usually is disclosed because that's kind of baked into the terms of service of YouTube and Twitch as well a lot of the time, but this is the kind of thing that needs to be improved, right? We shouldn't be telling reviewers how to review games. We should be demanding that they tell us how they reviewed their game. Does that make any sense, guys? Reviewer YouTubers are almost bad as gaming journalists. I'd argue in some cases they're worse. Yeah, what? Run! Bye. Publishers have been saying they're to take their time to have a feature-complete game well before the release date. That's never going to happen. Well, I mean, there are always going to be, like... Unless they just, like, delay... No, that's... I don't know. That's never going to happen purely because, like, devs are always going to be, like, improving their game, right? There's always going to be, like, a couple of bugs that, like, slip through the net and they're going to be, like, you know, worked on, like, right until the last day, right? But I don't know. I know what you're saying, though. I think you definitely want to be incentivizing developers not to be rushing out games. And, like, making, like, proper finished products that aren't overscoped. Yes. Oh. Yeah, this is not the play, is it? It's over. It's over! When Bomber Guy makes a video, it becomes the consensus around a game. Look at Fallout 3. Yeah, and this is because like Bomber Guy is a good example, and I think this is true of quite a lot of the video. I rather like video essay style content on YouTube for this exact reason, is that it's very well researched. You know, some of my favorite channels, one of my favorite YouTube channels, maybe even my favorite, is Folding Ideas, who's kind of in the same sphere, I guess you could say, as Bomber Guy. Because the videos he makes are incredibly well researched, very well written, and are very well fleshed out. But obviously that type of thing takes a very long time to produce. Of course, right? As opposed to a lot of media criticism that is like just, you know, slop, essentially. Yeah. Ah, very well done, Namina. Well done. Love to see that. Has Teapot read the Grouch interview? Wait, have people found the Grouch interview? I will read it eventually, guys. Yes. Good reason to read, disclose any important bias or funny at the beginning or end of God. Absolutely, yeah. I think that's really important. Completely agree. Video Annihilation, the Nostalgia Critics, The Wall are unbelievably good. Yeah, I actually really enjoy his film criticism as well, actually. It's very interesting. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Very good stuff. No, today, guys, it's tier list. We can do the article tomorrow, maybe. I'll read the article for you guys tomorrow. Wait, actually, let me... look, I'm setting this. All right, here we go. Scheduled for the week of 30th September. Saturday. Let's see. What time? Let's say... Okay, we're doing it in CEST. So what is it gonna be? Let's say 7... Should I say 6 p.m.? I'm going to say 6 p.m. CEST. Peepo inspection. Inspection day. Okay, Mold Wars precursor. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Guys, this Saturday is Peepo Inspection Day. Oh, wait. That's not how you spell precursor. There we go. And the next Saturday will be Mold Wars. Will the next Saturday actually be Mold Wars? That will be Saturday the 12th, Mold Wars. Is there any reason why I couldn't do that? Yes, it can't be the Saturday. Because it's the 2v2 AT. Could we do it before the 2v2 AT? Could we do it on Sunday instead? Maybe it has to be Friday. I could do it early on Saturday, Mold Wars, before the AT, because the AT is quite late, actually. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it. I'll do it early. Yeah, next Saturday is Mold Wars. Next Saturday is Mold Wars. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Right. Message of the day is set. Oh, it's tier list time. Let's see what's going on here. Hello, are you ready for the tier list content? Lara sent me to get you on stream. She didn't. Okay, Station of Barney has been sent to collect me. I'm like a child, guys. I'm actually like a child. That's all I am to Lara, guys. Unbelievable. But anyway, it is actually time to make this happen. Prepare yourselves. Yeah. Very nice. Wait, it's Lara's partner anniversary. Holy shit. That's crazy. Here we go. I'm putting the message. I put the party hat emote. Yeah. All right, let's go. I'm waiting for this tick, then we're getting in. Prepare for content. Where's the tier list? I'm opening the tier list, guys. Where is it? I'm called. It's time.
It is time.
It's always time.
Are you ready for content, people?
Yes.
Let's go. So, you know, with all the new maps in gw2, Jennifer Walt, everybody's been talking about how they like Lowland Shore. Well, maybe not everybody. Most people like Lowland Shore. So I thought it would be super cool to do a map tier list. But at the same time, I am a tier list amateur. Let's be real. Like,
True.
I figured that I needed help with this. I was like, if there's one person who can help me make a good tier list and, like, you know, properly make this content, it's of course Mighty Teeple, the tier list professional
tier list
in the
warlord.
gw2 category. Tier list warlord. Are you excited? I'm very excited.
This is going to be good. There's going to be some hot takes here from me, I think.
So. But
Probably.
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was like, that will make this exciting to, like, get somebody else's perspective on this, you know? It's not just me, but we can sort of discuss this a little bit. And we can represent both sides of the arguments.
Yes.
Or maybe we'll hate each other after this. That might happen too.
Whoa. Whoa!
Yeah, I mean, like, I do not accept certain opinions about Tangled Depths, just saying.
Are you not a Tangled Depths fan? There's no way.
We'll see. We'll see what I think about Tangled Depths. You gotta not spoil the whole video, okay?
That does
They gotta
make
keep
sense.
watching.
Yeah, exactly.
They gotta keep watching.
We need it
until
for
we
the
get to
algorithm,
that
right? They
part.
have to...
Yeah.
Look, guys,
watch
watch to
time.
the end. You won't believe what happens at the end of this video. Don't skip there, though.
Exactly.
Don't skip. You've got to watch all the way. Guys, come on. Like
There
and
are
subscribe.
surprises
Let's go.
hidden all throughout the video. Like if you even skip just a little bit, you might miss the good part.
That is a
You
good...
might
That,
miss the
yeah,
good
I
part.
like that. I like where you go. That's very true, actually. If you miss even a second, you'll blink and you'll miss it. And you
Exactly. You know what's up. You know what's up. Actually, oh my gosh, we just had 30 gifted subs. What the heck? Casey, thank you so much for the 30 gifted subs.
Feast.
That's amazing. Let's go. The hype is real. Thank you so much. That's ridiculously nice of you. Yeah, just so you know, I am recording this, so I'm gonna be muting alerts during this. It's like I'm Teapot stream right now. There's no alerts going on.
Yeah.
But I do really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, are you ready to get into this?
I mean, I'm definitely ready. I was born ready.
So
Got my tier list up. It's ready to go.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait, so are you putting the thingies down or am I putting the thingies down?
Well, shall we both put them?
Oh, you think so? I think we gotta come to a consensus.
Well,
You
no,
know,
but
we
I mean,
gotta
yeah, we have
discuss.
to agree, but surely we should both have it open. Right, so you...
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That makes
Sure,
sense.
sure,
That we obviously have to argue over it. We could almost put... We could put each map in a tier, and then we have to make our case for it. and then we have to come to some kind of agreement.
It has to be the same eventually.
Yes, agreed.
It has to be the same at the end.
Agreed. Yes, we do have to do that. Yeah.
So I put in so much effort into this, like, into this template.
Yes.
I even put them mostly chronologically in order. Okay.
That is big, actually. This is very
there's
high
so
effort,
many.
yeah. Look,
It's gonna take a while to get through them all, honestly.
People who make tier lists need to understand this. Okay, this is a YouTuber thing. Every YouTuber knows this. White text with a black outline is readable on any background. You can read it on anything. If you're making a tier list, always do it like this. Look!
Exactly.
Look at this high effort tier list from Lara. Wow.
I even put in the World versus World maps because it was like, I'm sure Teapot has opinions on that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Edge of the Mist content.
Yeah,
It's there.
I think we gotta kind of go rapid fire on the core maps though.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'll be here for a long time.
I mean,
but
24 hours.
You recently you did a whole like map completion, didn't you, in preparation for Janfair?
So I'm good to go. I know all the maps. I've been there, done that.
I remember you saying that you actually quite like core.
Yes.
Just in general.
Yeah, I've actually got a renewed... I almost let the community gaslight me into thinking that core was bad. Like, whenever I go on the internet, people are always saying, the core game sucks. When you get to the expansions, it gets good. No! Not true.
I actually agree with this.
Okay?
Because, I feel like the core maps, you can tell they were still experimenting a lot. You know, there's a lot of like funny, tiny little things in there. Instead of like, it's feeling a bit like, hey, this is the content, this is the map, put in the content. It feels like they were still messing around a lot. You know, still putting in lots of like little tiny achievements and lots of jumping puzzles and stuff. I like that a lot, actually. The immersion, the RP is quite good, I think, in core.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Because of that, I suggest we put Queenstill and Esther.
Ooh. Ooh. Now...
It's the nostalgia, though. Like, it's such a good starter map. I love Queenstill. Like, Shadow Behemoth is in there. The vibes are good. Like, you know, like you first get there and like there's bloom everywhere. You can turn that off now. You can turn off the crazy bloom. But I love Queenstill. Esther, easy.
I'm not sure I can justify Queensdale and Esther, to be honest. I don't think that's actually justifiable. I think that a lot of the core maps are almost... This is weird. Like, core maps, I think, are mostly going to be in A tier for me a lot of the time. A and B tier, probably. And some of them in C tier. I don't think that I can say that the core maps are, like, pinnacle Guild Wars 2 content. For me, that, spoiler alert, that's going to be where a lot of the expansion maps are. Because I think, you know, you were talking about the experimentation. I think that's a really good point about the core game. I think that they aren't as refined as some of the expansion maps. I definitely do think that Queensdale, it is a little bit of a classic. But if I'm going to be real, I think if I'm evaluating it, like, actually evaluation of this map, it's going to be a B tier. In my mind, it goes in B tier. Yeah, it looks good. I think it sounds good. I do like the human areas. The human stories are actually really cool, right? I think I like all the little hidden things, like the bandit cave area is cool. Shadow Behemoth. It is not a good world boss. I'm sorry. It is actually one of the worst ones, I think. Overall, in terms of the world bosses, it isn't good. You can't even do champion train anymore on Queensdale.
Right.
It looks pretty. It sounds good. It's got some good RP.
When it comes to this tier list, though, I'm also thinking like emotional attachment for sure. Like, sure, am I still running Shadow Behemoth all the time? No. But like the first time I ran Shadow Behemoth, that blew my mind. You know, the memories are positive.
Yeah.
Okay, I say we go A tier then. Let's compromise. Like, I can sort of see what you're saying, but it's got to be A tier. This is a classic.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can budge on it. I'm not sure I can budge on this actually. I might have to cyberbully you into putting it in B tier.
This tier list is gonna take like 7 hours.
Yeah, we're gonna be here in an hour arguing about Queensdale. That's what's gonna be going on there. That's some good content right there. Yeah, I'm not.
I'm willing to compromise to A tier.
Okay, I can do you A tier. We can do A tier. Like we can do that. But look, let it be said. I think we're being generous to Queensdale here. I almost think we're gonna have to add some more tiers because I guarantee you we're gonna get to some maps that you're gonna go, oh yeah, this is way better than Queensdale, but it's not S tier, right? Like that's gonna be reality.
Sure. But then, let's go with this for now. We'll see later. Yeah, if that has to happen. Okay. Plains of Ashford, B tier.
Yeah, actually agreed. B tier.
There's no wolf balls.
I would actually go C tier even.
Wow. Yeah, I actually agree. I like the vibes though, but. The fact that there's no wild balls in this map really hurts it, in my opinion. It's so weird. It's like the one starter map that doesn't have a wild balls. Like every starter map has a wild balls except for this one.
And you know the funny thing is, and this was hard because it was mostly, you know, this sounded like a meme, but I just had this kind of feeling while doing the map completion. The only maps that felt like a little bit of a drag to me was actually the Ascalon areas. Specifically Plains of Ashford and Diessa Plateau. Those were the only two maps when I was doing my map completion on Zero to Hero that were like, ugh, man,
they can feel a bit
isn't that
repetitive.
good.
I agree, yeah, because it's like they look very similar to each other, don't they? And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of Ascalon maps for some reason.
Well, the thing is, it's not all of them. For example, you're almost getting ahead of ourselves here. I liked Fireheart Rise. Really I'm kind of a bit of a fan of Fields of Ruin. Okay, by the way, I like that. That one was pretty good. There's some interesting stuff there.
We're jumping at. We have to stay on topic.
Okay,
people.
Fine. Okay.
Like, I thought you were the tier list professional. Wait, I understand now. This is how you get the YouTube watch time, isn't it? For the algorithm. You have to keep watching because there's gonna be surprises throughout the video. Yeah. Like if you skip even a little bit, you might miss the good part.
But yeah.
Okay, let's put it in C tier.
Yeah, I agree. C tier. I think C tier is very fair. Not a horrible experience, but average, right? Like, it's a pretty average map. I would say it's okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing Wayfarer Foothills. Wayfarer Foothills now.
Yeah, Wayfarer's better than Plains of Ashford, though, isn't it?
It is, but it's actually not much better. I think.
I like that it's got the two distinct areas, right? Just like the snowy bits, and there's like kind of the grassy bits.
Yes.
I'm sure most people know what I'm talking about. I like how there's some variety. I don't like the shaman boss that much, to be quite honest.
No, it's
I don't think it's very exciting.
I would actually put this in C tier again, above Plains of Ashford.
Are we ranking these within the ranks?
Yeah,
I think we are.
I think you have to. Yeah, you have to. So I would say C tier above Plains, for sure.
I agree. Yeah.
That would be my initial take on this. Not bad, for sure. And I do like a snowy area. It gets some bonus points for me on that one. And I agree. I think it is cool that it has that double biome. And as a Norn character, you start out in the foothills, right? And you kind of climb up, into the snow area. And then right at the top, you have the Svanir kind of fortress, right? With like the Goliath in there as well. Exactly. Very cool. Actually, not bad at all.
Now I want to put it in B tier because you said all this.
No, C tier.
You shouldn't have said this.
Nope, C tier. C tier at best.
I have a whole take about the next map.
Okay, Metrica Province.
The YouTube comments are not going to be happy, but I think this map is D tier.
D tier? What?
I
Wait,
do not like
justify that.
Metrica
Justify
Province.
that.
Okay, so I will admit that it's kind of unjustified. I don't like swamps, okay? I am Dutch. I live in a swamp. Like, when I go into this map and there's like the big mosquitoes and there's the swamp area and then there's frogs coming after me, I'm like, nah, this is not my thing. Like, there's enough frogs outside my house in real life, you know? I don't need more mosquitoes and frogs.
Interesting.
So I do not like this map. I'd put it in D tier, honestly.
Wow.
And it's so big, it takes forever to like map complete. I'm like,
what about the jumping puzzle? The jumping puzzle.
Okay, that's true.
The fire elemental is mediocre. However, if we're doing nostalgia, do you not recall on launch when everyone was like permadead to the fire elemental? It was actually epic. It was insane. The fire elemental was like the ultimate destroyer. Destroyer of worlds, to be honest. I will admit, not that, you know, it is a bit swampy. That is true. There are frogs. There are various insects.
Exactly.
But I think,
and it's like they put this. There's like this one texture that they just put on the whole map. You know, like the grass that's a bit chaotic. Chaotic grass is a good description. I do not like this map at all.
Metro Province. I think it has to be C tier. It's better than Plains of Ashford, right?
No.
Yes.
No way it's better.
It's better than Plains of Ashford.
Plains of Ashford has a fun jumping puzzle.
That is true, but so does Metro Province. The jumping puzzle is better.
That is true.
It is superior, actually. But
okay, I'm willing to go C tier, but it has to be below Plains of Ashford.
All right, fine, deal. We've negotiated. Okay, I'll give that. Metro Province, C tier.
Caledon Forest.
Ooh.
I'm not sure how I feel about this map, because I like it more than Metrica, but it's still kind of a swamp. This is gonna be the whole theme of this tier list, is that I do not like swamps very much.
I think this is actually B tier.
B tier?
The worm is the best early starting boss, by far, actually. It has more than one jumping puzzle on it. It has like a two-parter, right? Where you climb up the plant, then you go into the nightmare area, and there's like a follow-up jumping puzzle attached to it as well.
And there's the one in the lab.
Yeah.
And there's the weird one under like a tree, kinda.
Yeah, there's loads of content. And it has the it has the mini dungeon, right, too? Like the frog mini dungeon, I think.
Whoa,
right?
I forgot about that. Yeah. But it's frogs though, and I don't like swamps and frogs.
I think this has to be, if you're putting Queensdale in A tier, Caledon Forest is better than Queensdale, by the way. Just flat out. It has to go in A tier.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. It's better than Queensdale, for sure. And if we're going to maintain consistency, Caledon Forest has to be above Queensdale. Like, if we're going to say Queensdale's A tier.
Okay, I will say I like the music in Caledon Forest.
Yeah.
So I'll compromise on this.
Yeah.
I'd put it in B tier, but sure, we'll put it above Queensdale.
Yeah, it has to be above Queensdale. You
gotta give some and take some, you know? Gotta keep this a bit balanced. Kessex Hills. You know what's Kessex Hills?
Oh my god.
I'm just so sad that it's still ugly.
True. You know you can go back in time using like the time machine NPC there, and you can see what they took from us.
But not fully,
no,
right?
You can't back to,
the super, like, it was so pretty before. It's still kind of pretty in the parts that weren't like, you know, ruined and destroyed.
Yeah. And like,
but there's no wild balls or anything. There's not much.
D tier for dog mess. Dog mess.
No.
Yes.
It's a Crida map. It's called
D tier. It's ugly. It's horrible. It's infested with snakes. It doesn't look good. It's got all the nasty, toxic stuff there. It's not good. D tier. Actually, mold tier. Mold tier at best.
Wait, are we making a new mold tier?
I mean, well, look. You know there are some maps that... You know there are going to be some maps that are below D tier. I think you know what I'm talking about. There's some worse maps than this.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm not a tier list professional. I don't know how to add a tier. How do you even do this?
You have to click on the cogs on the right-hand side.
Oh, and then you can add a
Yeah.
tier.
But no, Kha'Zix doesn't have to be in mold tier. It can be in D tier.
Mold tier.
Yeah. I will add
Add a
mold
row
tier though.
below.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But I agree, like, Kha'Zix should not be in mold tier. It's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad.
It can be in D tier for sure.
It is borderline though. It's borderline.
Why is my mold tier looking green? Oh no, that's
Oh, it
good.
might be.
Okay, no,
It
this is
might be
correct.
green.
This is correct. Brisbane Wildlands. This map is in D tier, I think.
I think it is as well. This one is rough. It's just, it's big. There's not really a lot
It's
going
a swamp.
on.
It's a swamp, basically. That's the only reason. We should just rename D tier to swamp tier. I think that would
Yeah,
be
okay,
good.
okay, yeah. Wait, we can do swamp tier. I think D tier as swamp tier is good. I like that. I will say the
Oh my
redemption of Brisbane is Skritzburg. That is kind of cool, like the Skritz City. But I agree, it's not a particularly.
I like
good
the
map.
Beetle race.
The
like
Beetle
the Beetle race
is-
that
yeah.
goes like all around the map.
Yeah.
That's actually quite good.
It actually is kind of my it's my favorite Beetle race, which I really like that one. That one's fun to do. Actually, it's really good. Big fan. But overall, I think it still has to be low tier. It's better than Kha'Zix Hills, so maybe we could squeeze it into C tier just because of the Skrit and the Beetle race and the guild mission, which is
Sure.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
but there's not much else you can go, right?
But it's literally a swamp. It should be in swamp tier.
Okay, fine. Just put it at the top of swamp tier then. I'm going top of swamp tier.
The Yessa Plateau. You were just talking about how you didn't like completing this one. I do like this map though. Like there's like the mini dungeon, which is really cool, and like you go into like the portal, and then you go to like get all the pressure plates and stuff. I like the Yessa Plateau.
I will admit that the mini dungeon here actually is a relatively strong feature. I haven't done it very often because of how putrid the map is overall. The mini dungeon does redeem it, but I do not like this map. It was probably my least favorite map to do on map completion. Actually, I would probably say that. So for me,
Wow.
this would actually be swamp tier. I would put this into swamp tier right now. I'm willing to concede it could be at the higher end of swamp tier, but for me, this would be swamp tier.
Wow.
It's not good.
I'd put it just below Metroca and C tier, honestly. But I will concede this because you feel strongly about this one.
Yeah.
So I'll give you this. You better remember this and then listen to me next time.
I won't. My word is law. I'm the tier list
Wow.
warlord. We've already established
Wow.
this.
Snowdon Drift. I think this map is just a little bit forgettable.
Yes, I was about
Like,
to
it
say it's
feels
the
like-
definition of mid. Okay, that's what this map is.
It feels like it's just entirely like snow. Does that make sense? Like, if you send me a random screenshot from Snowdon, I can't tell you where in Snowdon it is. I can tell you it's Snowdon, but it all sort of blurs together a little bit for me.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not interesting overall. It's a map. It's got snow in it. It is, I think...
The name is very accurate.
You just completely nailed it. It's forgettable. It's a very forgettable map. I think realistically, this is probably going into swamp tier as well, no? I feel like
I think so.
and probably towards the lower end of swamp too. That would be my the setup here. Low swamp.
Yeah, I think it goes just above Kha'Zix, between Kha'Zix and Brisbane, maybe.
Yeah, agreed. I put it in. It's in.
We are going fast now. This video is not going to be 4 hours, I think. Gendaran Fields. This map is great. I like Gendaran Fields a lot.
Why?
There's no world boss though, which is a bit sad. But like, it's got like fun mini dungeons. There's like the Vigil Keep. It's right outside of Lion's Arch. There's fun events like with the Ascalon settlements and like Nebo Terrace and stuff. And you fight the Centaurs. I like it. I don't hate this one. It's okay.
I think this map is very mediocre. It's okay. Like, the thing is, Gendaran Fields is just, it's got to the point where, do I really need another Kryta map? Do I need that? I don't think I do.
But you hate all the Kryta maps so
honest.
far.
Like, I don't know. It's okay, right? Like, Gendaran Fields is okay. Like, it's not the worst thing in the universe.
It's got to be higher than Metrica Province.
Look, I think Metrica Province is better than Gendaran Fields. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to negotiate that, but I'm sorry. Like, it is better. Metrica Province is actually pretty
low
high
C
tier.
tier then.
Yeah,
Low C tier.
It can be low C tier. I can give you low C tier. We can do that. But no, no, I don't particularly like this map. Actually, it doesn't impress me. It's just, it's got a lake. It's got
It's
pirates
called
on
Not
it.
So Secret. It's got the best jumping puzzle in the game.
Is that really? Is that
it's not,
really
yeah, it's not the best jumping
puzzle
in the game.
No, it's honestly kind of
not,
scuffed.
but
It's kind of scuffed.
It's kind of fun.
It's scuffed.
I like it.
I put it low C tier. I put it below Metrica Province.
I feel like we were quite positive about core in the intro, and now we're just shitting on every core map.
Well, but because I think this is a weird thing, right? Like when we're evaluating these maps, we're kind of it's hard to judge it because like they have strengths and weaknesses. Like playing through the core game is actually a really fun RP experience, but but like the replayability really isn't there in a lot of those, and some of the maps they're not that good. There are going to be some core maps that are like incredible experiences, but you know, not all of them are going to be amazing, right? It's still, but when we talk about the core game, we're not talking about like, oh yeah, all of it was amazing. We said that the overall experience is good. And even though, yeah, not all these maps, they are, in the grand scheme of things, they are not the greatest content ever. The overall experience combined ends up being very good, I think. Very
it's very immersive, I think. I like how it's like, yeah, you just have this massive world, right, in core. It's not as much like, hey, there's like 4 maps for you to go. It's like, here's a world for you to explore. That's something I quite like about core. But it does mean that each individual map, when you rank them against the expansion maps, they definitely fall behind a little bit. Guys, speaking of that, Lornar's Pass.
B tier. It is better than everything. It is better than everything in C tier. For sure.
This is the hottest take of this whole tier list so far.
Yeah.
Lornar's Pass. This is like, if there's one map I hated doing in map completion, it's Lornar's Pass. It takes so long. It's huge. And like, I do like how it sort of transitions into the grassy bit when you go south. I think that's cool. You know? Like it starts with this like mountainous bit, and then it gets a bit grassy down south. I like how there's the Dermot Priory, but there's no whirlpools or anything here, is there?
No, there's not. That's the only thing keeping it out of A tier for me. Is that there's no world boss on this map. I think it looks and sounds incredible. I don't find it boring. It's got Wing 5's entrance on it as well, which is Omega high tier. It's got some good variety, in my opinion, a lot of different things to fight. Some good exploration elements in there as well. Like, there's a couple of little hidden things that you've got to find all over the place. You've got one of the most lunatic jumping puzzles in the game, which is the Griffnuke Run one. It's the one you got to carry the bomb to the end.
That one's pretty cool.
It is incredibly funny. It is absolutely such a troll piece of content. Yeah, you've got a cool pirate city as well. It was like the most miserable heart to complete for me, but it was okay. Yeah, this is high tier. It's B tier, and it only doesn't break into a higher tier because it kind of lacks... It does lack a world boss.
Yeah, I mean, there's the ArenaNet, but it's not really in the map, right? Because they put it in an instance instead.
Yes.
Technically, it's kind of there, but it's not really there. Yeah. Nah, you've convinced me. There's some good stuff about this map. Yeah. B tier. I'm okay with this.
Yes.
Fields of Ruin. I like Fields of Ruin.
I also like... Cool. This is one of the best RP zones in the game, I think, actually.
Yes.
It's very good RP. I actually like... so there's a couple of things like this, not just in Fields of Ruin, but they always do really good humor with the Grawl in these maps. Like, sometimes you have to, the Grawl are, like, worshipping a skull, but it's basically an Azura who's, like, shining lights at them, like, from within the skull. So, like, that is very funny to me. Very entertaining, I think. I do like... This is where I think that the visuals of Ascalon do very well, I think. Like, you have those oranges, like kind of like the charred landscape on there as well. And you have this interesting story going on as well, which is kind of like the, you have this bastion of humanity basically in Charlands at this point, and you have the separatist story kind of like engaging with that going on over there as well. It's very interesting, actually, with the way Ebonhawk is, and just it
feels like it's a bit set apart from the other Ascalon maps, right? Because it's got very much its own thing going on. It doesn't blend together with the other Ascalon maps very much. Because it's very much got its own unique thing. And I like Ebonhawk a lot as well, right? Yes. Like, it just... Visuals are very cool, like the big hawk gates and stuff, and you can go into all the little houses and stuff. It's cool. I wish there was a world boss though. Again, like
Yeah, I mean, you have the ogres in Fields of Ruin, right? Which it's in the core game, it was kind of a world boss, but now it's like a champion that dies in 2 seconds, I think. I believe.
I think we can put this in A tier. I'm not sure where in A tier though.
It can. I mean, if it's gonna go in A tier, it has to be at the bottom of A tier. Like it's
Yeah,
you know,
because it doesn't have a world boss.
yeah, it doesn't have a world boss. It's
agree.
it's not Caledon Forest, right? Like Caledon Forest is very high tier, I think. So it's like I'd say top of B tier or bottom of A tier as of right now.
Let's put it in B tier. Let's keep it a little bit balanced, you know?
Top B tier, top of B tier. There we
Sure.
go. Oh,
Harafi Hinterlands.
oh, swamp,
What, Harafi? What? You don't like Harafi Hinterlands?
swamp.
You just don't like Kryda. I'm learning
Swamp
here.
actually, yeah. Look, my chat's saying mold. They're saying mold tier. They might be. They actually be right. They might be right here. This is swamp or mold tier at best.
But there's the whole cool thing where like you gotta go and capture all the different camps and like progress and then
It's
kill
trash.
the Sandlot. They got rid of it though. Like now it's just on a timer, isn't it?
Yeah.
It used to be like you gotta like do the cool event. It was so cool. I
put it into mold tier. I put it into mold tier. First mold in my mind. I think it's absolutely
No.
festering. It is
What?
festering, insipid, putrid, disgusting mold.
No, I can't agree with that. It's bottom of swamps there.
The
It
world
can't be
boss isn't
mold.
good. The structure is scuffed. The hearts aren't that good. The jumping puzzle is annoying. It's mediocre at best.
No, you jump on a pirate ship. I
Like,
like the pirate ship.
yeah, okay, actually, no, I take it back. The jump puzzle's pretty cool, actually. I do not like this map. Like, it is not good. It's centaurs. Centaurs aren't even good. Like, that's not even a cool enemy. It's low tier. I think the highest I can go here is swamp. The highest I can rate this map is swamp tier.
Okay, fine. Lowest swamp.
Yeah.
It's still the lowest rated map. I do not even agree with that. I like Harafi Hinterlands. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Blaze Rich Steps.
Ooh.
It's got the Shatterer. Shatterer's pretty cool. I don't like that much about this map besides the Shatterer, though, I will say.
Yeah, it is just pretty much world boss. The world boss is cool. It's one of the classics, right?
That is true.
Yeah, this is a good bit of trivia. This is one of the earliest maps they did too. Actually, like all the demos they showed off was the Shatterer for Guild Wars 2.
Yes.
That gives it a little bit of a bonus. I will say though, Shatterer in modern Guild Wars 2 sucks because it's just so power crept that the boss is scuffed.
They reworked it in Heart of Thorns, right?
Yes.
But I don't think you ever even get to see the reworked mechanics because it just dies before any of those mechanics come into play.
Yes.
But this is the map that is called the horrible Ash Legion Heart, doesn't it? Where like you gotta go stealth and sneak
that
past
wasn't even
the
that
Ash
bad.
Legion.
Like, you know, look, I have recently played through that heart. I can testify it wasn't that bad. But yeah, it's definitely one of the more
I
memorable
cheated.
ones.
I had somebody in my chat like use portals to just teleport me,
I respect
which
that.
made it a little better.
That's good. I do not think I can give this a high tier, realistically.
No.
What's it going to be, actually?
High C tier, maybe?
High C tier? Is this map better than Wayfarer, Foothills, Plains of Ashford, Metrica Province? There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Like,
Fine. Yeah, you're right about that.
I think it's low C tier. I put it at the
Maybe
bottom
it's
of
above.
C tier.
It's above Metrica Province, though.
That's
clearly.
coke. That is coke.
Metrica Province is a swamp. It shouldn't even be in C tier. It should be in swamp tier.
Okay. I'll put. Yeah, I mean, it's a. Yeah, it's got a cool. The world boss is cool. It's iconic, right? Okay, iconic world boss. I can put it above Metrica.
Above Metrica.
Yeah.
Dredgehawn's Cliffs. I do like Dredgehawn's Cliffs. Like, because of the vibes, you know, it's like this snowy map, and there's like the little graveyard, and there's like the little monastery, and there's like all the dredge that are fighting, and then there's a dungeon entrance. It's just a little bit forgettable, I think. It's a little similar to Snowdon in a way, but there's a bit more to it than Snowdon. It's better than Snowdon for sure.
So,
and there's the mini dungeon, you know, where you get like the key, and then like you go into the plays and you have to fight like the skelks and stuff.
Yeah. I actually give this map a very high rating for a number of reasons. The first is absolutely the mini dungeon. I think visually this map is pretty cool. The Dredge are a pretty interesting faction to interact with. There's actually a bunch of like jumping puzzles to get to vistas across this map actually. And more importantly, one of the earliest really awesome memories I had from playing Guild Wars 2 was the Tribulation Rift Vista. Like when I found how to climb up the scaffolding to get to the Vista, because I was like, doing map completion was one of the first things I did in Guild Wars 2. And then you kind of like stumble upon like how you actually climb up there. It is actually so cool. It is.
And then there's the second one as well, right? Where you go into like the icy cave.
Yeah. It's like a two-parter. It's like a two-parter. Yeah, I love that.
Pretty good.
I love that when the environment is a jumping puzzle, right? It's one of the things that I miss a lot, actually, about Guild Wars 2 is jumping puzzles. I wish we had more of those in modern Guild Wars 2, like jumping puzzles to get to vistas, jumping puzzles to get to some of this content. Yeah, I would go as far to say this kind of belongs, actually, in an A tier spot to me. Like, in my mind, this is very high up there. Top of B tier or in A tier for the reasons we've outlined, right? Wow. Actually very good.
Yeah, I think it deserves to go into A tier even, honestly. Under Queen still.
Yeah.
I do like Queen still more.
Yes. I put it into A tier.
Blood-Tide Coast. It's... You know what the issues of Blood-Tide Coast?
What?
It's kind of like a swamp a little bit.
It's literally a swamp. Like, this is the one where you actually have to juice frogs. Like, it's got the frog, like, swamp
I do not like
Blood-Tide
Coast. I do not like this map. And there's, like, Tyda Covington, right?
Yeah, which is a trash world boss. Probably the worst, one of the worst world bosses ever, actually.
Apparently, you can now, like, use the turtle, I think, to, like, break the gates instead. And then it's over, like, super fast.
Now.
But it's got the worms. Triple Trouble is quite good. Triple Trouble is pretty sick, actually.
Oh, yeah. And that was exactly what I was about to bring up. This map is minimum B tier because of Triple Trouble. Minimum.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think so, too.
Because Triple Trouble is one of the coolest world bosses they've added. It's probably the best overall world boss in core that actually is still aged pretty damn well and holds up pretty well. I would say that world boss is so good that it would actually carry itself all the way up to A tier, in my mind. Low A tier. However, it is a swamp, and you don't like swamps. I get that.
I do not like
swamps. So I could compromise on a high B tier at the lowest.
Yeah, I think it does actually beat Fields of Ruin just because of the world boss.
Yeah.
Like, there's actually a reason to go back. I'd say the high B tier for sure. Best one in B tier.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this. Even though it's a swamp and it kind of should be in swamps here, let's be real.
Yes.
Iron Marshes. This is probably the most forgettable map in the whole game, honestly. Like, I think that Snowden was a little bit forgettable, but Iron Marshes is like the map that people forget exists. It's like there's like nothing in this map.
This map has the best loading screen in the game. That's the nice thing I can say about it. Like, I remember when I got to this map for the first time, like back when the game launched, I was like, whoa, this loading screen is based. And then there's nothing in the map.
Loading screen's pretty good.
It does have a good loading screen. And it does have the Grawl memes in it as well. There's Grawl memes here in Iron Marches. But is the map good? No, it's not. It's not good.
They added like some Mordormorph stuff to it later on. Yeah. But I don't think that's quite
there's a reason they did. It's because it had nothing on it.
Yeah. There's nothing going on this map. I do like it for immersion's sake, though. It makes the world feel nice and big, you know? It's like, because in a real world should have some boring areas, too. So,
look,
I appreciate that Iron Marches exist.
Wait, that's the best you can do? It makes it realistic because it's boring.
Exactly. That is the best I can do. Okay. But yeah, this map goes into swamps here, I think. If not even mold tier.
It could be mold. It could be mold.
Yeah.
It actually could be mold tier. I put it into mold tier. I've done it.
Let's do it.
I've put it into mold tier.
Has Stardust being filled.
We gotta go
Timberline
on.
Falls is amazing.
A tier.
This map is so good.
A
Just because of the
tier.
visuals, even really.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing else. I think this is the prettiest map in core. Easily.
If you poll people about what's their favorite map, kind of like what one they like the most, they like looking at it, playing through it, Timberline Falls is pretty much going to be one of the top maps that everyone agrees on. This is actually one of the least controversial maps in the entire game, I would say. Everyone likes this map, and for good reason. It is quite the spectacle. Very, very good.
There's gonna be YouTube comments now saying like, no, Timberline Falls is multi, just because you said this.
Good.
There's gonna be some contrarian, like shitting on Timberline.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's just the vibes are really good. There's also good like Guild Rush lore, right? Like you can find like Camp Rancor, I think, right? From Guild Rush 1.
Yeah, that's why like a bunch of you encounter a bunch of like the dwarven stuff, don't you? Right? In this area too, yeah. And that's really nice. One of the cool things they did, right, was that they always preserved the location of landmarks in Guild Wars 1 into Guild Wars 2. Very, very cool, actually. Yeah, Timberline Falls is very, very high tier overall. It doesn't have the strongest gameplay. And, you know, we have to clarify this, guys. When we're rating this stuff, we're not saying, oh, it doesn't have a world boss, so it can't be amazing tier. It can't be, like, really high tier. This map is carried so hard by its visuals, the setting, right? And just, like, the way the world comes together, that it actually mitigates its lack of actual replayability. You know, like, it mitigates that.
It actually does have the anomaly, right? Leyline anomaly actually pops up on this map.
Get your Mystic Coin. Enjoy.
True.
Yeah.
I think this goes above Queensdale.
I put it above Queensdale too.
I'd even put it above Caledon, honestly, because it's not a swamp. Well, it's like a tiny part that's a swamp, so it can go under Caledon.
Yeah.
It can go between
And
them.
I like the Jungle Worm. Like, Jungle Worm is good on Caledon Forest. Like, that carries a lot of weight, I think, for Caledon.
Sure.
Sparkfly Fen. This is a literal swamp. Wait, Tequaddle! What about Tequaddle?
Okay, Tequaddle's pretty great. I do agree with that part. But like the rest of the map it's like where I don't want to go on holiday. Like I like maps that make me want to go on holiday there. And Sparkfly is like I don't even want to drive through Sparkfly Fen. Like there's gonna be some massive mosquito like attacking my car if I drive through it. So like Tequaddle's pretty good though. I will give it that. Tequaddle does kind of carry it.
Yeah, and Tequaddle is fairly mediocre, though, with current Guild Wars 2 game balance. That doesn't help it, to be honest. Like, you know, old Tequaddle, especially when they reworked it, was so epic, you know. This is one of the really cool things about Guild Wars 2 Open World, right, is that back in the day when, like, when Open World was a bit harder and required a bit more organization, you had, like, whole guilds that were actually based around this, right? You had guilds based around Tequaddle, based around Triple Trouble. Like, that doesn't really exist anymore because, of course, Power Creep has essentially, you know, completely neutralized these bosses in the Open World, but it's still pretty good, I would say.
Yeah.
Having said that, I would actually be okay with putting it in Swamp tier, because the rest of the map is... It's not that good, and Tequaddle, if we're being real, is not a particularly good boss anymore, just because of, you know, times change. Times change.
It can be the highest in Swamps there. It can go above DS, I think.
Yes. I think there's an
Swamp
argument
tier
that
is growing.
It could be C tier. But yeah, Swamp tier is acceptable as well, I think.
It's got the advantage that it's one of the maps people still go back to, right? Like a lot of core maps, you only go back for like guild missions or map completion. People do go back to Sparkfly just for Tequaddle, but that's like, are you really in Sparkfly? You're just in like one tiny water part of Sparkfly.
Exactly,
the rest of the map is like...
People are saying it's iconic, but I actually disagree. Tequaddle is iconic. Sparkfly Fen is not, right? Like that's actually
I think so too.
That's an important distinction to make. It's like, yeah, like people go there for that exact boss arena. You waypoint in, then you waypoint the hell out of there, right? So can we really say it's a good map? I don't think we really can.
I think Swamp tier is very appropriate.
Yeah, it's good roleplay to put it in Swamp tier.
Fire Heart Rise.
Actually,
I don't know.
pretty
You
good.
said that you like this map, but I like how it's unique. There's only one map kind of like this in Guild Wars 2. Like, it's an Ascalon map, but it's like on fire, basically.
Yeah.
And I will say, it being on fire does make it go up in my ranking. I like it when things are on fire. But apart from that, is there really much to do on this map? The jumping puzzle is kind of cool. It used to be that you had to unlock the dungeon right?
Yeah, the jump puzzle is
which-
really good. This is one of the better mini dungeons I think in the game. Actually, it's one of the stronger ones. It's very good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a mini dungeon too.
Yeah.
There's also the jumping puzzle where you jump like over the sort of like from mountain to mountain. Kind of.
Wait, you mean like is this like the mine one? Like the mine?
Yeah, pig
Yeah,
iron
pig
quarry.
iron mines,
That one's really
yeah.
good. I like that one a lot actually.
Yeah. This is actually a solid map. I would say it comfortably makes its way into B tier, right? Because
Yeah, at least. Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's actually a weird thing here. Okay, so we should explain some context. The replayability of this map was actually supposed to be basically unlocking the dungeon. You couldn't do Citadel of Flame without doing like a pre-quest to open the dungeon. You had to fight across this bridge, take over the bridge, and there was like char and champions and stuff, and then you could do COF. That was like the end game loop for this. That's why it doesn't really have a world boss. Obviously, that's not relevant anymore. So that it does lose some points because of that. But I do still think this easily, comfortably makes its way into B tier. Actually,
I agree. Yeah, I don't think it's quite A tier though. Like, this is one of those maps that I kind of forget exists sometimes a little bit. Like when I'm there, I'm like, oh, this map's pretty cool, but it's not something where I ever really go back very often.
Yeah,
and that's kind of sad about it.
And to be clear, those events do still fire, like the unlocking the dungeon. It's true of Arara as well, of course. But here's the thing, right? Like it's not really part of the end game loop. That's not how Guild Wars 2 works anymore, right? So it's not really relevant. It's not like a relevant part of the map experience anymore with Fireheart Rise. But yeah, I agree. Visually, it is very striking. I think it's an interesting part of the world there as well. It's got some cool kind of hidden content, exploration content baked into it. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I think it goes right under Fields of Run.
Okay.
Personally.
Deal. I've done it.
We're almost done with core.
Yeah, we kind of
rapid firing.
We're getting through this.
There's a lot left though.
Oh,
my
yeah.
gosh, I just scrolled down.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of content in Guild Wars.
Mount Maelstrom. It's a swamp.
You cannot.
Actually, it's a pretty good swamp.
It's
a pretty good swamp.
There's no way you can imaginably put this. This is minimum A tier.
It's okay.
This has
it's A tier.
This could be S tier. This could be S tier. This could be S tier.
What?
This could be S tier.
Okay, Mega Destroyer is pretty good. I like Mega Destroyer. I really like the jumping puzzle, like the hidden garden with like the little portals.
Yeah.
And then you gotta like
you kill the crab.
It's so pretty.
Kill the crab.
Yeah.
Go into the portal, and you do one of the coolest jumping puzzles ever. It's a giant volcano. You have the Omega Destroyer going on there.
Oh right, it's got a second boss. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
It's also got the golem as well.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you have like the world, but this almost has to be S tier. This is actually either the first S tier we have or top of A tier. I'll let you make the call. You can make the call. You can have the responsibility for this one, and that means if the YouTube call disagree,
S tier because it's a swamp. It is still a swamp. No, I need to get over the swamp thing probably. I think it's 8. I don't think this fits alongside like some of the maps we're gonna talk about later.
Okay, yeah.
But it is good.
Well, I think look,
it can be above Caledon. It can be the best map so far.
We are gonna have to put an S+. I know we're going to have to do that, by the way.
Oh, okay.
We are gonna have to put S+. Yeah. But I will
still don't
say,
think it's S tier.
Yeah, Mount
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom.
It can be the best core map so far, though.
I agree.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, agreed. It's got so much going on there. It's massive. It's epic. It looks cool. It is cool. It's got loads of stuff.
Yeah.
Hidden Garden. There's a reason they use it in like every single legendary collection because they know it's good. ArenaNet know it's good. Okay, and when you see them, and what I think is the discovery aspect, like the way that garden is set up, because basically there's a bunch of these elementals about the map that you have to kill and opens a portal. The way that's set up is so awesome because if you're a player that doesn't know that exists, there's actually a decent chance you stumble upon that by accident. That is magic. That is magic.
That is pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is why I would push it to the S tier, but we're okay here.
The RP is high value for sure.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. Straight to devastation.
This map is not good. I think this might be mold tier, honestly.
Mold.
Like I think so. Like it's just. I mean, I like the Balthazar Temple. The Balthazar Temple is pretty awesome, especially back in the day when you had to like go in there and you you still like what kind of want to capture it for obsidian shards, right? Like easy obsidian shards with karma. That is quite good. But the whole like water part of the map, I don't think I've ever interacted with this apart from recently. I did this collection for the legendary spear, and I had to find an anchor, and it was horrible.
Yes,
it was so bad.
It's so
spent, like,
good.
an hour.
I love stuff like that. You had to find the starfish and the anchor. Yes, it is so good.
No, it's not.
It's so good.
It's horrible. I had a terrible time. Like, it's for everybody who hasn't done this, it's not marked. There's no marker. There's no text on this.
Yeah.
You're just going around in this massive ocean, pressing F. Nobody on the wiki has made a guide because there's a ton of spawns and nobody knows where they are. So you're just
It's good.
You're just spending an hour swimming around, pressing
the hints
F.
are wrong. This is a funny one. On the collection, I got baited by this. The chat had to tell me. It says that you have to find an anchor in a specific area. That's not true. Any of the anchors that can spawn everywhere works. It's the same with the starfish, actually. The collection, the in-game guide, is actually incorrect, which is adds an extra level of content, in my mind, to that. Yeah. The thing is, though, I think we have to be consistent. On release of Guild Wars 2, this map was godlike S tier because of the Balthazar event. But now...
And it was kind of cool, like you go over the water and you go into ore. That was a cool experience, I do agree.
And it was amazing up... the ore visuals, for me, the ore visuals are the best, actually, in Corteria. That might actually be a slightly hot take. Maybe. I love the Orion architecture, you know, like and you don't see it as much in Straits of Devastation as, say, Malcolm's Leap and Cursed Shore, which we're obviously getting to next. But the towering kind of circular discs of the collapsed, ruined architecture, I think is absolutely insane. It is. I've never seen anything like that. It's unique to Guild Wars. It's fantastic, and the music.
True.
Oh, the music. Oh my god. It's so good. Promenade
but
of the
mobs
Gods
are so annoying. Like the mobs, and you're just like trying to explore, and then they go like, "Everyone, come, deaf, good."
Oh,
and
no.
I'm gonna activate. And like, oh my god.
I'm gonna have to activate. One of the biggest mistakes they ever made was nerfing ore. Okay, they nerfed these mobs so hard. They were mentally, psychologically annihilating the Guild Wars 2 community on release. The Risen
It did feel kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
For immersion, it was good.
Yeah.
But the gameplay, I did not like going to ore.
They
I always
would pull
had a
you
bad
in.
time.
This is Zaitan, the Eater of Worlds, undead dragon with 17 heads. The mobs should break you. Like, the game should be trying to farm you, and it was. Risen Putrefier would pull you from 1200 range, and you just wouldn't see it coming. All the mobs would annihilate constantly. Big CCs, big pulls, big immobes, big lockdowns, boon corruption. That was good. That was how the game should have been. The world was dangerous, it was undead, it was big. However, they did get nerfed.
And then you kill Zaitan by pressing 1 a couple times.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm willing to go into swamps there.
Wait,
I do agree. This map has history, and that's pretty cool.
I'm not sure. What about the Vizier's jumping puzzle? It's got two jumping puzzles basically, right? Because it's got like the tree one, and it's got the other one.
What tree one are we talking about?
Well, it's not really. I guess it's not really a jumping puzzle. It's like a vista, right? It's got a tree.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
High swamp there. You do make some good points here. You've convinced me a little bit. Okay, the immersion is cool. Like you're going through the water into ore. C tier, fine. I want us to go higher.
I'll do bottom of C tier. Bottom of C tier. We can go. We can make that happen.
All right. Frost Gorge sounds. I actually don't know what I think about this map. It's kind of like the Claw of Jormak is kind of cool. Nowadays it falls over, but at launch it was really badass. It's cool that you can find Yock's band from Guild Wars 1. Like there's the polar bears, the Kodan in their like refuges and stuff. I think Frostcourt Sound is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I like that it's massive. I really like that there's some deep water that you can swim all the way down to the bottom of. You got like the undersea worms there as well. I do like the boats, like the Code and ice ships that they've got there. That looks really good, I think. Yeah, it's got a classic world boss. Classic world. I mean, come on. Claw Jormag. I mean, this has to be B tier. I think it has to be B tier. Yeah, has it aged super well? Claw Jawmag? Not really. It's probably one of the saddest world bosses ever, as it is pathetically unable to really do anything to you anymore, but it's a classic. It's a B tier. It's like a solid B tier, middle to top of B tier in my mind. Visuals good, music good, lore good, jumping puzzle very mediocre. It's like the icy one in the middle. Champ Train, what about that? Frostcore Champ Train from the old core game. Let's go!
There's still like the map of art sometimes, right? And then it's actually still worth running, I think. Yeah. Kinda.
I'd give this a high beta. High beta.
Would you put it above Fields of Ruin, though? Yes. I'm not sure if I do that.
I think I would.
Fine.
I think I would.
Alright, we only have a couple more core maps left. Malcore Sleep. This map is cool. I do like this map. It's still it's still got the, you know, back in the day it was really painful walking through it. And honestly, I don't care that much for the temples on this map. I do actually like the Balthazar one a lot more. But just the vibes, you know, the vibes are really good. Recently, for that Legendary Spirit Collection, I had to do this event where you go into this, like...
Oh, yeah, into the
underwater
Azura base, right? Yeah.
It was so cool. I was amazed by that. I'd never done that in, like, my whole 12 years of playing this game. But that was actually really fun. So, Malcore's, I think, is actually kind of awesome. There's a lot of, like, cool lore and stuff as well. Like, it really feels like this ruined civilization. Just the color scheme.
I would actually be so unbelievable. I'd be so tempted to say S tier, actually. Visuals, incredible. Lore, incredible. Events, actually really good and interesting. The entire map is a jumping puzzle, to be honest. Like, there is a jumping puzzle.
Yeah,
it's like the weird one. It's the weird one you have to, like, unlock the chest, right, I think? Like, with the keys, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe that's Kershaw. I'm getting old.
Oh, I think there's two, even.
Yeah.
I don't like the one with the keys. That one is really hard. I always get lost on that one. I used to go here to do, like, I used to do, like, Orc Helcom farming. I used to, like, just go and make goals in the 2012 days, just running around getting Orc Helcom.
I think this actually has to go into S tier. I actually think so.
I actually agree.
Like, everything of
I think this
is so brutal. Like, just the name of the zone alone is awesome. Context. There was a sculptor, and he basically gazed upon Dwayna, and he was like, wow. You look so good, I cannot even begin to capture your beauty with my artwork, and he jumped off a cliff. Brutal.
Dwayna.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the play, but it's pretty metal.
Legendary quote. Legendary quote.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think this is the best map in core. I do think this is S tier, actually.
Yeah. It is S tier.
Bam.
Boom. First S tier. But look, I mean, we're going to be picky, guys. You know, we should have explained the scale here as well, because I think people, you know, I was talking about people being brain rotted by like 7 out of 10 reviews before we did this tier list. And I just realized that the same thing is happening. Guys, when we say C tier is not bad. Like, C tier is like, yeah, you know, it's pretty good. Yes, it's okay. You know,
it's like relative. You know, it's like some are better than other ones, but doesn't mean that all of these are bad.
Yeah.
Only mold tier is truly bad. No.
Well, yeah, I would kind of agree with that. Like, swamp tier is like, okay, yeah, this isn't that good, right? Like, that's like, okay, yeah, this is mediocre. It's actually below. It's not mediocre. It's below mediocre. Swamp tier,
I
like,
agree.
You know, mold tier is like, what the hell is this, right? Like, what? They weren't cooking with this one.
You know what we should do? We should call S tier microwave tier.
That's
because those maps are cooking.
No, I like that. That's a good. Okay, that's a good meme actually. That is high tier. They are cooking. Microwave cook tier. But I mean, isn't that a microwave is not? It's often looked down upon in terms of cooking utensils. So.
But it's because you're too busy playing those maps to cook. Because you want to keep playing. So you put your food in the microwave. It makes
Are you actually renaming it? You're renaming it microwave tier? Okay, fine, I'll do it. Microwave. There it is. It makes no sense.
Oh my god. Okay, no, we should call it S tier. So
Lara, what are you talking about? You've lost your mind. One tier list and you're already insane. What's going on?
We'll call it S tier. I mean, this is why I recruited you to this tier list. To keep me from going too far, you know.
Yeah. Kershaw.
First, sure. It's not as good as Malcolm Sleep.
It's not, no. Well, ooh, is it though? Is it though?
The color scheme. Honestly, like I know that city, but like Malgorzdeep is like sort of magical, and then Kershaw is like, I don't know, like it's it's just sand, you know. It's like Anakin Skywalker complaining that there's too much sand. That's how I feel about Kershaw. I love the color scheme on Malkor way more.
I almost felt the opposite. I love the orange of Kershaw, and looking at the gates of Ara, you know, these huge. This one's really cool.
Okay, that's pretty
if you
cool.
look into the skybox, in Ara, and I think in Kershaw too, you can see this disc that's so big you can only see it as a shadow in the sky. And then the promenade of the gods, like I love the coral attached to all of this, you know, the city and all the structures, right? Like all of the undersea kind of debris that's still stuck to stuff. Oh, it's one of the most yeah, this is one of the best maps they've ever made in terms of the RP, the lore, the gameplay. It actually has one of the better temples, the Grenth Temple. Really good, cool boss actually.
Grenth Temple is pretty
at the end. The Melandra one is fairly mediocre. It's not one of the best ones they've done. To be honest, it had the Plinks farm as well. You have pushing up the stairs to the dungeon. I think this has to be S tier. It has to be S tier to me. Like it's worse than Malkor's Leave, but it's S tier.
It's got to be below Malkor's at least.
Yeah, it's below Malkor's. Yeah.
It can be an S tier, but it has to be below Malkor's. I like how you had to like unlock Ara back in the day, right? You had to like do the events, like open the gates. That was pretty neat. But it's not as good as Malkor's, though. Yeah. But it can be an S. I do agree.
S tier. Kershaw. And the gameplay is good there as well. It has a bunch of, like, cool things you can fight. So, I gave it a high rating.
That's kind of the original, like, endgame map, right? Like you said, Plinks was on there, which was kind of the gold farm people used to do in 2012.
Yes.
All right, now we've got city maps. And I have big thoughts on these. Divinity's Reach is S tier. Easy. This map is like still, in my opinion, one of the most impressive cities in any MMORPG ever. The sheer amount of like buildings you can go into, and like I love Divinity's Reach. I've spent hours and hours and hours in this map. There's always people hanging out at like Minister's Waypoint. It's so good. I love it. I love the music. I love everything about Divinity's Reach. Genuine S tier map in my opinion.
I will actually agree with that. It's definitely the city that I find myself like hanging out in the most. I think. Oh, and I see that we. Okay, hang on. I have to actually skip ahead in the tier list here. Old Lion's Arch is by far the best city. If we put I almost want to demote Divinity's Reach in A tier purely because I need room above it for Old Lion's Arch.
That's kind of true, actually. Like, I was gonna disagree with you, but now that I think about it, like, there were so many jumping puzzles and stuff in Old Lion's Arch. And you could go into, like, the sewer and stuff, right? And there was all the iconic dialogue. Okadon's Hammer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Old Lion's Arch is pretty good, actually.
And I'm a pirate enjoyer. Pirate themed is pretty cool.
The aesthetics are really strong in Old Lion's Arch.
Yes.
Okay, I'll take the compromise. Divinity's Reach goes in A tier. Yeah. But where in A tier does this go? It's gotta be above Caledon Forest.
Well, it's hard to compare these things because, of course, they're very different functionally.
Sure.
But it can definitely get in there.
Just rank it based on vibes, you know? Base it on vibes.
Divinity's Reach is very good. I do like that city, actually. It is very impressive. I like it quite a lot. I like the thing that I like the most about Divinity's Reach is like the Astralarium right in the middle.
Yeah.
You got all like the mobile kind of like solar system
floating
stuff
around
really cool.
and stuff.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
And there's like the minister's place where the ministers are like talking to each other. Yes. Like the immersion is big in this map. There's so much like dialogue and stuff. Yeah. I love Divinity's Reach.
Yeah, I would say A tier. Yeah, it's going in A tier.
It's above Caledon Forest.
I put it above Caledon Forest. I'll give you that.
And I guess we can jump ahead and put Old Lion's Arch in S tier then.
We can. It's S tier. It's below the ore stuff, but it's S tier.
It's really good. I love that you can go back now. It's a little bit of work to be able to go back, and nobody hangs out there anymore because you can't use mounts and you can't teleport out of it, so it's really inconvenient.
That's annoying. It's not the best.
It's cool that you can go back, you know, get those memories.
Yeah.
cool as the least possible.
Embrace it. Black Citadel.
I like the lore. The lore is cool. I have zero desire to ever go here. So something that's funny is that, like, in the C Major Discord, we have, like, sort of the off-topic channel, and it's called the Black Citadel, which I think is a great name for a channel.
This is mold tier. This is mold tier.
I actually agree.
It's mold. The city is not good. I think it is good from the RP perspective. That's the nice thing I can say about it.
Good.
Like, it really does, you know, when I think actually that I almost feel bad putting it in mold tier, because when I think about which of the playable races is actually the best developed, it is Char by far, I think. Because when I think back to Guild Wars 1, the Char are very well defined, in my opinion, as a culture and as a people, and I think that's awesome. Like, everyone else got watered down a lot, like, big time, especially as Norn. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. What they did to Norn coming from Guild Wars 1. What happened? What happened? It wasn't good.
The bear transformation.
I bet just the entire thing. Oh, now the Norn's culture is they're big and fat and they get drunk. Okay, that's their entire shtick there. It's ridiculous. Whereas the Char, it's boom, war, machines, metal, tanks, boom. That's what I'm talking about. So I will give a shout out to the Char lore and Char RP in Black Citadel, but as a city, it's a bit annoying, to be honest. It's not
one of my first Guild Wars 2 experiences is that I went to Gamescom and I played like the demo, and I was playing as a Char and I got lost in the Black Citadel.
Yeah.
I had like 45 minutes to play and I spent like a good 20 minutes just not knowing where to go because I was entirely lost. But yeah, I think it goes into mold, honestly.
Yeah, it's mold too.
It's above Iron Marches though, just for the like the cool vibes.
Yeah.
The vibes are interesting.
Because I do think it is thematically fitting, right? Like, it's thematically fitting, I think, for the Char. It's not a particularly nice map to be around, to be honest. Holbrack.
It's where you don't want to go on your holiday. Holbrack is like... I like the idea of it, but I feel like there's this idea of all these different lodges, right? But they all kind of blur together in my head. I don't think they look very distinct from each other.
Bland.
Yeah.
I swamped here at best, in my mind. I could even imagine this being mold. But swamped here at best.
And the Black Citadel. I go swamp there.
Yeah, swamped here. Yeah,
it can be above Harathi Hinterlands.
Okay,
though.
I put it above Harathi. Deal.
The Grove. I love the vibes in the Grove and the music in the Grove, and I love the Sylvari, but this is really where like Guild Wars 2's like 2D world map falls apart. Like, I still get lost in the Grove after 12 years. I still don't know which level which NPCs are on. I still struggle. Maybe that's a me problem though. That might be a me problem.
Yeah, I think that it definitely does suffer from that. It's not the most... It's similar to the Black Citadel, right? Not quite as extreme, but it's just not very usable as a city, right? You know, it's not good for like a hangout spot or an AFK spot between content. It doesn't really serve its function very well. I do think it does have some very strong elements visually. I particularly really like the, you know, I'm sure you've been to this place, right? For a variety of reasons, right? You go, there's like a hidden tunnel, basically, that takes you to like a really cool secret area there as well, which I think is really fun, really pretty area over there too. And I do think it's kind of cool that, you know, the Sylvari kind of like live in a tree, kind of. It's pretty fun, I think. But yeah, not the best city ever, but I'd put it like definitely above Holbrack, so it could be in like C tier, right? It's
I think it can be the lowest in C-tier.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, the visuals and lore are pretty good, actually.
Yes.
But I don't like navigating this map very much. And because of that, I don't really like to use it as a city very much. Rata Sum. Oh, I have mixed feelings about this one. Because I love the idea of this, right? Like, it's this big cube, and there's all these different levels, and like the visuals are really good, and it fits like the Sura super well and stuff. But I do think it's, again, a little bit of a pain to navigate. Just a tiny bit.
I think it has to be. It's better than the Grove, right? I think this is
Yeah, I
probably one
agree.
of my. Yeah, it can't go into A tier because it's not as good as Divinity Reach. I think this has to be B tier.
Sure.
For sure. Like, it is a bit more annoying to navigate, but I completely agree. I think it's Radasumin. I think the Azuran architecture in general in Guild Wars 2 is very similar to, or somewhat similar to the Char. It's not quite as well realized and built, in my opinion, as like the Char lore and Char culture, but it actually really is up there in terms of like how well they brought it to life, like with the aesthetics, right? The golems, right? This very, you know, this cubic, very rigid architecture that they have. That, you know, that really speaks to how the Azura go about their problems, right? Like they are the mallet of technology, right, to the nail of progress, right? That's very cool, I think, with how they have that entire thing set up. So yeah, I'd say B tier.
I think it goes above Lornars, but maybe I'm a Lornars hater a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to rate with the cities. I'm not really giving too much credence to like where the cities are going in the tiers. But yeah, it can go above Lornar's Pass. It's a cool city. I quite like this one. I admit that.
And then we have Current Lion's Arch.
Mold.
Mold. My biggest issue with Current Lion's Arch is I actually like the architecture. Like, there's this part with like the little buildings and the little alleyways and stuff, and it's really pretty, and I like the vibes of that. But then the main part of the city is basically a flat plain, right? Like between the trading post and the bank and stuff, you just got this massive like flat area, and I think that's so boring. I don't like that. I don't like how it's. To me, it truly feels like an MMO hub, and it doesn't feel like a city that people live in.
Burn me. It's a stingray.
Exactly. I think that's pretty cool. I like the sort of creative using the different sea animals and stuff, but it just...
Do you know the only redeeming quality about New Lion's Arch? Okay, and you know what? In some ways, this is not a redeeming quality. You know the tour guide? Like, she's giving tours of the city, and then at the end, like, she patrols around, she's crying, looking at her designs. That is actually a tacit admission. The devs knew that their own NPC had a better design for that city. Fact.
I like the music stage. The music stage is really good. Like, you get up there, you can play music, NPCs interrupt you every couple seconds, but I do like the view up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think it's mold.
Yeah, it has to be mold tier. And no, the jumping puzzle can't redeem this. Look, it's overly bright. My eyes melt whenever I look at the city. The music I find to be a little bit overly bombastic, right, as well. I'm not actually a huge fan of Lion's Arch. It doesn't look good. It doesn't sound good. Yes, the jumping puzzle is cool. I will give you that. But it cannot redeem this, right? It's irredeemable, unfortunately. New Lion's Arch butchered old Lion's Arch, and it feels bad. And worse, Evan Nashblade didn't win the election. We could have. I mean, look, it's over. Oh my god, it's over. It's completely over.
Abaddon Fractal. Wait, are we doing a Fractal tier list? Maybe we can do that next.
Oh, that's gonna be good because we can activate Dark Lara for that one. That's gonna be fun.
What?
Well.
Oh, you mean how I like Side and Serve?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean how you like Lonely Tower, your favorite Fractal. Yeah. And look, all right, we all know that's true, guys. Lara doesn't. Where's the Lonely Tower Pug CM on stream? Okay, what's going on?
We have to change the topic. I don't want to talk about Lonely Tower.
Yeah. See, exactly. Dark Lara activated.
Okay, it's in mold tier, but it's above the Black Citadel, certainly.
Okay, fine. Actually, is it though?
Okay, fine. It's not. It can go below the Black. It can be the second one. Okay, Lion's Arch Aerodrome. It's kind of... I'm not sure why I added this, to be honest. I feel like maybe this shouldn't be here.
I'm not very... I mean, it's a map. It's got portals in it, but it's not
iconic, though. It's kind of cool. It's in the Aerodrome. It's really small. Yeah. It's fun. I like the Aerodrome.
What is it? It doesn't look... It's very boring, though. It doesn't look very good, does it?
Yeah. It's just... I like that it feels... Because it's small, everybody's very concentrated.
Yeah.
That's something I like. Like, when you go to, like, New Lion's Arch, like, you've got people at the bank and at the TP, and apart from that, you don't see anybody, because the map is so big. But on Lion's Arch Aerodrome, it's just, like, a bunch of people packed.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool. Feels kind of social.
It's basically the quarantine for all the elitists in the game. Feels good.
Wow. I think it's really bad that the race portals aren't in order. It goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, which is weird. I actually that puts it down for me a bit. It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, realistically, I think it's C tier. I mean, it's functional, right? Like, it's nothing special. It does what it's supposed to do, right?
Sure, it can go below the growth though.
Yeah, I put it bottom of C tier. Bottom of C tier.
Yeah. Oh, now we are finally going into post-launch.
We did it!
Left.
We made it through core, guys! Good job! Let's go!
Left core. I think we are an hour and 15 minutes into this tier list now.
You haven't included the PvP lobby, by the way. What's up with that? What's up with that, Lara?
That's true. That's true.
ArenaNet forgot PvP. Lara forgot PvP. Goodness me.
Wow.
It's over.
I should have included all the launch bosses. Then
yeah.
this video would truly be
like
longer.
every single one.
South Sun Cove. I do not like this map very much.
I'm gonna add swamp. As much,
I think it was
don't
really
like saying
cool at
that,
launch. Like were you there during the events and you had to get in there and like capture the map like camp by camp by camp? I thought that was cool.
I think the interesting thing here, right, is that it's worth examining why is South Sun Cove not good. It's not good because it was designed with this idea in mind that the world was going to actually change and they were going to add and remove content dynamically. And they were still on that idea there, the whole Karka invasion of Lion's Arch. And then we had to, go and like hunt them down and like battle the ancient, which was incredible. Like, that was actually an insane gaming moment. There was a one-time event where you had to basically push this Giga Karka into a volcano, then we burned it with lava, right? That was epic. That was insane. But of course, that's the problem. That happened. That's past tense right
also,
now.
the servers broke down really badly during this event.
Yeah.
Do you remember? It was like a big lag for everybody. But it was cool. It was a cool concept. But it's... how they brought back Season 1 and the return to Season 1, it doesn't include South Sun Cove at all. I wouldn't be surprised if like most new Guild Wars 2 players like just straight up don't realize that this map exists. Because the story never even takes you here. It's not much reason to go back, it feels like.
I think it would be really cool if they actually did add back like the ancient Karka event somehow, so you could almost have that experience again. Like, that would promote it. But cool. In my mind, there's not really much going on this map. The jumping puzzle is actually a bit of a favorite of mine. Actually, I used to farm it for passion flowers because you could get loads of passion flowers by doing the jumping puzzle, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this is not a good map. Like, let's be honest, this is not good.
It's a bit of a relic, I would say. It wasn't bad at the time, but it's just kind of there now.
It's swamp tier. Possibly the bottom of swamp tier. It is, I think, relic is the perfect way of describing it. It is a relic from a time gone by in Guild Wars that no longer exists.
Let's do it, bottom of swamp tier.
Yeah.
Now we're going into Season 2. Wow, we went through Season 1 real quick because there was only one map. Dry top. Oh wow. I loved Dry top when it came out. With like the different powers that you had to get, so you could jump and dash and stuff, and like it got expanded over time and stuff. And like the sandstorm, and there were like cool bosses to fight and stuff. But I think this map was really hurt by mounts existing. Like the whole sort of special thing about this map is entirely irrelevant nowadays because you just use mounts instead. And it just makes it feel really small now. Like the whole sort of special thing about it just isn't really relevant anymore, it feels like.
I feel similar about this one to South Sun Cove. Like, Dry Top worked very well as current content because the way the story was going at this point, it was like a mystery, right? We were kind of like following the footsteps of Scarlet, right? And like trying to figure out what her operation was, basically. And that was cool. Like, when you go through and you like break into the cavern, right, and you find the machine, all this kind of stuff is actually really exciting. But that only worked when it was a mystery, right? And I think you're absolutely right about mounts, right? Like, taking away the relevance of those that puzzle element, like, oh, you've got to use this power up here to get through. Like, without that, this map crumbles. In my opinion, it completely folds and doesn't really work. And the actual event content, I think, is very mediocre. It's the sandstorm event. I don't really like it. Like, I've never really got into this. Is something that has, in my opinion, plagued Guild Wars 2 forever. This whole, yo, Lara, I'm gonna open a chest. I'm opening. Like, I really I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I don't want to press F on a chest. Like dig up a chest with a shovel. What are we doing here?
We're gonna talk about that with Silverway soon. But yeah, I just don't think it aged very well. It was decent at the time though, but I think it goes into Swamp Tear, honestly.
Yeah, for me it has to go into Swamp Tear. I will say that, and this is something that we'll talk about a bit with Silverwaste too, I think, is that we did see we saw ArenaNet developing their map design philosophy with Drytop and Silverwaste. Yes. This idea of tier 1 through to T6, that is interesting, right? And we see that kind of idea of participation get reflected in a lot of maps down the line, which is cool, actually. But yeah, we're very much in the primordial stages when we're talking about Drytop. Interesting just to see, like, almost like the development process at ArenaNet, like the advance of how they design this stuff. But yeah, it's Swamp Tear. This is not a good map. I don't like this map at all.
I think it goes between Sparkfly and DSR. Because it's got like some stuff going for it. It was kind of unique and stuff. It's got like a legacy, you know?
It does, and I think it's not a bad story experience, for sure. It has some interesting things. Like, you know, what it does really well is this, you know, oh, you're in like this kind of like barren wasteland, but there's like a secret hidden in it, right? And that's pretty cool.
Yes.
Like, that kind of treasure hunt element. I'm almost thinking that we should actually maybe give it C tier, purely because I think it has some cool design elements to it, to be honest. Being a little bit more generous, but it's not amazing. I can give it, like, low C tier.
Sure. I think it can go under the Grove, maybe.
Yeah.
I think that's a good spot.
Okay, deal.
And then up next is the Silver Waste. I have very complicated feelings about this map, because I grinded it so much back in the day. You remember there was an event where you could get a random drop in the Silver Waste to get access to the Heart of Thorns beta test. Yeah. But you had to like grind Silver Waste for like hours and hours to like hope to get it. So I played so much Silver Waste that I entirely burned myself out on this map. But so I have zero desire to go back to this map ever because I'm so burned out on it. But I think that this is the first time we ever got to see sort of the modern meta approach in Guild Wars 2 a little bit. You know, Vine Raft, the different lanes that you have to push, like getting the map tier up and stuff. I think this map was really sort of a experiment leading into Heart of Thorns. Like, what is this like? Reba.
Yeah. Reba is absolute garbage. I have no idea. I have no idea what people say.
Back then it was cool.
No, trash. Even then it was trash. What was good was the Vine Wrath. That was cool. Pushing through the lane, you fight a mini-boss, boom, there's a giant flower. Shame you don't really fight the giant flower. That would have been good. And we kind of, yeah, as you say, they kind of iterated on that a lot going into Heart of Thorns. But no, Reba is absolute garbage. It's unfun. It's like boring. It's like mowing down trash ones that do nothing. Even in the core game it was like this. It's not good. And you have to do the stupid chest stuff. The jumping puzzle is actually one of the...
The jumping puzzle is so good.
The jumping puzzle is one of the best jumping puzzles in the game. Arguably, it could compete for the top spot. It's incredible. It's massive. It's expansive.
Yeah.
It's almost like an exploration element. It's got the puzzle element at the end as well with like the script holes climbing up and down.
Yeah.
Awesome. And it's even funny. It's a little funny joke when you try and find the dowsing rod because they're trying to get Rain to float their upside down ship. You know, I think it's called the SS Topsy Turvy or something, right? Or something like that. Yes, very good. Jumping puzzle is absolutely S tier. Reba, trash tier. Going into the breach to kill the champions.
I don't like the design. The design of this map, I find it's very boring. I think everything looks the same kind of in this map.
This is a weird one, but I actually really don't hate that. I think I do like the desert appearances sometimes. Like, I do like stuff like, if you play Guild Wars 1, right? Like, old school Crystal Oasis, right? And that kind of area. The Crystal Desert there.
It's so much better, though, than the Silver Waste.
I guess Silver Waste
is so different to me.
It is a little bit different, I guess.
I think we can say Silver Waste has got some really interesting highlights, but it's also got some parts we don't like about it.
I think
it's kind of mixed.
It's a mixed bag for me. I think it's better than Dry Top.
For
but
sure,
it's not much
I agree.
better. It's not much better than Dry Top. I do think that the actual boss event itself is actually pretty okay. It's basically an unrefined version of what Heart of Thorns is going to be.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So I'd say I just put it. I put it directly above Dry Top. It's
really.
Yeah.
Wow. I'd put it in B tier, honestly.
B tier.
Like with all the redeeming factors
Yeah,
they
yeah, I
have,
can do B
redeeming
tier.
qualities.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
can,
the jumping tools and stuff.
Yeah, I can do a B tier. Where are you putting it in B tier?
I'd put it just above Lornart, I think.
Okay, done.
Just above. Low B tier. Wow, we're done with season 2. We're making so much more progress
finally
now.
the good content. Let's
Art
go.
Thorns. I think this is an easy one though, isn't it? This first one.
This is not going to be hard to rate. Like we all know it.
No.
Everyone knows it. Everyone knows this. We all know. Verdant Brink S tier.
Verdant Brink,
S
yeah,
tier.
easy.
Easy
100%.
S tier. Very easy S tier, actually.
Still
Very
one
easy.
of the best maps in the game ever.
Yeah,
like the
not even
sheer
close.
amount of like detail and verticality, and the verticality doesn't feel annoying, right? Well, it can be a bit annoying, but like you sort of like learn to like navigate the different updrafts and go between the different layers, and there's like stuff hidden everywhere, and there's cool vents, and there's just the meta event is called multiple sick bosses. It's not even just one.
5 bosses. 5 boss encounters.
It's so good. Yeah.
I mean, this
Easily
we might have to do a new tier. In fact, we do.
S+.
I think it has to be. Yeah, we have to do S+.
It's way better than Cursed, sure.
Yeah, S+. S+ tier is created.
It is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. When Heart of Thorns came out, well, this is a little bit of a leak of my opinions here. This revolutionized the game. Like these maps dominated what they had in core. They took what they had in core, and I don't want to disrespect the core maps. ArenaNet looked what they had in core, and they took everything there, they learned on it, and they made it better. And that was what Heart of Thorns was. Incredible exploration, really cool combat experiences across the board. It utilized the verticality incredibly well. The visual design is absolutely breathtaking with the crashed airships, the Mordramoth vines wrapping around them, right? Going into the depths where you have these like writhing tendrils. The enemy design was really cool. It was dangerous. You had adventures on it as well, by the way, which were also really cool. A new feature with HOT. I mean, just bursting with content, right? And vibrancy
and the whole
and life.
Metroidvania bits, right? Like getting the different masteries, and then it lets you get to like a new area that you couldn't get to, and now you can go past the poison and get that final like mastery point that you didn't have and stuff. Yeah, Verdant Brink is and it's still good as well.
It is,
right? Like
it's aged
incredibly well. It's a bit sad though, like people just park an alt at the matriarch, and then they kill the matriarch and they log off. But every once in a while, you see somebody doing a tier 4 attempt, and it's a blast every time.
It is. And that's a reward balancing issue. The issue is that the way the reward structure on that map is flawed.
Yeah.
And that's true with a lot of HOT maps, actually, to be honest, because... Well, it's funny, because back in the day, you really wanted to get max participation in order to get max rewards. But they actually changed that. They changed that a lot because people complained about it, basically, that it was like too much of a grind to do it. So they actually made it so you didn't have to do that. And then that behavior started. That is something that plagues all of the HOT maps now, actually. But again, that was a player-based complaint that ArenaNet then kind of fixed, but it was a bit of a be careful what you wish for moment, I feel like, because it definitely did compromise the overall map experience, because it went from you wanted to play the whole map to get like big rewards down to you just like one-shot the boss and then piss off, right? Which is something like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still good though. S+ for sure.
Yep, S+ tier. Auric Basin.
Auric Basin. It's called Fungus Among Us in it.
I think it... I'm going to be a broken record here, but this to me is S+. Immediately.
Okay, I do agree. Octavine is really good. Octavine is good. Like, I like the sort of the pre-events as well. Nobody ever does the pre-events unless if there's like baubles, right? Sometimes the bauble reward comes in. But the events on this map are really good. The design is so freaking good as well. The music is like perfect. Yeah. I don't like the exploration quite as much as Verdant Brink.
No, it's not.
But
It's not as good in that regard.
I like the vibes way more than in Verdant Brink. Like the sort of the magical forest, right? You can go under tower and explore everything and stuff. It's in a way the perfect counterpart to Verdant Brink, in my opinion, because it has all the same strength, but it just focuses on slightly different stuff. But it works super well. They perfectly complement each other. I think this is S+ as well.
I think it has to be S+, yeah. I love it. There's a bunch of little mini-bosses too. You've got, like, the Golden Ooze. You've got the Vine-Tooth Prime.
Yes.
The hero points are pretty cool. You've got Fungus Among Us as well. Like, I think the adventures are... Well, I mean, the Flora's Lava's pretty cool, actually. Flora's Lava's pretty cool. The Fungus is pretty good. I guess the adventures aren't quite as interesting as the ones on Verdant Brink, I think. I really like the flying ones on Verdant Brink. Those are pretty cool. And the flamethrower one is a absolute classic as well. Octovine has not aged well. I will say that.
Nah, it's been power crept, for sure.
And I think that could potentially prompt a potential demotion to S tier. But no, personally, I'm not going to budge. I think it has to be S+. I think musically, it's incredible. Visually, the Golden City, the Exalted, it is magic. This is a magical map. And the gameplay has degraded. It has degraded 100%. More so than Verdant Brink, I'd say. But it's still very
I bet
good.
it's under Verdant Brink, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's under Verdant Brink, yeah, for sure. But I think Aura Basin, yeah, is just absolutely S+ tier. Like, everything is incredible. Yeah.
And now, it's the map everybody has been waiting for. Should we just skip it and just do this one at the end?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do Dragon Stand. We can do Dragon Stand first.
Dragon Stand is an incredibly cool experiment where, like, you know, the whole map is a meta. And it's the first time they ever did that, right? Like, the whole map is a meta. And it felt amazing when it first came out. And it was such a mind-blowing experience. But it has been power crept so badly. Like, when you go to the final boss and it just dies in one burn. And if you don't have a sky skill, if you don't have flying mounts, like, you barely even get to the boss before it's dead. This map has been massively hurt over the years. It has not aged nearly as well as the other Hardforms maps. But I still think it's pretty cool. But it's not S+.
It is S+.
I think it's A tier.
It is
you
S+.
think so?
It is absolutely S+. I would say, and look, this might be a slightly hot take, but I can justify it. I think Dragon Stand is the best map they've ever made, realistically.
What? Really?
There's another map it could compete with, which will also be a hot take. I'm almost like spoiling it there. But to be frank, Dragon Stand is I think it is the magnum opus of Guild Wars 2, of ArenaNet. Yeah, 100%.
I agree when it came out.
In context. Because, okay, there's a lot of dialogue, a discourse right now in particular after Soto about how they don't like meta maps, and I completely agree. I think a map like Dragon Stand on its own or as a part of a 2-map expansion like we have now, no, that is unacceptable. However, because this map was the final map in HOT, right? You go through Verdant Brink, then you go into Aura Basin, then you go into Tangled Depths, and then you end up in Dragon Stand. That is the perfect finale. And
I do agree.
It is a thematic gameplay masterpiece. It is, in my opinion, the best experience ArenaNet have ever crafted because of how it is. You're pushing through, right? You're fighting back the waves of Mordrum. You have to get through the worms. You get there. You fight the 3 mini-bosses that have been plaguing you throughout the entire story, by the way. You encounter all of those kind of corrupted heroes multiple times all over the place. And then you finally have that showdown in the Blighting Pods. That's where Zojra is as well there, by the way.
We're not talking about that part.
You're in the Blighting Pod, guys.
Okay, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then you get to the you fight Mortemorph, okay? And then, like, the whole Mortemorph phase, it's finally ending. And then you think, like, now we're gonna go to the really cool stage. And Larenfear goes like, we have to fight up the tower. And then the other NPC randomly goes, no need, it's dying! There was supposed to be another stage, but I think it's got cut. So I think they added that part. I think they added the dialogue where it's like, oh, it's fine.
I agree.
Yeah,
it is. Well, okay, no. You know what? I'm actually going to cope out on this. Do you know why? There is actually an in-game explanation for that. It is goofy, it is scuffed, but it actually does make sense.
The story, kind of.
Yeah,
I guess,
because
right?
the story is that Dragon Stand is taking place simultaneously as the story. So while you're weakening Mordramoth on the outside, the player character, the hero, is battling the mind of Mordramoth simultaneously. So basically what happens is that you're beating him down on those islands, and at the same time, you are invading its mind through the tree, basically. And when it dies, that is the climax of both of those battles happening at the same time, and that's why it dies suddenly. Yes, that is slightly contrived, and you are right. They probably did have plans to do a little bit more, and they just tried to make it work. That is true, but there is actually an explanation for why that is the case. And for me, nothing compares to doing Dragon Stand for the first time back in HOT. You break through the bosses, and it was hard, by the way. It failed a lot. That was back in the day when Guild Wars 2 players had a bit of a tolerance for failure. Dragon Stand did not succeed every time. Neither did Chat Garen either. Right, neither did the Octovine, funnily enough, actually.
I mean, Chuck never succeeded at the start, right?
Yeah, and
jumping out a little bit there.
People were okay with that, right? People were actually okay with losing back then. And you finally make it through. You coordinate killing all the mini-bosses at the same time. And then you move out, and you see these islands, and then the worm appears out of nowhere, and it's like, wow, you can't even beat that.
Okay, I agree, but...
You can't beat it.
What about how it's aged, though?
It has aged extremely poorly. I think one of the most heartbreaking moments to me in recent times was actually watching Preach play this through.
Oh, yeah.
Because he had such a bad time. And honestly, it made me so sad. It made me so sad. Because you brought this up already, right? Like, if you have mounts, this sucks. Yeah. Right? You know, and so much how much power creep there is, you don't even see the phases, you don't see the mechanics or any of that, really. It is one of the fights that I really wish they would just crank the HP up on this thing, like double the HP or more, even, and disable mounts there. That would make it magic again, I think, because right now it really isn't. It probably needs some rewards too, because it has kind of fallen behind in terms of like the kind of like the reward output of more modern content as well. That's why it's less popular, right, than some of the other things. But to me, this is mandatory S+ tier, because I think in terms of overall thematic open world experience, this is the best they've done. I think it even surpasses a map that we'll talk about later in terms of the overall kind of amalgamated combined experience. It is the best.
Wow. Okay, I would have agreed with you on this on Heart of Thorns launch, and I might have even put it like as the best map straight up back then. But the way it's aged really does knock it down for me. So personally, I would put it in S tier. I'd put it on the highest S tier. Okay,
fine. Yeah, I'll do that, but I've given my speech, so everyone knows what I think. Okay, I hope that was an impassioned defense of Dragon Stand. And I will say that, you know, having full meta maps is not ideal. Right, I will say that too. That is obviously, you know, if you're not doing the meta, you can't really play that much on the map unless you do some kind of fun map breaking, which, by the way, is fun to do, actually. But
it works much better in something like Heart of Thorns, it's free exploration maps as well.
I think in context, it's okay to have a meta map, right? Like, that's important to be aware of there, right? But yeah, in my mind, it's S+. Lara's coping saying it's S tier, but okay, fine. Wait, are we really doing Tangled Depths at the end, or like, are we doing it now?
No, we'll do it now. We'll do it now. Chat was really upset, rightfully.
Don't give in to them. Wait, are you caving?
No,
you caving to chat?
They pay my bills, people. Sometimes I gotta listen to them, you know? I don't want them to riot. By the way, use my affiliate link. Just saying, don't use Steeple's affiliate link. Okay, it's Tangled Depths. I had to put that in there. There's gonna be people like skipping to Tangled Depths specifically in the video, so that was the moment to do the shill.
Okay.
Tangled Depths.
New tier is needed. New tier is needed for this.
Really?
S++.
What?
Yes.
No.
Yep.
Okay. I will give a passionate speech on Tangled Depths, okay? Yeah. Tangled Depths is pain. You go in there, it is a struggle from start to finish. You get lost, you get hurt, you get a little bit traumatized, but that's okay. And I appreciate that it exists. I like that there's one map that sort of we all collectively kind of are a little bit scared of.
I love it.
So I really appreciate that Tangled Depths exists and I'm glad it's in the game. But it's sort of like I love to hate it a little bit. Does that make sense?
I
love that
agree.
It's like, oh,
everything
like,
you're describing about it is why it's good. It is a masterclass in level design. So many secrets, so many hidden areas, multiple different biomes. Awesome meta event. One of the meta events that again has aged very well. When think about this. Whenever we talk about a new world boss, you know, when we're talking about say the Titans in Janthia, right, or the world bosses in Soto, what do we compare it to? Chat Garant. Right? That's the benchmark, yeah? Like, it's always Chat Garant. That's what we compare it to with the events. Awesome lore. You've got frogs in there. You've got Chak. You've got a Radanovus, which is insane. This kind of, like, underground, abandoned facility. Right? All of the lore with Zin being in play there. Like, the golems, the different lanes. Fungus, hidden earth elemental thing there as well. Loads of places to explore and find to get the POIs. The entire underwater kind of channel system that lets you get all over the place. Right? Wow. This is crazy. This map is insane. It's a candidate for best map in the game.
I will say it is a masterclass of level design.
Yeah.
But as a player who gets lost very easily, I do not always have a good time going there. Again, I massively appreciate that it exists, but I am so happy that not every map in the game is Tangled Depths. Like, if every map in the game was Tangled Depths, I'm not sure if I would like this game that much. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm glad one of the maps is Tangled Depths, but I don't need second Tangled Depths. I'm good with just one Tangled Depths, okay? That's how I feel about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to have variety. It always is. But, yeah, Tangled Depths, I'd say S+. Has to be S+. Like, all of the things about it are awesome. And yeah, Chat Garant, the fact that you have to get loot after waiting for 10 minutes, that's not good. But to be fair to ArenaNet, you were supposed to do it in 3 burn phases, remember, guys, right? Like, you only ended up waiting for like a minute when the game was actually balanced around the content, right? It wasn't like mega power crept, right?
I think it was supposed to be that it would break the way into Dragon's stands, right?
Yeah,
but then
you would go to
they just
Dragon's
kind of put a portal.
Yeah.
I think they added that later, like well, it was before launch.
I think it was already
original.
There. Yeah, they probably did originally want it to be
the original
like a
plan
combo.
was that wasn't gonna be there.
Yeah, and that would probably have been a bit much, right? Like double meta event, like back to back, especially since Dragon's Stand was kind of long on launch. It was like an hour on launch to do that map. Yeah, incredible. I think it has to be. It's better than Ori Basin. The lowest I'm willing to put this is below Verdant Brink. I would probably say it's better than Verdant Brink, but I'm not sure if I can debate you into believing that.
I would put it above Dragon's Stand and Esther. That's why I put it.
It can't go in S tier. It can't go in S tier.
Okay, fine. So because I conceded, or well, because you conceded and put Dragon's Stand in regular S tier, I will concede and let you put Tangled Depths into S+.
Deal.
But YouTube comments, I wanted to put it in S tier, okay?
Yeah.
But this is me. If you agree with me, use my affiliate link for next year's expansion. If you agree with T-Bot, use his affiliate.
Big. Well, it's probably not going to work out well for me. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are mentally broken by Tangled Depths. But look,
including me.
Thing is, Lara, you're missing the trick here, okay? Guys, just buy 2 copies of the game from both of our referral links.
You're
Come on, Lara, think big.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Sure.
Okay? It's in the description. I'm going to link Lara's link too, guys, so you can actually like have a tab open with each link. Okay? You can kind of, be buying them both at the same time, right? Buying the Ultimate Edition, guys. Get the complete collection. Get the Ultimate Edition. Come on. Let's go. So yeah, S+.
Alright. Fine. Under Verdant Brink.
Oh, what a surprise. Oh, wait. Guys, wait, what? Heart of Thorns has got the best 4 maps in the game? No way. Who could have seen that one coming?
There's gonna be more.
Wow. Oh my god, I didn't see that
These maps are gonna be
guys.
beaten. There's gonna be other maps beating them. We are gonna be here for so many hours, I feel.
Yeah, we're not even like close to done. It's not even close, guys.
We're like halfway.
Yeah, like halfway. We gotta keep this energy up. Bloodstone Fen.
I like the aesthetic, but it's too small. Like, it's like one of the smallest maps in the game, in my opinion. It's kind of cool that it's kind of vertical, and you can go into the cave, and you can go to the floating islands and stuff. But I don't have a lot of reasons to go back here. I don't like the fact that there's no big meta event or something here.
I think that time has done Living Story 3 dirty, because the original gameplay loop for all of LS3 was, this was basically like the only consistent way to get ascended trinkets, right? This is like the way to do that. And now there's much better ways to do that realistically. Like, well, funnily enough, Living Story Season 4 is really good for this. And of course, just playing gamers, right? They've added it to World vs. World and PvP and PvE, right? All this kind of stuff. It's super easy to get now these days. So I actually think the end game loop, I feel like, was really good on these maps when it was current. Like, they're doing all the dailies, and you'd want to do the meta event, go and kill the Unbound Guardian, all of like the armors and like mine that you'd like gather to get the blood rubies, so you could buy ascended gear, right? And all the maps, like this is a bit of a running theme on all of these maps. I do agree that that has essentially collapsed now, but allow me to defend this. I assume you played Living Story Season 3 Rush, right?
I actually didn't play that. Oh, I think I was busy at the time.
It was really good. I was actually a little bit taken aback with how good it was. It was really fun to go back and play through all that content. Like, the actual content itself is good. It's that, yeah, you don't really have much of a motivation to go there, right? And when you're there on your own, these maps are relatively barren a lot of the time. It's mostly people doing Aurora for the legendary collection there.
Aurora is so good, though. I love going for Aurora and like going for these maps instead of completing them and stuff.
Aurora on its own, in my opinion, has to actually promote every single Living Season 3 map just because of how good Aurora is on its own.
Yeah,
Context,
I agree.
Legendary Trinket Collection, guys. Awesome bit of storytelling and roleplay. It is so good. I am so glad I eventually decided to do it. I've done it twice now, of course, on my main and my ult. Aurora is insane. Aurora is such a fun thing to do. It elevates all of this content and keeps it relevant. So even though but what?
Out of Season 3, I think Bloodstone Fen is one of the weaker ones. I think other Season 3 maps are better than Bloodstone Fen, personally.
It's not my favorite Living Story. Yeah, it's not my favorite map, for sure. It's not my favorite.
It can be in B-tier. Yeah, I think that's solid.
Yeah, I mean, it can go in B-tier. I'd put it on the higher end of B-tier, though, to be honest. Like, it'll be up there for me.
I think it can be above Fireheart's Rise.
Okay.
Below Fields of Ruin. I think that's a good spot.
Yep. I think that's fair. That's very fair.
Ember Bay. Ember Bay is so good. I love Ember Bay.
I love the lore. The legend. The jumping puzzle.
Yes, and it's like, it's so different, right? Like, it's its own biome. I think that's kind of sick that like in Season 3 they went like, yo, let's just do Ring of Fire. You know, they didn't save that like for an expansion, but they just put it in Season 3. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And just the aesthetics are like completely different from almost everything else in the game. It's super cool. And there's like there's the different bosses that spawn, right? There's the big worm you can fight. There's like the Jade Construct and stuff. There's the sloth you get to fight. It's cool.
Yeah,
I like Ember Bay.
Ember Bay is pretty good. I think it ends up being an A tier, I think, for me. Because it has one of the best jumping puzzles in the game in it, which is the Chalice of Tears. Maybe my second favorite jumping puzzle, which another one is my favorite jumping puzzle is contained on a Living Story Season 3 map that we'll get to. But yeah, it is a really awesome experience. Incredible memories of doing that jump puzzle for the first time with the crew and figuring it out. The aesthetics are cool. You've got the skulls. It's very spooky. You've got the giant worm. You've got the destroyer thing, the green destroyer going on there as well. The sloth. The sloth is a little bit lame, to be honest. But I will say that, yeah, it's going to be A tier for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe even kind of a higher A tier, like, or at least in the middle. Where are you putting it? I need some inspiration.
I put it below Timberline, probably. I still like Timberline.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
a little above Queenslop, probably.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Bitter Frost Frontier. I like my Winterberry farm.
I can't rate this highly.
Honestly, though, apart from the Winterberry farm, there's not that much this map is going for. The visuals are nice, though. I like the forest with the big trees.
Yeah.
I like the whole spring area and stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
apart from that, it's just kind of, hey, it's like ice map you've already kind of seen.
One of the things that I actually found rather lacking in core Guild Wars 2 map design was the lack of sense of scale, I think. Especially when it comes to foliage.
Yeah.
And the fact that they had these big trees. I saw this in Grothmar and Drizzlewood later on too. Yeah, I love that. Like, the visuals are really cool here with this map. However, Legend of Team 3. The Legend of Team 3 must be mentioned here.
Oh, right. Because they used to leapfrog each other, right? For season 3 and season 4.
And Team 3 was sus. Let me put it like that. This map was originally... Well, okay. Do you not remember this context? Like, the Bitter Cold, right, was originally supposed to be an elite, highly rewarding area that was going to make getting, like, your Winterberry potion actually worth it and part of your gameplay. There was no content. There's nothing there. This map isn't finished.
True.
Like, I hate to say it, actually, but this almost has to be mold tier because of that. I really do view this map as a map that just isn't finished. Like, it's just not a finished map.
I like it more than Bloodstone Fen, though, personally.
No shot.
Actually, yes. Like, Bloodstone... I'd rather go back to Bitterfrost than to Bloodstone Fen, personally.
I mean, visually, it is nice, but what are you doing on that map? What happens?
Berry farm.
You farm berries?
Okay, I agree, but like the berry farm, it's almost like the berries are the only item that you can farm infinitely as long as you have infinite characters, right? Like, there's no daily limits to gathering winterberries. That's really the main reason people do the winterberry farm instead of the other ones. It's just the one that is not capped for some reason.
I think
if you take that out of the rotation, there's not that much that Bitterfrost has got going for it, honestly.
It's gotta be C tier. Like, or at the bottom of B tier.
Sure.
Like, C tier or the bottom of B tier. It's not good.
I think C tier is fair.
C tier.
I think C tier is fair.
Where does it go? Where am I putting it? Is it better than Metrica Province?
It's better than Metrica Province because it's not a swamp.
It actually might be I think it's actually maybe kind of the top of C tier, actually. It's not, well...
I don't think it's as good as Blaze Witch.
Okay, it's better than Metrica Province, fine. It's mold. That's mold tier. I'm just gonna say,
Lake
guys,
Doric.
I put this in mold tier.
Lake Doric. Oh my god.
Lake Doric?
Lake Doric is so good.
It's
so
though?
cool. It's like, you just don't like Kryda maps for some reason. Like, I don't like swamp maps, but at least I'm honest about it. You just don't like Kryda for some reason. I love Lake Doric. It's so cool. It's like a war zone. The white mantle is attacking, and like, the hearts are pain though. The hearts take forever for some reason. But there's like the cool little jumping thingy, right? Like the obstacle course, and there's the centaur leather farm. I like this map.
The only people who play this map are AFK farmers.
Played it back in the day. But yeah, there's no reason to go back. But that's kind of a thing with almost all Season 3 maps.
I'll actually give it a little bit of credit. Like, when you go back for Aurora, and you have to kill all the bosses, basically, as part of the collection, the one thing that really stuck out to me was that the encounter design on the bosses that you fight, like the White Mantle bosses and the Jade Armor, it's actually rather good. The encounter design is solid. It's some of the better open world bosses, actually, in Living World Season 3, I think. So it definitely has that going for it. However, visually, I don't find it particularly interesting, overall.
I like that you can see Divinity's Reach, and then there's the big Mesmer dome over the city and stuff, and it's like a war zone. I think it's cool. I like Lake Doric.
It's better than Bitterfrost. I'd put it in B tier.
Yeah.
I'd put it in B tier. It's like, I would actually say it's worse than Bloodstone Fen. But maybe you'd say it's better than Bloodstone Fen. And I think
it's better than Bloodstone Fen.
I can bend on that. I'm putting it directly above Bloodstone Fen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Draconis Mons.
This is going to be a hot take.
Yeah.
This is a hot take for me. I would actually say A tier on this immediately.
Yeah, I have the same hot take. I actually think it's quite good.
Yeah.
I think the issue is that people are burned out because of the Wayfarer's Henge, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's why everybody kind of grows to hate it, because you got to do the hearts for 16 days in a row. But the idea is really freaking cool.
Yeah.
Like, you're in this volcano, and it's really vertical, and there's all these areas, and there's like Inquest, and there's the spiders. I don't like the spiders that much, but the idea is really cool. And like the water is like boiling kinda, and there's the destroyer balls. This map is very cool in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it is actually really cool. The bosses are alright. I think visually it's absolutely incredible. I think.
I
Like
agree.
all of the, the blue things dangling down from the ceiling. You've got like the drip of water
Yes.
trickling down, right? You have the Azura kind of fortification areas going on there, like the Inquest there. There's the giant worm that's come back for revenge as well. Like all the different creatures. I love the fact that, you've got the dinosaurs there. It's like the idea is that this map is kind of like this like cradle of nature, right? And like the volcano has created this kind of weird biome where all these like giant creatures can live and all that kind of crazy stuff. You've got all the little event chains going on there. The druid stuff going on there, like the druid stuff happening too. Like that entire lore and attached to Aurora is pretty insane. This is S tier, A tier. I could even argue this to go into S tier, low S tier, I think.
The jumping puzzle is a disaster.
The jump puzzle is trash. It is absolute garbage.
It's really bad.
It is going to lose points for that. Like, it's definitely going to lose points. But Draconis Mons is actually extremely high tier. I think A, yeah. I think A tier. Yeah, A tier.
Yeah, I think A tier is good.
Yeah.
I think A tier.
High A tier,
but it can
though.
be high A tier. Yeah,
I'm moving it up. I'm moving it above Divinity's Reach. It's better than Divinity's Reach.
Sure. Siren's Landing. I actually really do not like this map, which is weird because I like the lore. I like that we're back in Ore. There's the stuff with the gold, but just the actual like running around this map, it feels really weirdly cramped to me. To me, it feels like they had this really ambitious idea, but then they crammed it into this really tiny map. Like all these highlights are like right next to each other. But the jumping puzzle is so freaking good on this map.
It is actually the best jumping puzzle in the game. That was what I was talking about previously. To me, it strikes
really good.
the perfect balance. I will concede. I'll admit this. Chalice of Tears is probably a little bit too obfuscated, right? It's a little bit too, it's not entirely obvious where you're going, but it's challenging, and that's good. And the other side of that, I think, is Draconis Mons. That one's way too far. I think it's super annoying to navigate, very frustrating. Siren's Landing is the perfect combination of, you do have to think about where you're going next and kind of figure out where you've got to go, but it's not bullshit, right? It's very...
Yeah.
It makes sense, right? You go, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I get that. And it's also got some challenging jumping in it as well. It has that, the platforming element that I really like in these jumping puzzles. I also really like it visually. It's an ore map. You guys know I like ore maps. Music, awesome. Visuals, incredible. Thematically, it's really cool as well. I definitely agree with you, though. The actual gameplay is very mediocre, I would say, with all of the god statues that you have to power up. It's good roleplay, but the actual gameplay implementation is not very good. Overall, but I would say just on the visuals and the jumping puzzle, I think it maybe deserves to be in like B tier. It does. I don't think I can put it in A tier because its gameplay is pretty bad. It's pretty bad gameplay outside of the jumping puzzle.
The jumping puzzle really redeems this map, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's so cool to get like super high up in the sky, right? And then like you can jump off and it's like this massive tower.
It's incredible. I love it. It looks so good. Like this, the ship is crashed on the top of it, right? And when you get there and you loot the chest, it glows blue, like with the undead flames as well. Oh my god! And you can look up at it and you can look down and see where you've come from. Wow. Wow!
This map also has like the mastery, and I to this day still do not understand how it works. It's like some siren singing thing or whatever that like
it's overcomplicated trash. That's what it is. It makes no sense. At
any point in the game, it doesn't come back. Yeah, I put it in B tier probably. Honestly,
I'm with you on B tier. I put it towards the top of B tier though because I do have a bit of a soft spot for it.
I think it goes above Bloodstone Fen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it goes above Lake Doric though.
I think it's worse than Lake Doric. It's it's not.
In between.
Yeah, it's in between. Yeah.
Half of Fire. Wow, we have now progressed to 5 years ago. We still have quite some maps to go. This is gonna be an interesting one. Because I think for all the Path of Fire maps, I think the initial exploration experience was awesome. I think these are some of the prettiest maps in the whole game, straight up. But I think from a gameplay perspective, I think a lot of these maps kind of struggle a little bit. I think that's because they're so big, the event density is really low. So like very often you're just kind of like going around and there's not really very much happening. And then the meta events, if you compare it to Heart of Thorns, they do not hold up whatsoever in comparison. But like the vibe, I like the vibes. I love that initial playthrough and the exploration and stuff. But, yeah, just.
And if we're being real, I mean, I think you put it. I couldn't put it better myself, really. From an exploration perspective, these maps are insane, visually gorgeous, incredible landscapes. Like they really some of the best deserts I've ever seen implemented in a video game. Like, how do you turn sand into something interesting? Well, Path of Fire did that, right? With all these hidden collections and stories, right? And like places that you can find your way into, right? Incredibly striking, wide open visuals, right? Like oases, the dwarven architecture that you could find in the desert islands, right? Like all this kind of stuff. Like delving into the pyramids. And you know what I really like? I like the jugs, right? They're like with like water flowing out of them and filled with
water.
Yeah, so cool. It's breathtaking. And we're kind of blending all of Path of Fire together, but you know, the Mirage City you can find your way into in Desert Highlands, right? And all this kind of stuff. It is just so good, but it is just so empty. There is nothing going on in these maps. Oh boy. It is very much a safari. You see it once and then there is nothing to do. So realistically, these maps have to, they can't be rated highly in my mind because they just don't have gameplay. It's pure exploration. And I think a good Guild Wars 2 map has to have both. Like the HOT maps balanced exploration and gameplay very well, and Path of Fire in my mind just went spinning off in the wrong direction, and neglected a core part of Guild Wars 2, which was the open world gameplay.
Yeah, there's bounties, but personally I don't like bounties nearly as much as a good meta events, personally. I do actually, getting ahead of myself, but there's one POF map that I quite like. But maybe we should just go through them in order. I can kind of rapid fire these a bit. Crystal Oasis. It's one of the better ones, I think. Like, at least it's got the pinata, but the pinata isn't very exciting. I like the visuals, I guess. The visuals are quite good. But again, first playthrough, amazing. Replayability, not so amazing. I'd put it in B tier, I think. Maybe A tier? Low A tier, high B tier.
I'm actually really struggling to I'm struggling to evaluate these, really, because they are quite
part of
cool.
it is really good, and then part of it is not as good.
I think B tier is fair.
I think it can be high B tier though.
It can be, it can be a high B tier. I think it could even be towards the top of B tier, maybe even the top of B tier.
Yeah, I think it's better than Blood Ties.
Yeah, I'll allow that. Yeah, it has the jackal jumping puzzle. That is cool, actually. I like that. That's a fun mountain minigame. Yeah, I'll say top of B tier. I'll be fair. I'll be fair. You know, I can. Path of Fire, not my favorite expansion, I will admit, but we can be objective here a little bit.
Desert Highlands. Well, you just listed some things you like about Desert Highlands visually. The visuals of this map are really good.
They are, yeah.
Gameplay-wise, this one is below Crystal Oasis.
It is some of the wackiest non-gameplay ever. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with this one, to be honest.
The exploration is so good though, like the Dwarven puzzle and like you said, like the mirage in the sky. The exploration the first time is awesome.
Yeah,
but I think this map is like, it's like the biggest example of Path of Fire, where it's like exploration is awesome, replayability struggles hard. Like there's like the treasure hunt. I think that's the only quote unquote meta that you've got going on Desert Highlands, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it's something. It is very visually striking, though. You've got the Mirage, you have the Dwarven stuff, and it's actually, you know, I specifically chose my loading screen, actually. Like, you know, the thing I have for the stream starting soon? Like, people enjoy that for 20 minutes every single day. That's actually based off Desert Islands.
Oh, the joke!
Yeah, it's based off the...
Wow, I never thought
It's based off the waterfall at the end of that kind of, like, whole Dwarven kind of castle area. That's what it's based off. So I feel like I can't rate this lowly purely because of that, because it definitely has left its mark on me for sure. I think I
would tie it with Crystal Oasis, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd put it in B tier up there as well, like for those reasons for sure. It's pretty good.
I think I'd put it lower than Crystal Oasis though, personally.
It's a tie for me. It's a tie. I just say it's exactly the same.
Sure. It's Elon Riverlands.
Ooh, yeah, now we're in trouble. Now we're really in trouble.
It's a bit too empty, isn't it?
Yeah, this one is very empty. This is, I mean, it has the, it's got the doppelganger.
But it's been bugged for like 4 years or something at this point. Is it even a bug? Is it an intentional bug at this point? I don't even know.
I do want to be generous because I do really value that these maps are beautifully designed. But the gameplay on this one is so
visually so striking.
Yeah, it's incredible. I love it. Like the fact that we have this desert landscape, but it's contrasted with these farmlands going on there as well. And you start to see the influence of Joko as well. That's where you really start to see it, I feel like, is in the Elon Riverlands towards the south, right, of the map. All this kind of stuff and a lot of the undead stuff there. I think I'll give it C tier, but the top of C tier.
Sure. Above Wayfarer. I agree.
Yeah.
Desolation. Vibes are good. It's too big. I think this might be the biggest map in the whole game. Isn't it? I think it's close to being the biggest map in the whole game. Can be a bit of a pain to navigate with all the, like, I guess, like, the assets on the ground and stuff. I like the design, though. But I don't like it as much as the other Pathfire maps. I don't think the meta events are nearly as fun.
It's
like
mold.
the mold.
Mold.
The mold. Really?
Mold.
No. Like when you're in the town and you see like the big stuff, like the scale, the design of this map is so striking. I put it in Swamp.
So yeah, Swamp tier. So yeah, I can do Swamp. In my mind, it's mold. This map is an abomination, I think.
You think so?
Yeah, the meta event was bugged on launch. They never fixed it.
Okay.
It was literally broken on launch, day zero. And it's not even like a not bad bug. It's a bug that literally can stall the whole event. And they never fixed it. And the only reason you can do it is because Mount's bugged and can kill the stupid spikes. Like, I see Reddit posts with people saying, I can't do the achievement because everyone kills it with the Mount. You know what? Regularly.
You know what? I'll agree with Mold.
Yeah.
I'll agree. You are correct. That's kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
Going into Mold. It needs to be above the Black Citadel, though.
It's at the top of Mold. It's at the top of Mold.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I have a whole take, though. Vabby is actually good. Vabby is a good map. I really, really like Vabby. Like, the design of this map, and like the cool stuff with the griffin blazes, and yo, I'm gonna say it, Serpent's Ire is actually a good meta event.
Yeah, true.
Straight up.
Yeah.
I actually like Serpent's Ire.
Absolutely true.
It's the best POF map by far, in my opinion.
I can give it an A tier. I think it does look really cool. I really like a lot of the stuff about this map, actually. It obviously has the Griffin on it as well, bear that in mind, and the Sunspear Sanctuary, so that alone is a huge advantage for this map. I think it's really cool. You've got the Academy there as well, and that's a really fun thing, like how, you know, you kind of see the propaganda of Joko, right? All that kind of stuff, really interesting lore-wise. You see the brand, right? Like, you see the influence of the brand on this map as well. Serpent's Ire is actually a very good meta event. And of course, you also have the dogs, right? At the same time.
Yeah, the Hounds of Balthazar,
which
whatever.
Is respectable. It's a bit power corrupt, but, you know, okay, fine.
Okay.
It's okay. Absolutely.
I love the design of this map, though. It's actually, in my opinion, if we're purely basing this on how pretty it is, I'd put it in S tier, straight up. But it doesn't quite get there.
I think it can be towards the top of A tier. I'll give it to Vabby. Vabby's not bad, actually. It's you know, Path of Fire was weak in terms of open world, I think, but Vabby is actually pretty decent. I'd say, it's better than Divinity's Reach. Is it better than Draconis Mons?
Yeah, it's got to be better than Draconis Mons.
Okay, is it better than Mount Maelstrom?
Yes.
It might be better than Mount. Yeah, it kind of is actually. Okay, so it's the top of A tier. I think that's fair.
Sure.
I think that's actually fair.
All right. Yeah. We have one more expansion down.
Yeah. We've got to do
there's
season
only
4
like
now.
This is gonna be a long video. Domain of Ista. This map is actually really good in my opinion. Like the meta events, Plowdon is solid. And then there's also like the Sunspear Great Hall at the same time. I'm not sure if I like the design that much. Like I think I like the visuals of Istan more in Guild Wars 1, actually. This was like a bit of a return to form gameplay-wise, I feel. Gameplay was actually quite good on this map, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. Both of the meta events are actually decent. The Sunspear Great Hall is a bit awkward because it's hard to get to because it kind of starts on a timer based off the first one, which is weird. So it has some design problems, but actually, yeah, I would rate it pretty highly. Visually, it's not the best. I do agree with that. It's okay, but Palauodon is a really good meta event. I think the Sunspear Great Hall is also really cool, especially with the time with the Fractal, right? With Amala tied in with the Fractal as well. Twilight Oasis is also kicking in there. Actually, very good, I would say, overall. It is not a bad map whatsoever. I would rate it pretty highly. I'd put it up there. I've got it in A tier right now.
I could put it right under Vabi, personally.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe below Mount Maelstrom, actually.
Yeah. I've demoted it
Probably
below Mount Maelstrom. I think Mount Maelstrom visually is more interesting than Domain of Istan.
Right.
And this one doesn't really have a lot of secrets, really, does it? It's pretty straightforward map.
Well, there's actually like this, there's this unfinished area you can get into, which is kind of interesting. There's this massive cave that they never used, but it's not really, you're not really supposed to go there.
Quick note for Season 4 as well. Vision is way worse than Aurora. That does not help Season 4 maps. There you go.
It's still pretty good, though. I had a good time, but I agree. Aurora's better, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's still like a fun legendary to chase, in my opinion. I just don't like getting all the... Like, there's these achievements, you have to get, like, all the skins, and then you have to farm so much currency.
Did we do this in the wrong order, by the way? Shouldn't it have been Sandsport Isles first?
No. Istan was definitely first, wasn't it?
Wait.
Yes.
I'm insane. Am I crazy?
Yes, Istan was the first one.
I am clueless.
No, Istan was the second one, for sure.
Oh, well, there you go, then. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Then Swept Alls. It's a swamp.
You know,
I'm gonna say it again.
I have a slightly hot take. I think this map is actually better than people give it credit for. I quite
Really?
like how it looks. I like the Jin meta event, actually. Like the when you like the horn.
Oh, the storms,
when you toot the horn.
kinda?
Yeah, the storms event. That's actually pretty good.
The specimen chamber is okay as well, to be honest. It's not bad. Pretty fun. Like you go into the thing, and there's like the different like wyverns on like the platforms and stuff. It's really unique. It feels like you're in like some high-tech base, kinda. I don't actually hate that too much. It is still swamp though, but it's okay. I think it's
okay.
pretty middle of the road.
It's middle of the
not my
road.
favorite, but it's not
I'd say
bad.
it's slightly above average in terms of the quality. It's not a map I go back to that often. I do like the storm event. But other than that, I don't like the specimen chamber. It has some cool elements to it, but it's also just like, it's jank. And again, like the only people who really like that event, like the people, look, this is a good litmus test, right? The people who are most passionate about this map are AFK farmers. So people who don't play the game, right? So that's a bad sign. Well, that's true.
There's gonna be
that's just true,
real Sandswept fence, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, but the people who love it the most are AFK farmers. They love that stuff. They're into it big time.
Sure. They like Lake Dork as well.
Yeah.
It's their favorite maps.
I'd say beta.
Sure.
Middle of beta.
It can go above Siren's Landing for sure.
Okay. Kind of hurts me to do that, but I'll do it.
Oh no, it's Domain of Corna.
I mean, do I even need to say it?
No.
I think you need to say it.
Okay. Domain of Corna is a cool concept, but I will never forget the moment that I got so excited to go into the Moon Fortress. Gandera looks amazing on the map. Huge area from Guild Wars 1. And then we just went into one corridor and killed 2 mobs and left. And then the rest of the map is basically empty. It's cool to ride your roller beetle.
I'm gonna
that's it.
Hear me out. I think this is actually the worst map in the game.
I think that's
I actually do. I think this is legitimately the worst map in all of Guild Wars 2. 2 reasons. 1, the map actually sucks. It sucks so much, people forget that the roller beetle came with it, which is sick, right? Like, that's how bad it is.
True.
And more
It was a pretty good
importantly,
patch, honestly. The patch is pretty good.
Here's the other
It was
thing.
okay.
The setting for this map, right? Like the setting, the context, is a Grand Slam knockout. You're going into Gandhara, into the Moon Fortress. This map should have been the sickest shit in the season, right? This should have been so cool, right? And the fact that it wasn't actually makes, even though I would say there are some maps that could be considered worse than this, Domain of Corner is the worst map in the game because of how good it should have been, right? And the fact that its badness overshadowed some really cool stuff that actually came with Corner.
Yeah, the story was quite good, actually, in my opinion. Like, there's
Joko,
cutscenes.
right? This is the Joko moment, right? It's really good. Yeah.
There's a roller beetle, and but the map itself. Also, just Corna and Guild Wars 1 was so freaking cool.
Yeah.
Like, it was so different from everything.
Yeah.
And then this just felt like, hey, we used the exact same assets from the rest of Path of Fire, and it doesn't really feel like Corna. It just feels like, hey, we're doing Path of Fire assets, but it didn't feel like we were really going to a new place. Whereas, like, Ember Bay really feels like you're in this, like, new sort of setting. Because Corna felt to me a lot like stuff I had already seen, even though it was supposed to be Corna, which we had never been to.
Yeah.
So, I agree. I think it's going straight to the bottom.
Yeah. It's Malta. Worst map so far.
But, fortunately, Corna did get a good map, in my opinion, because Jahai Bluffs is actually quite good. I really like Jahai Bluffs.
Map's overrated.
You think so?
Yeah. I do like the technology they use with, like, the time bubbles. That was pretty cool, actually. The mist bubbles, that's really fun.
Yeah.
And there's actually some pretty cool bounties here. I like the sword and the shield, and also you've got the wyverns, the wyvern bounty as well. And they're like, you know, the fact that you can kind of see these, like, pockets into time. This is some really cool roleplay. But I find the gameplay to be pretty mid. Like, Death Branded Shatterer is, like, the most overrated boss in the game. People rave about this boss. Is it really good, though? Is it really good? I don't think it is. It's like, I don't know.
Decent. I will agree with you that it's not that mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's like, it fits neatly into your meta train, but it's not specifically my favorite. But it's still something, you know, compared to a lot of other Living World maps from this era. It was kind of cool to get, like, an actual world boss in a map like this. It's not nearly as good as something like Palawadon, though.
Yeah, to me this is like B tier, so it's alright.
I like the visuals a lot.
Yeah, it's good visually. I like the giant tornado. That's pretty fun as well. And I think there's some really interesting stuff there, right? Like the bounties are pretty cool. The you know, the pocket, the reality bubbles are actually pretty cool as well. I'm kind of selling this. I'm selling it a little bit now. Actually, maybe it does have to be a little bit higher.
There's the cool event where you go into this this like fortress kind of. It's like a race, and you go like through all these tunnels and stuff.
Oh yeah, that is pretty good actually. That is pretty cool. It's got some Griffin races on it too, actually, as well. That
I think it can be high B tier.
Yeah, it's high B tier.
I think it's up there with Crystal Oasis, Desert Highlands.
Yeah.
I think it fits there with those.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, I'd put it above them even.
Yeah, it's got better gameplay than those. Like those have some pretty putrid gameplay. Okay.
We're making good progress.
You know, yeah, and it did have Sun's Refuge, didn't it? Actually, that was Jahai, right? And that actually was pretty cool. Like all memes aside, there's some actual really fun story stuff there. I think in Jahai.
True.
I think people were hoping it was going to be more of a player housing angle, but you had to wait until Janthir for that. So it definitely like was disappointing in some respects, but I actually think like all of the storytelling they did there was actually really cool. Definitely the best part of Vision, right? Actually, was the Jahai arc for sure. Definitely the best part of it was all the Sun's Refuge stuff and doing all the story, for sure.
It's really pretty as well. I love the visuals on this map.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. All right, Thunderhead's Peaks. There are some stuff I really like about this map actually, like the Dwarven sort of mini dungeon that you go through. That shit is sick.
Oh, that is.
And like
good.
we're not rating these episodes, but like the whole stuff with Kalkatoric and like, I like the whole sort of visuals, like this dwarven, big sort of dwarven structure that you're inside of, and like the rest of Thunderheads, it's like there's some branded stuff and whatever. I gotta say though, I don't really like the all meta events very much, and also not really the assault meta events. Like there's this whole thing where you gotta like build siege, kind of, but I don't think it actually boss very much. It doesn't feel very impactful to me.
No, the RP. It's where they failed to deliver on the actual gameplay there. Once again, the boss is kind of lame. The boss is lame. So is the oil meta, really. Like, thematically, they're pretty interesting. The map is cool. Again, like, the dwarven themes are really interesting as well. Like, the mini dungeon is really good, I think. I also think the fortress that you kind of make your base in the story is insanely cool, where you're, like, forging the spears and stuff. That's really awesome. It looks great. But gameplay-wise, this map is... It's not good.
Didn't this used to be, like, the most laggy map in the game, pretty much?
Yes, the frame rate was very questionable.
Yeah.
I don't think it can have a high rating. I think this is B tier to me. Like, it's low B tier, I think. It's like low B tier. I put it at the bottom of B tier.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Sure.
Actually, is it...
Dragonfall.
Okay, hot take. I hate this map. Okay? Like...
Really?
You know what? Purely because of what this map should have been, I would put this in mold tier. Like, actual mold tier. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa!
So look,
okay, this is gonna be our biggest disagreement so far. I love Dragonfall.
Visually,
so cool.
Awesome. I love the God Realms bleeding in. You've got like magically infused Melandru fungus. That's what I like to see. You've got all the statues. It looks cool. It does look very cool. But the gameplay. Okay, Dragonfall is Dragon Stand, but almost like. It's like the Wish version of Dragon Stand, okay? Like, that's what it is. Is that meme too old to use now? Okay, I actually have to ask that question. I'm getting old, guys.
No, I think you can still say that.
It is hell garbage, hell trash, hell mold.
No! Okay, so, sure.
Oh my god, the
like
bridges.
Dragon
The bridges.
Stand more.
Oh my god, the bridges.
But if you compare this to, like, other maps in the game, I think this is easily the best Season 4 map. Easily. Gameplay-wise, like, the boss at the end is pretty sick, in my opinion.
No! Wait, what? Are you crazy?
Yeah! The boss is pretty cool.
The boss
like,
is
you go
terrible!
to different thingies. And, like, you gotta, like, fly and then break the thing there and then break the thing there. Okay, I agree. It's not that epic, but it's decent.
It is one of the worst boss fights they have ever added to the game. Maybe the worst. You don't fight the dragon. He sits there doing nothing while you pop blisters on him. That's all you do.
Okay, I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that a little bit.
It's actual trash.
Maybe I am also biased because it gives so much gold. So I'm always very happy when I do it. And I'm always like, yes.
And the worst thing is it does that stupid thing where it's like, oh, you killed the boss. Now, to actually get the loot, you got to go kill 15 champions all over the map and then press F to open chests.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. It's a bit of busy work, but I feel like this is like against like your style of gameplay. Yeah.
It is.
But like some of the like open vault mates, they love this map.
This map is an affront to me. It is an insult to it. To me, it is the anti-Guild Wars 2. I actually view this map as an anti-Guild Wars 2 map. Guild Wars 2 to me has always shone with its awesome, epic, open world boss fights, right? Like where it's immersing you in the world, you're fighting a giant dragon or a giant slug or a giant mushroom, okay, or something like that. And this, to me, is non-gameplay. Guild Wars 2 Open World should be its strengths. And I think that with this map, they don't lean into the combat system, right, whatsoever. Like, where's the combat?
It's more almost like a farmy map instead of like a bossy map. I can see what you mean with that.
Like, thing is, I like it when my video games pretend that they aren't video games, right? And to me, Dragonfall is almost the opposite of that. It's saying, hey, look at this, open the chest, get loot, watch the number go up. Like, to me...
It's a farm train turned into a map.
Exactly, and I hate that. I think it should always be design the gameplay first, the rewards second, right? Like, the gameplay should always be primary. And I don't feel that way about Dragonfall. It's like, okay, we need to make this, like, farmable. So they made it farmable, and they were like, okay, we'll just, like, throw some gameplay on it. It's not good. This is... For me, this is mold tier. I can do Swamp, though. Like, final offer.
Okay, you have a deal. Let's put it in Swamp.
Wait, where would
I
you
don't
put
know,
this?
like-
Where would you put it?
I probably put it in B tier.
B
Honestly.
tier. I can do C tier.
For
then.
me, I think the visuals and the lore and stuff really does sort of redeem it to me. I gotta admit though, it's not something I play very often. Like when I go do meta events and stuff, Dragonfall is not a meta I run very often. But I find it pretty decent, like busy work. It's like sometimes I'm in the mood to just turn my brain off and grind, and then I find Dragonfall to be a pretty decent experience. But I see what you mean, that it's very much like it's like Reba. It's the same reason you don't like Reba, I think.
Nothing but trash.
It's very much in that same category. Alright, C tier it is.
C tier, fine.
Be above dry top. Put it above dry top.
Grothmar.
Growthmar, this map is good actually.
This map
I
is
love this
good.
map.
This is a good map.
Like the visuals, solid. Events, really good actually. It's not like one big meta event, but it's like tiny meta events, but they're all really fun, right? Like there's the stuff with the fires you gotta like spread. I love that. I love spreading fire. That's always fun. There's the bit with the Metal Legion concert and stuff, and they sort of rotate in and out and stuff. It's cool, and it's also just one of the most gorgeous maps in the game, easily. I think this map is A tier, maybe even S tier.
I give it.
I think high A tier.
I give it A tier, for sure. Very visually impressive, very fun, very chill, bit of a break. Iceford Saga started out strong. Some really interesting story. The Char politics element going on there as well. I think the backdrop of the zone, I think, is really cool. When it's very interesting, right? Because you have this festival going on, but you're also hearing actual political propaganda going on, right? That contrast is interesting. It's a very interesting contrast to have that experience at the same time as this celebration going on, and a lot of variety. Ooze Pit, decent event. Murakai, decent event. I don't like I'm not really a big fan of the metal concert, honestly. Gameplay-wise, I think it's pretty mid, but very cool role-play, and honestly, just like kind of out of left field.
Role-play is awesome.
Really cool.
It's cool.
It is cool as well.
Same and the visuals, though. The visuals are so good. I love the visuals.
Yeah.
Looks gorgeous.
It does.
I'm putting it at top of A tier.
Yeah.
I like it more than Fabi.
Top of A tier? I'd say it's like, well, yeah, I can do top of A tier. It's a cool experience. Yeah, it is.
Biora Marches. This map is good too, in my opinion, actually. It's called like, okay, the Storms of Winter event is not very good, but the car is good. I like the car. I like that there's all the little like the little puzzles, right, where you go into like I like that exploration feeding. I like jumping puzzles and stuff. I love that there's like little puzzles, the light puzzles hidden like all throughout the map and stuff. It's got a decent world boost. It's got fun exploration. It's got like a really striking visual style where it's kind of spooky and a little bit dangerous. I like this map a lot. Something I don't like is that it very much feels like it's very clearly split in two halves, right? Like there's the big wall in the center, basically. And I think the second half is much better than the first half, but still, pretty decent. I think this map is solid.
I would be so tempted to put this into S tier. I am very tempted to do it, actually. I think the setting here in Biora is incredible. You have the Forest of the Bone Skinner with its massive imposing trees. This has the strike missions attached to it. Drakar is really cool. And the Bone Skinner, it is a... You know what? Yeah, it can't be an S tier purely because of what they did to the Bone Skinner. Like, do you remember when they hyped it up?
They had creepy in the lore.
They had the stream where they hyped it up. They kept hyping up the Bone Skinner, and they showed a couple of like frames of it, like in one of their promotionals. I think it was in Extra Life actually, or something like that. It was one of the streams that the devs are doing. They hyped it up so much, and it's literally a mob that does nothing in the open world. That is a brutal disappointment. But the setting is incredible. When you hear the collection of the Kodan, who's turning into a Bone Skinner, and you have to help him resist turning into a Bone Skinner and devouring the flesh of his own, right? Wow, incredible setting. The music is awesome. The visuals are stunning in this map overall. And yes, it does have to lose points because the Storms of Winter, that meta event is garbage. Oh yeah, it's bad.
But Drakar is good though.
But Drakar is good. Yeah. It is good. And yeah, the forest is dark and imposing, and there's spooky stuff going on. It has to, to me, it's better than Grothmar. It's top of A tier. It does have to lose points, though, because they messed up the Bone Skinner actual gameplay really badly outside of the strike mission. But But yeah, like, all the things you talked about, like, yeah, the light puzzles are really interesting, right? Like all the stuff you can find and discover there on the map there, both sides of the map. Like you've got like all of the chests
dense,
to find.
right?
Yeah, there's loads of content. It's very content rich, right? Yeah.
Top of 8 there.
Top of
Let's
8
go.
Yeah, top of 8 for sure.
Drizzlewood Ghost. I have a feeling that this kind of hits that Dragonfall Reba for you, doesn't it? Is my guess.
This map, yeah, absolutely. Thematically, I think it is so cool. I was hyped for this map. I was like, oh shit, we're gonna have to do like, I thought we were gonna have to build like rams and catapults and like break down the gates and stuff like that. You just don't really do that, right? Like, it doesn't really happen. And I also just really don't like the fundamental event structure. I don't like that each push is almost like time gated, so you can't like continuously push onwards in the south side of the map. You're almost like gated by how the map actually flows. I don't like the event design at all, to be honest.
I do like how it feels like you're pushing through. Like it feels like a journey to go from start to finish. But then when they expanded it with the north side, it is just too long.
It's a slog. Now. It is a slog to do them all, yeah.
Honestly, I feel like Drizzlewood would almost have been better if they just hadn't done the second half. Or like maybe the second half could only be like the final boss fight at the end or something. But it's like when somebody to me is like, let's do Drizzlewood, I'm like, oh, I'm just, it's too much, you know? Like it sounds exhausting when I think about it. I do like the concept though. It's interesting meta map, but it's not my favorite.
I do not like. I would say C tier. That might be a hot take. I do not like this map very much. To be honest, it is very cool visually.
I think it's better than Elon Riverlands, though.
Yeah, it can be at the top of C tier then.
Sure.
I do find this map to be extremely mid, gameplay wise. I do not like it. In my mind, it's a fumble. It's a fumble, huge fumble in my mind.
It could have been huge. I do agree. Like the potential, like the setting was. I think the visuals are good. I think the story is good. I think the concept of like almost like PvE World 3 World is really good, but doesn't really deliver on its entirety, in my opinion.
Yeah. I agree.
Eye of the North. I'm putting in more cities, I suppose. It's okay. So the thing with Eye of the North is you can tell this is a map they made in 2012 for the the Hall of Monuments, and then they just repurposed it into a basically a hub. I really like that they did a hub though. I thought it was cool that like they went like, yo, Iceboot Saga, there's a hub you can go to. I thought that was really cool, but it's pretty low. It's in Swamps here, I think. I think it's in Swamps here.
I've got a bit of a soft spot for it because I do like Guild Wars 1 quite a lot, and it plays Tasker's theme, which is also really good.
That is true.
I do like the architecture as well, and there's some context from Guild Wars 1, right? I think the idea is that like, who even built this thing, right? It's like a big mystery, right?
Yeah.
Like, with what's even going on with it, right? And there's a lot of the Eye of the North Guild Wars 1 expansion was kind of like founded around this kind of weird structure.
I wish you could have gone outside, like the lake around it, and see it from the outside. Like that hurts it for me a bit. The fact that you can't see it from the outside. I'll take C tier.
C tier, yeah, fine. It's. Let's see, what other city? It's better than the Grove, right?
Sure.
It's above the Grove. It's better than that.
Taitung Province. We're in End of Dragonjaw. I'm gonna say it. This used to be my favorite map in the game. I think this map is genuinely S+ tier. That might be a hot take, but I love everything about this map. I think the meta event is really fun, like the North Bar, you're capturing everything. I love the vibes, I love the music, I love the lore, I love like just the super striking visuals, I love all the waterways that you go through, I love the jumping puzzle, I love Zendaijun. I love Taitung Province. This is one of my favorite maps ever. I think it's S+. Straight up.
I'd give it S, but we can do S+. Yeah, I'd give it an S tier. I think people underrate this map a little bit. I always get roasted. I always say, man, I love this map. That's so good. It's got the as you say, the mini dungeon, the jumping puzzle, the event quality in general is good. I think visually very impressive. I'm a sucker for, like a splash screen at the start. You know, when you go into EOD, you get out of prison, right? And it goes, you know, ArenaNet presents Ender Dragons. I love that stuff.
Oh,
I love it. So yeah, I can do an S+ for this. Like, you know, I wouldn't rate it quite that highly. I don't consider it on the same level as Verdant Brink, Tangled Depths, and Auric Basin, but yeah, we can do
below those.
Yeah, it's below that, but I can do an S+. Like, I love the energy you've got for this map. I can get on board with that. I
thought I'd have to argue super hard for this.
No, I can get behind it. Ooh, New Kaineng City. Oh dear.
It's not quite S+.
Wait,
well, okay.
It's not anywhere near it.
It's the cool. Okay, I know it's kind of the cool thing to hate on Kaineng, and I get it. The meta event isn't very good. Well, the boss is kind of cool, but it takes too long. It takes way too long. It's a city. It's very empty. I've heard all these things, but I do think it's unique. I do think it's very different from anything else in the game, and that to me gives it a big redeeming quality. But it is a bit empty with the events, the meta takes a long time, visuals and music, super cool. I'm not nearly as much of a Kaineng hater as most people are. I actually kind of like Kaineng.
The fact that
you
know what? I'll stand by you on that one. The fact that the Heart of the Machine plays in the power plant alone redeems a lot. The Jade Tech aesthetic of EOD was certainly my favorite part of it, visually, I think. And the music there as well. I think the music was absolutely inspired.
Yes.
So that alone, I think, justifies, we can say C tier. Like, I can't go any higher than C tier, though. That's it. I think this map is absolute trash from a gameplay perspective. It doesn't really, and well, we'll see a map that ArenaNet learned from and how to make a populated, bustling area a little bit later on, I think. But New Kaineng was not that. It failed to be what it's trying to do. Look at the loading screen, right? We've got the loading screen, right? As the icon. Look at all the people. The crowds, the traders, right? Like, people going about their business. There was a horse before they turned it into a cow, right? All that kind of stuff. Really cool. It ain't that, right? It just isn't, so yeah.
I don't think the engine really is able to do it, I think is the issue.
So I think it has to be, I'd say, at the very bottom of C tier. Like, this was not a good map at all, I think. Jumping puzzle is cool.
It's above dry. You know what? I'm gonna use your hate for Dragonfall to get this up. I think it's above Dragonfall.
Okay, fine, yeah. I can do above Dragonfall.
I just used Teapot's hate for Dragonfall to get this higher ranked. Let's go. Echo Vault Waltz. Echo Vault is good.
Yeah,
I actually like Echo Vault a lot.
Yeah, this one's good.
It's not as intricate as something as Tangled Depths, but the vibes are really good. I like the mini dungeons, even though they keep bugging every time, which is very unfortunate. There's the Tengu village. I know. I love the vibes here. It's just so unique and different. It's got 2 meta events. Gang War is honestly, in my opinion, a really good meta. I really like running it. It's not like the best meta ever, but it's solid. I always have a good time with it. And then there's also what's the other one? Fort Aspenwood is there as well, which people kind of forget about. That's pretty cool. Like, you're breaking into this big castle. Cool boss at the end. I like Echo Vault.
I think I can say A tier. I'd say A tier.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very, very good. It's a less intense version of Tangled Depths, as you say. Content's good, meta event's good. It's kind of like a classic boss, right? Like the clap attack, it's legendary. I love to see that. I think cool exploration. I love, going for the mastery points. Loads of underground secret passageway into these, abandoned, forgotten structures. The actual conflict between the Kestrels and the Jade Brotherhood is really interesting. I think that, the Jade Brotherhood in particular is a well-developed faction. I think Chol Mu is very funny. To be honest, as you encounter him later on down the line. Some of the hearts there are absolutely sadistic. That's one thing to note as well. They're absolutely torturous to complete some of those, but hey, that's how it goes sometimes.
They are intricate though. They put some effort into those, but it's it takes a bit too long, doesn't it? I think there's too many mobs in this map. like it's a pain to walk around. Like it feels like every 5 meters you're just in combat. Like the enemy density is crazy in this map.
Yeah, it's dense, it's packed, but look, it's the gangs are there, they're taking over. You know, it's kind of makes sense. True. But I mean, yeah, it's A tier. Where would you put it in A tier? Where you
I put it above Babby.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I might even put it above Grofmar.
Yeah, I'm with. Yeah, I was about to say actually, it's better than Grofmar because like, it blends the exploration and the gameplay together. I think a little bit better. Yes. It's a good map. This is a good map.
It's a good example of how you can have both a good meta and good exploration.
Exactly.
In the same
map, yeah. You can have both. This is the key thing. You know, the discourse these days, people do say, oh, you know, we need to not have these meta events, but you can have exploration as well. You can have both. Like we've seen it in the past, right? A lot of the EOD and the HOT maps had both. They had meta events and exploration, like single player stuff as well, which was really well done there with Echo of Old Wilds, I think.
Let's go. Yo, we're actually gonna finish this tier list before like wait, it's already been midnight.
Oh yeah, no,
it's not midnight for you yet.
Not yet. We've got 20 minutes. That we're probably not gonna make that either. Dragon's End. Look, come on, we know where Dragon's End is going. S tier.
Yeah, I put it in S tier and not S plus. Because I think that this is an example of a map that has a really good meta. But the exploration is a little bit lacking.
Yeah, it's and it also where it falls down for me. Suwon is the best open world boss in the game. No question, hands down, zero competition. It's not close. It's not even a tiny bit close either. However, where Dragon's End fails is that the pre-event is nowhere near as thematic and interesting as Dragon's End.
Yeah, it takes a little bit too long, doesn't it?
For a bit of a callback to Dragon's End, why did I say that Dragon's End is beyond S+, the best map they've ever done? Because all of it is packaged together so well. The assault phase, the mini-boss phase, and then you have the final confrontation. Dragon's End, look, if you say, oh boy, Dragon's End's really fun, nobody's going, oh wow, I love the pre-event, you know? Like, oh wow, that's such a crazy immersive roleplay experience. It's not really the same, is it? Like, all of the fun factor is packaged into the boss. And outside of that, you just have this kind of like long waiting phase. And yeah, there's a mini dungeon. Yeah, there's the underground area underneath, right? Like underneath like the melting jade. You've got that, it's got that going for it. But it really does fall down. This is why there is some negative sentiment against like maps that only have the meta on them, because Dragon's End did lack stuff outside of that. It lacked the thematic elements that turn a pre-event into a really core integral part of the role-playing experience, and it also just doesn't really have anything to do outside of that as well. It has its problems.
I think it's telling that in Dragon's End, we talk about the boss and the pre-events.
Yeah.
And in Dragon's Stand, we don't really do that.
Yeah, you talk about the meta. You talk about it as a whole.
Yeah, you talk about the whole... It's more of a experience as a whole instead of pre and boss.
Yep. Absolutely. So it's S tier, but it can't be S+. It can't be S+.
Would you put it above or below Dragon's Stand?
It's really tough because...
I'd put it above, just because the boss is so good.
I'd put it below, but I think it does make sense to actually put it above in the current context of the game, because the boss fight in Dragon's Stand has been completely obliterated by power creep. Like, the thing is though, I think Dragon's Stand is still a better map overall though, purely because of the roleplay. I think the roleplay is incredibly strong on Dragon's Stand. That kind of compensates for the boss being inferior. And Suwon did get nerfed, okay? Bear in mind, Dragon's End mentally broke Guild Wars 2 players, and ArenaNet had to gut it, which it still brings a tear to my eye, even to this day.
I still like it a little. It's still very fun to run, but it's definitely not the same.
I put it above. Awesome. I put it above because the boss is better, and it has aged a little bit better. So, there we go.
Oh! Okay, this next map is going to S+. It's Arborstone!
Arborstone is mold! Mold.
Arborstone, gang. I love Arborstone.
Arborstone is hot garbage.
No, Arborstone is cool. It's the first time they did a new city, basically, in years, and I love that. And I love that fact about End of Dragons that it had a hub. You know, it's not just like, hey, there's some random maps you can go to. Like, you can actually kind of like go and sell stuff in that. I like Arborstone. It's cool. Okay, it's not S+. But it's not mold.
Arbostone is mold.
It's not mold.
Arbostone is mold. Do you not remember?
No.
Oh, let's hype up our expansion, guys. Here's
I love that.
Here's our gameplay reveal stream, and they showed off fucking Arbostone.
Okay, but you're this is not about the gameplay reveal stream, people. Gotta take out the context. This is purely about Arborstone.
Take a look at the texturing on this rock.
What do you think about Arborstone itself? What do you think about Arborstone?
I don't. The music is dreary. It's depressing.
Okay, that's
right?
true. The music
it looks cool. It's got a jumping puzzle in it that you can use mounts on. Yeah. Like, what is going on?
Okay, that's a bit weird.
Arbostone is not good.
It's better than Eye of the North.
Is it?
Yes. There's way more detail. There's way more to it. And also, you know, there's what's it called? Do I have this button still? It doesn't work. Oh, it does work. We have a place of refuge.
Look.
There's good memes about Arborstone.
I will let you places wherever you want, but you're using up your credit here, okay? Like that's what I'm gonna say. You can put this wherever you like, but let it be said, I am not an Arbostone enjoyer.
S+. No,
I'm not. It's not going to get S+. I have my limits, okay? Don't push it.
Okay, I'm putting it right above Eye of the North.
Okay, fine. Deal.
And that's lower than I personally would put it, just because I'm being nice right now. Oh no.
Yes. Now this map has many names. Gw2 Delves, of course, also known as the Tunnel. Also known by many who have actually now passed into the next life as the Cleansing Nuke.
Oh my gosh.
Gw2 Delves.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be the positive person here and say that I like the visuals. The first half of Gw2 Delves. It's nice. You're in a pretty cave. There's pretty visual. You know the bit at the end with the pools? That looks pretty. It is pretty. But the second half, the tunnel was a big... Yeah, okay. We're putting in a mold tier, fine. Okay, it's okay.
It's mold tier. It's absolutely mold tier. I mean, there's no other way around this. Like, this... For some context here, guys. This map, I think, actually made people think that the end times were upon us. That's how bad this experience really was. Especially the tunnel.
I liked the first half.
Again,
and I still like the first half.
Wait, hang on. What side? Were you on team, there's no way it's just going to be a tunnel? I feel like we've got to hold you to account here.
I was.
So you were on record saying there's no way that the second part of the map was just a tunnel.
Yeah, I am on tea time saying that there's no way it would just be a tunnel. And it was.
Yeah, you're in good company. Darren's also said that. But we got to explain what we're talking about. Lara, explain the tunnel. You have to explain the tunnel saga because I've been talking too much. So you have to explain.
So Gw2 Delves came out, and it was a meta map similar to something like Dragon's Dance. I probably shouldn't make that comparison, but it wasn't quite as good. But you went through these stages and you captured stuff and you fought a boss at the end. And it was a little bit underwhelming. Personally, I quite liked the visuals. I thought it was cool going into this cave under the Jays. But it was kind of like, well, the boss was kind of not super exciting, right? Like you just kind of fight some small demons at the end. But then people thought there's going to be the second half. It's going to be the second half of Gw2 Delves. And I thought that clearly that there would be many stages to the second half of Gw2 Delves, and that it wouldn't just be a tunnel going back to the entrance of the map. But then it turned out it was just a tunnel going back to the entrance of the map, and it wasn't very good in my opinion.
Yeah. The encounter... Fine. They could have redeemed it if the end boss was actually good, because you kind of fight this like giga spooky wanderer mega enemy. But then you don't actually fight it. It does look cool. But then you just like charge up a laser and fire at it. It's trash.
And like it's it takes forever, especially like when people don't know what to do, which is most of the runs nowadays, right? Like I did it recently and I don't remember how it works. So it takes like half an hour to kill the boss basically.
Yeah.
But
And
the first
Gayala,
half I think is okay.
it also brought Silent Surf, which mentally destroyed the Fractal community. So there is that.
Oh my gosh, I actually like Silent Surf. I will defend Silent Surf, but this is not a Fractal tier list. That is not what this is.
Oh, that is a good point, actually. Gayala Delve has to be S+. I forgot a key fact in the chat, brought it up. Roy placed the gathering nodes on that map.
S+ it is.
Yeah. You know, in reality, though, I don't hate the first half of the map that much. I kind of like that. I didn't like the gas mask mechanic. That sucked. But I did think it was kind of cool that you had to go through it and you had like a fishing. It kind of integrated fishing into the farming experience pretty well. I kind of like that. Cool. But realistically, is this map good? No. It is mold tier. Absolutely.
Nah. I think it can go above the main of Corna, though.
Oh, yeah, it's better than Corner. Yeah.
Put it above Iron Marches as well, to be honest.
Wait. Is it? I mean, the thing is, though, I feel like Gayala Delves is almost worse than nothing. I know that sounds harsh, but I feel like it... Okay. I feel like them releasing Gayala Delves made people doom about the game rather than...
But
more so than, like, nothing.
The maps, okay? We're evaluating the maps, not the general community sentiment. But I do agree, I think Gayala Delve was one of the lowest points in gw2 community morale ever. I do agree. The community was not happy during this time period. Which is a shame. But, okay, fine. Below Iron Marches.
Skywatch Archipelago, we're on Soto. We've got through EOD. It's new model time. Here with the Skywatch
Archipelago. Archipelago? I'm not a native English speaker.
Yeah.
Archipelago. I don't know how to pronounce. This map is good in my opinion. Well, it's not amazing. I think the meta event is but I think it's a cool concept. Like the fractals, I like the lore of this map. I think it's interesting. I think it's better than Omnitas personally, but it's like a solid middle of the road map for me, I would say.
Well, if you've watched my Soto review, which you have, you'll know that I actually really praise the Soto maps in terms of their thematic design and the actual story that's going on. And I will be fair there. I think the actual storyline of this map is insane. The fact that the wizards have basically been cooking up these like alternate realities and then basically torturing the individuals within just to see what happens so they can better defend like the real world. Wow. That is cool, actually. What a sick setting for like a map that to explore. And then you go in and you have to basically salvage the mess that the wizards have created. This is remarkably interesting storytelling, I think. And, you know, was a very solid start. And I think visually the map is cool as well, actually. You know, I like these broken up islands, all this kind of stuff. But is the gameplay good? No. The meta event is literally collecting orbs. That's all you do. You just collect the orbs.
Well, there's the cool phase where you gotta, like, kill the ads at the same time. I think this meta is better than the other Soda metas, personally. Like, okay, I
better than Amnitas?
Yeah, I'd go as far as to say that, honestly.
I think Amnitas
the
is
orb
a bit
collection,
better.
sure. I'm not into the orb collection, but like where you're like going on the little islands and you're splitting up and then you kill the boss in the center. I don't think it's incredible, but I think it's okay.
I'd say C tier. Like, C tier or Swamp tier? C tier or Swamp tier? What's the call? You made the call.
C tier. It's definitely better than Swamp tier.
I think it's low C tier though. This is not a good
both
map.
New Kaineng though.
It's better than New Kaineng, yeah. Well, actually, is it?
It's better than Arborstone.
It's better. Yeah,
okay,
it's better than Arborstone.
Okay, put it above Arborstone. Right.
I feel like we're being a bit generous, but I'll take it. I will take it.
Omnitas. Okay, so I think the visuals in this map are outstanding. I think the vibes, like it's the Wizard Society, I think it's really good. But this is one of those maps that I kind of dread going back to purely because I think the meta event is really cool the first time you do it. But like, it gets really repetitive really quickly. I think out of any meta event, Omnitos is the one where I'm kind of like, oh, I don't really feel like doing this again. And I think that's really hurts it. And also, I think that surprisingly, getting around this map is kind of annoying. Because, like, you've got all these different bastions, but, like, flying from one to the other with the sky skill is a pain. So I think the way to do this is there's, like, one waypoint, and you get on there and you get on your Griffin. And then you just Griffin to wherever you want to go. And then it works kind of okay. But apart from that, I think this map is a little bit of a pain to traverse. And then the meta events, I think, feels incredibly repetitive. So I'd put this below Skywatch. I'd probably put it low C tier.
It's low. Yeah, I think you were right, actually. I think I said just a couple of minutes ago that maybe Omnitus is better than Skywatch. Now that I think about it, I really don't think it is. Is it Swamp? Does it go into the Swamp?
No, like, it's too cool for that. It's got, like... It's a blast to, like, fly around. There's, like, fun little achievements everywhere and stuff. I had a decent time with Omnitus. Recently, I replayed it because I wanted to finish some soda achievements before Janfear. And it's enjoyable, but I think it's middle of the road. I don't think it's super, super bad, though.
I'm putting it pretty low in C tier, then. I think it is a weak... I've got it at the bottom of C tier right now. It is not a good map, unfortunately. Like, visually striking, musically very interesting. I really like The Beast Emerges. That's one of the best tracks on the Soto soundtrack, in my opinion. But the gameplay just does not deliver. And it's a pretty meh map outside. Well, actually, ooh. But then you've got stuff like the debate hall, right? Where you have to go and, like, break up. Man!
That stuff is pretty cool. There's, like, fun little event chains, to be honest. The event chains are pretty good.
Okay. Imagine the meta event doesn't exist. Where does it go? I feel like it actually is rated higher if the meta event doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I actually agree.
It's one of the weird cases where I feel like the meta event actually does make the map worse. Because if you think about Omnitus without the meta, there's like the one where you break into one of Isgaren's vaults, right? And then you find this like weird elemental creature in there, and then basically the wizards say, yeah, we're never doing that ever again. The debate hall is pretty cool there as well. Like, you have all of the bastions that you can explore. There's some interesting stuff going on there, I think.
You know what? I'd put it right under Skywatch.
Yeah, okay, okay.
It's like, it's similar.
It's comparable. I think the reason why I can't rate these any higher, and why they're actually quite difficult to rate, is that I think that the Soto maps, they're just fundamentally flawed, right? Like, they have such big issues that it's almost difficult to evaluate. They have some strong elements, like the elements that ArenaNet usually get right, which is the exploration, the setting, right, the music, and so on.
Our team did a fantastic job with both, I think.
But the gameplay just does not connect in those maps. Like, it's so substandard compared to what Guild Wars 2 usually delivers. Oof.
Yeah. And then it is time. Oh, the Wizard's Tower. I forgot that I put this in there. Why did I put these city maps in here? It's
Lara. Nice tier list.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I think the Wizard's Tower is pretty cool, actually. Like, it's pretty. There's lots of, like, little details to discover.
It's better than
I think it's better than Arborstone.
Yeah, it's better than Arborstone.
It's a solid little hub to explore.
Yeah.
I think we have to talk about this for too long.
It's one of the better hubs. We can maybe put like B tier, bottom of B tier or something.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's got some good music. It looks kind of nice.
I think it can go above Thunderheads.
Okay.
Yeah, I put it above Thunderheads.
Yeah.
Alright. Inner Nios.
Ooh. What do you think?
I think that...
If you rate this above Swamp, you're insane.
I think... Apparently I'm insane. No, but I think that the vibes in this map are really interesting. I like how the visuals of this map are super different and super alien. It's like super different from anything else in Guild Wars 2. But I think something that's really hurt this map is the fact that it was split into 3. I think people got really tired of Inner Nios because we spent like basically a year on this map. And then I think it also really hurts the meta events. Like, because there's now all these different stages, it's really long, right? It's almost like, sometimes less is more, you know? It's the same with Drizzlewood. Like, it just takes a little bit too long to get for everything. I think that's... From a thematic perspective, it's actually pretty cool to go into, like, the Citadel at the end and fight the big spooter and stuff. They've actually tweaked it recently, didn't they? I think they've nerfed the
nerfed
boss
it,
a little bit. Which I think is actually good because it would take forever. But yeah, I think it's sort of worse drizzle routes. I like the vibes though. I like the art, but it doesn't really save the map for me.
I only like the art in certain places. I think that the Nyos themes really shine in specifically Temple of Theba Strike Mission and the Citadel of Zakharos at the end. Like the muted out greys don't really do it for me outside of that, to be honest. I'm not super impressed by it. But when you kind of have that red light coming through the stained glass, that looks really cool. I think. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I have to put this at the bottom of Swamp tier, like, or Mold tier. This kind of deserves to be in Mold, I think.
I'd put it in Swamp still. I think there's some fun stuff in this map. I like the vibes. I do think that especially having this map for 9 months with the depressing music and the kind of depressing colors was maybe not the best idea.
I think it's worse than everything we've got in Swamp so far. It's the bottom of Swamp.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Time for some recent stuff. Janfair Wilds. Lowland Shore. I actually think this map goes into S+.
It goes into S tier.
I really like this map.
It goes into S tier.
You don't think it goes into S+?
No, it doesn't go into S+.
You think Sighting is better than Lowland Shore? I mean, meta.
Yeah, because it has replayable content. Lowland Shore, Lowland Shore is not replayable. It has a huge flaw. It's not replayable. I
do think that's I think this is the best exploration Guild 2 has ever done, straight up. But I do agree that replayability might be an issue. Yeah,
its replayability is not that great. If the Bog Queen had been a kind of proper, more meta-oriented thing, a bit more depth to it, a bit more challenge to the Bog Queen, this would be S+. Yeah.
Yeah, which is a shame because like the idea of the Bog Queen is solid. Like, it's a good fight, in my opinion. It's fun. Like, if they just tweak it a little bit, put it on a timer.
It needed a little bit more. A bit more on that combat element. And if the hearts had been... If, like, the heart replayability was actually better, that would also really help it, I think. I actually really liked the idea of making the hearts, like, core to the reward structure of the maps. Like, going back and doing those and, like, doing all the normal events was going to be really cool. That would have been fun. As like something to do as a group, you can go, make a tag and then just go do all the events, and like that will grind materials for your homestead or whatever. That didn't really work out that way, to be honest, which is unfortunate in my opinion. But yeah, exploration is really good. I think that it's like they really learned from Newt Cunning on this one. It feels very lived in, like you can see the code and kind of doing stuff, and they're performing various tasks, and you help them out with some of the things that they're doing, right? Like they're sparring, they're hunting, right? They're, looking after the war claws and so on. It's really cool. The entire map
and the music and the vibes and the art, and like there's little jumping puzzles. There's like multiple little jumping puzzles. And I like the art structure. Just the main issue is that the rewards aren't very good for the repeatable hearts, which I think is such a shame because the concept of the repeatable hearts I think works super well, like giving you a reason to do these regular events, but the rewards aren't quite there for it. Apart from that though, I really like Lowland Shore. I do think it's an easy S tier. I'd put it at the top of S tier though, honestly.
I can put it at the bottom of S+, because I'm looking at it now. It is actually one of the best maps they have ever done. Like in terms of doing the Guild Wars 2 thing, it's one of the best things they've ever done. I do think it really lacks that gameplay punch. If the jumping puzzle was harder, I would feel differently. I think it was more complex and a bit more to it. I can do bottom of S+. It is very good. Lowland Shore is very, very good. I will say that. And yeah, the music's incredible. Like, even though the Bog Queen is not the best fight in the world, like, the music is like incredibly intense. Like the Queen of Murk. Like that's a good damn song. It really is. To go along with that, very cool. All the voice acting is really awesome as well, and just like visually very impressive. Like very cozy. I would say. I
think they nailed like the civilization aspects, right? Like they really properly developed like these lowlands Kodan living here and having their own architecture, and there's all these events sort of like developing how they live, and I think it works super well. I think this is the most immersive map in the whole game. But it's a shame that there's no meta event.
They nerf. I mean, they do have Salmon Run. They nerfed Salmon Run though. Salmon Run is not the same because they nerfed it really hard. Feels bad.
I don't mind that too much. Didn't they also fix a bunch of the bugs?
I don't think they did. But.
Oh, like with the cannons being kind of inconsistent. I think they fixed that. I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe they did.
Jan Fair Sentry. It's not as good as Lowland Shore.
No, it's not. It's not.
I do like the lore though. Like as a Guild Wars 1 nerd, I love the whole like White Mantle lore that's going on here. And I love that it's a bit spooky and there's the fog and it's a bit scary. To me, honestly, it's a type of Biora Marches. I think it's very similar to that map.
I'm with you on that one. I do, well, maybe a little bit lower, because I think Bureau Marches has a certain level of density to it that Janthir Sentry lacks. Janthir Sentry, to me, really says unfinished. There's like a bunch of areas.
More events on it, for sure.
It does. Like, there's that entire Titan area that's kind of unused, like the Sulphurous area that's not really used that much. And it's weird, because they kind of hype that up a little bit, like the Sulphurous Wastelands. I actually have a bit of a feeling that we're going to be going to that area in the story a lot, and they might add some more content. Maybe that's cope, but I hope they do. The Titan bosses are okay. My opinion on the Titan bosses is actually soured a little bit over time, because I view it as a bit of a missed opportunity. It's like, why do you only fight one of them at the same time? Maybe they should, like, swap at 50% health or something like that, and you have to fight the other one. Or if you got them...
That would be cool.
If you got them to 25% and you had to fight them at the same time to finish them off, like in the middle, near the Bloodstone or something like that, right? Like, that would have been really good. I do think those bosses are a big missed opportunity. And also, I don't think they really hit the spot in terms of coordination. What's interesting about them is they're actually a heal check. It's basically the first Guild Wars 2 open world boss that has like a soft heal check to it, which is relatively interesting, I think. But it really is a stand and hit boss, right? Like, you're not really doing anything as a team, really, on that encounter. There's no, like, thing you've got to solve, like, you've got to go here. It's literally stand and hit, and everyone kind of does their own thing, which, it's all right.
I think it's interesting that the boss kind of was a little bit more fun, in my opinion, before they fixed the bug.
Yeah, because you had to coordinate.
So you had to, like, you had to coordinate and, like, phase at specific times and stuff.
Yeah. I still think it does actually belong in A tier, though. It has a lot of cool events on it. And, you know, the collections in Janthir, of course, they kind of span both maps, but some of the best they've ever done, like the Frog one, like getting the gang together, so cool. Like, really, really fun. And a lot of the
I will say, I like a lot
of
of the mechanics and stuff that they're doing on those Titans, though. Like, where you gotta get on your Rock Claw and run in circles and stuff. I think it's much more fun than the Sky Skull stuff and, like, the Omnisoft meta.
Yeah. And the Warclaw is just a lot more fun to use than the Sky Scale too. That really helps. Like the Warclaw is pretty cool. The Sky Scale's kind of lame, to be honest. It's not great, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I'd say Sentry it's up there in like, well, I
think I put it below Grofmar. Below Grofmar and above Fabi.
I feel the need to be a little bit harsh on it, because it does need that little bit of something extra, I think. And I do think they could have done a much better job with the Titan encounter design as well. I think it's then it's not the best boss that they've...
Where would you put it, you think? Below Istan, maybe? Maybe something like that?
I think it's better than Vabi. So I'd put it below Grofmar above Vabi. That's... But now, okay, yeah, fine. That's, that'll do.
Alright. That's all the open world maps, but I thought that this tier list wasn't long enough already, so I also included the world maps. Should we skip those? This video is going to be so long. Oh my god.
No, you can't. But what about the world versus world players? Like, oh, I can't wait.
Fine.
Just think about this.
Well.
Think about what you just said. That there was probably a little Timmy watching the video. And he's like, oh, look, the world versus world players. I love world versus world. I can't wait. And then they get here, and Lara's like, let's skip them. And he's crying. He's got his little ice cream. He's ready, and he's crying into his ice cream.
Fine.
That's what you just did. That's what you're doing here.
Okay. Honestly, if you're watching and you're like, oh my gosh, this video is way too long, you are now allowed to click away. Wait, no, don't do that. Keep watching. There will be fun plot
What about
twists.
the PvP maps as well? We haven't even done the PvP maps, by the way.
True.
Aren't you on your PvP arc right now?
Clearly not.
You only know push, so we can rate push.
Yeah. Push is pretty fun. I put push in S+.
Okay. So
Eternal Battlegrounds is a classic. Let's be real. That map is amazing in my opinion. But you're much more of a Wolfsfield pro than I am. I'm a casual compared to you.
So I'm going to do these all at the same time, actually, just because it kind of makes sense to do it that way, I think. My ranking for World versus World maps would be the following. Alpine Borderlands is the best, followed by EB, then Desert, then Edge of the Mists.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
That would be my ranking for this. EB is good. And I think it has some of the best fights that you can ever have. Like the big 3-way encounters in the castle are epic. But I do like Alpine a little bit more, I think, overall. I find that you can have some insanely good fights on Alpine Borderlands. I really like the layout of all of the objectives on those, which is a little bit more than EB, I think. And
honestly, I think I'm gonna defer to you for this because I'm a Wolfsville newbie. I'm just gonna let you place these.
Yeah. And the Desert Borderlands, I think it actually is a bit underrated. Like, it has a really bad rap in the community, to be honest, but it's actually not that bad anymore. They have improved it a fair bit with a couple of the changes that they made over time to it, and you can get some decent fights here. Like, if I can only get onto Desert Borderlands, I'm not like, oh, this is gonna suck, the fights aren't gonna be good. I think, you know what, if there's people here, this can actually be content. It is actually very underrated in my opinion, especially because they made more changes recently as well. They made the Lords way less annoying, and that makes it a lot more fun to play around. So if I would say that Alpine Borderlands is S+. I'd say EB, I think we can just do it very basically. Like, EB, I would say is S tier. Then I would go Desert Borderlands is like a very high A tier, I would say. It's like very, very high A tier. And then Edge of the Mists. Edge of the Mists is weird, because I think Edge of the Mists actually could be really cool. Because the terrain is pretty interesting.
It? Nobody plays it anymore.
Yeah, it's because it serves no purpose. Like, Edge of the Mist, well, one, you don't get pips there, which is pretty brutal. But also, the game just doesn't have long enough queues because not as many people are playing when Edge of the Mist was made. Like, Edge of the Mist, its purpose was to basically be like a waiting room, so you could still play World vs. World, you wait to get into the main game. And it even has a bit of, you know, if you win in Edge of the Mist, it actually sends supply to the main Borderlands, which is actually a pretty cool idea. So you can still help out the war effort, right? While waiting in queue, basically. Good idea. But the thing is that it's obsolete. Like, Edge of the Mist is obsolete. So I think it does have to be rated quite low in accordance with that. Purely because it essentially serves no function anymore. Like, queues aren't long enough at this stage in the game's life cycle for Edge of the Mist to be relevant. And you don't get pips, so its rewards are outdated. And its function is outdated too, because, you know, you don't really care about winning there anymore. It's mostly there for, like, doing weeklies or something. It's not good.
Actually, I used to really like it back in the day. So I'm kind of sad that, like, because even if you like it, you can still go there, but there's just nobody else there usually. So it's
it's dead. It's dead.
They gotta do something with it, I think. Genuinely, maybe come up with some way to repurpose it, because I think it's from a visual perspective, I think it's the prettiest Wolfsfield map. I think it looks really nice.
It is cool, like all the broken up islands and stuff like that. It's maybe I think it's a little bit too constrained. It's too tight, right? Like, there's not enough open spaces, I think, a lot of the time for fighting there. Especially the objectives. The objectives are very constrained with how you can attack them and move through them and so on. And I think that's not great, I think, in terms of the overall design when it comes to the purposes of World versus World fighting. But it is a cool map still, yeah. So I would say it's probably C tier in terms of, like, where Edge of the Mist is. And I'd put Desert Borderlands in A tier, EB in S tier, and Alpine in S++. Although the play, because these are just fundamentally different things, I'm not really caring about, like, oh, is it better than Ekavald Wilds? I mean, what does that even mean, right? That comparison, I think, has no meaning essentially. So disregard where they're placed, but I think that's where they deserve to be in terms of their tiers. There you go. I mean, you've played World vs. World. What do you think? Do you agree with that?
I think so. Well, the thing is, I think EB is always the most exciting to me, because it's like there's always, like, lots of people in there. So I think personally, I'd almost put EB higher than Alpine.
Interesting.
But I'm also, like, my perspective on this is very much the perspective of somebody that hasn't played the game out that much, right? So I feel like I always hear, like, Wolfsfield players talk about how Alpine is, like, amazing to have fights on, but that's not something I've really experienced. But I'd still take that into consideration, you know? I know that most of the Wolfsfielders really like Alpine, so I'm okay with this ranking. I'm all good with this.
EB, you could sell me on putting EB and Alpine both in S+, I think, actually. If because you are right. EB has, like, the Omega fights on it. You know? It has the hype. You've got the mega castle. You have the completely insane, like all 3 servers bashing into each other there.
Yeah.
And the castle as well. I could promote EB to S+. I definitely could.
Let's do it.
I think I slightly prefer Alpine still, but I think that it's very fair to put them both together in S+.
Alpine can be above EB. Yeah. Alpine can be above.
They're both insanely good content, like Omega content, I would say.
Alright, we have done it. We have ranked every single open world Guild Wars 2 map, excluding the PvP maps.
I guess they're not
and
open
excluding
world, so I guess that
launch
makes sense.
I guess World is kind of open world PvP, so it does fit.
Yeah, it does work. Yeah, there
I think open world maps is a good description. Oh my gosh, this took a while, didn't it? But
oh yeah.
Every single map has been raided. Wow, I'm very impressed at us for getting through this.
It's a good point. The one thing that Edge of the Mist has going for it, by the way, quick callback, quick breaking the flow of the outro here, is it does have the GVG arena, and that's pretty cool. That was put together, by the way, by one developer and a bit of sellotape. Okay, that's how that worked, just so everyone knows. And some sticks. And rocks.
Oh my gosh. It's cool though, like people really, there's sort of a whole community around it, right? Community around GVG. Giving something to a tiny community like that, I think, is really, really valuable. Even if it's not going to sell the game, it's nice to do. Keep your most loyal fans happy, you know?
Yes.
But yes, every map has been raided. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out, to be honest.
Yeah. And this is pretty fair. This is pretty fair. I think, you know, some things were... I think... Both of us are a little bit soft, if I'm being honest. I think we've been maybe a little... Yeah, I do. I do think we're a little bit too soft. I think we've been a little generous in some areas, I think.
Maybe. I think B tier and C tier are the highest, though, so that makes sense. I guess S++ is pretty big. But those are good maps, though. Those are pretty good maps.
They belong in S+. You know, that is where they need
I think in a way it's good, though, that we sort of, like, balanced it out, you know? This is, like, a balanced out opinion tier list.
Yeah. It is. It was good. There was some consensus there. You know, we had a little bit of tension. That's what we like to see. You know, the tension of 2 opinions. You find the compromise, and then boom, there you go. Love to see that.
Exactly.
That was very good. We did it. I mean, how long was this? Has everyone got the clock? Like, how long has it been? It's been like 2.5 hours, I think.
It's been 3 hours.
3 hours?
I think we started at like 10. I think it's been basically exactly 3 hours. Oh my god.
Let's go. That's content.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Stay tuned for more weekly tier list content, guys. We're going to be dropping one of these every week, 3-hour tier list.
Are we? Are we doing
this? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
One ad in the video every 5 minutes. Turn off ad block, guys. Let's go. Buy YouTube Premium. It's time.
I mean, for everybody that skipped to the end, they missed all the good parts. Because there were, like, hidden secrets throughout the video. So they better have watched the whole thing, okay? They better have watched the whole thing.
Do you remember that insane moment that happened at that one time that I'm not going to mention? So people have to go back and look for it. That was crazy.
Yeah,
right?
oh
you know
my
that
gosh,
one thing? That one thing? Wow.
I can't believe that moment where, like, we fought each other. That was really good as well. Like, straight up.
The moment where Dark Lara actually just flamed me. It was scary. Like, Lara just hit me over the head with a microwave. Just beat me to death. It was not good, guys. I didn't like it.
Oh my gosh.
YouTube has no idea about this stuff. They don't know. They're clueless.
Unfortunate. Hey, if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Also, thank you, Teapot, for being a part of this tier list. This was a good time. Make sure to... Wait, I have to do this like you do it, right? I got to do the Teapot outro. Use the referral link.
Yeah, in the video description. There you go. See, it works for both. It works for both, right? See?
Yeah. You gotta pick one, though. You do have to pick one. Or if you have multiple accounts, then you don't have to.
Yeah, just get ults. Look, have you seen how good Wizard Vault dailies are? If you've got 2 accounts, you're gonna make some serious cash. You seen how much gold Lynn makes by multi-boxing his Wizard Vault dailies?
What else
this
do you
guy's out of
say
control.
at the ending? It's like, hand over all your money. You always say that.
Yeah?
I think that's the interesting
Follow
one.
all our social media. Give me your money. Give it to Lara as well. Okay, look at the referral links. Click on the social media. Watch all of the other videos on both of these channels. Subscribe, like, leave your opinions. Tell us we're right. Tell us we're wrong. Do anything. It feeds the algorithm. Leave hate comments, guys. It just helps us get more popular. Let's go.
I will put the link to this template in the description as well. So you can make your own tier list.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will take you less time than 3 hours.
Exactly.
That'll
When
be
you
good.
do that, make sure to tweet it at us or link it in the video or something.
Yes.
Because I want to see how wrong all of you guys are.
All right, everybody. This was solid, and we'll see you next time.
We will. If you vote Tangled Depths not in S+, your opinion is meaningless. Uninstall.
I'm gonna put that part out. I'm gonna put that part out. You know, when I said bye, that's when I end up.
Yeah. GG. We're out.
Let's go.
Wow.
I can't believe it was 3 hours.
What an epic
That's actually
adventure.
wild. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I have to go to the bathroom, but I didn't want to mid-tier. And then it took
Didn't want
3
to break the flow.
Oh my gosh. This was so fun though. We should do this more often. Like fun little collabs. This stuff is so good.
Yeah, we have to make
I really
actual
like
content. Okay, we have to make real Guild Wars 2 content. Unchained
This
content.
is very high effort, okay?
Yeah, this is good.
This is high quality content. You know, people say that a tier list is low quality content, low effort. Well, then you just do a 3-hour tier list.
Yeah, that was intense. There was some stamina required for that one.
Oh my gosh. I've never uploaded a 3-hour video on my channel.
Yeah, now
I
you're
think
about
this was,
to.
yeah,
Get those
I'm
watch
actually
hours. Get those watch hours going, you know?
I think that's actually good for the algorithm sometimes, actually.
Yeah?
Isn't that? I think
know.
watch time is big.
Yeah, I think...
I do think 3 hours might scare people off a little bit, though.
well, I mean, I don't know. They need to embrace it. It's like a podcast, except it's a tier list.
Exactly. Right, because you upload tea time like every week, basically.
Well,
Those are often
when I do
pretty
tea
long.
time. There hasn't been a tea time for like a month.
True, it's been a while.
It's despair. Tea time
Alright.
is dead. Because the thing is, do you know what the problem is? Every tea time, it's the same people. It's just us every time.
We need some new faces,
We do.
I agree.
We need new people who actually have something to say about Guild Wars 2. But it turns out that pool
if
is actually
anyone's
shrinking
watching,
rather than growing.
just like make YouTube videos and stream on Twitch and be cool, and then we'll have you on tea time. That'd be good. I'm saying we, but it's like people decide who's on tea time. I'm saying as if this is my podcast now.
Listen,
yeah.
I want to be very, very clear, guys.
Mine.
This is true. Everyone in Hardstuck actually colludes behind the scenes. We conduct insane operations to manipulate Guild Wars 2, both in terms of Twitch viewership and, indeed, in terms of the subreddit, the YouTube comments, and, of course, the opinions of the masses. That is fact.
Wow. See, but you shouldn't have said that out loud.
Yeah.
This is, of course, completely
I control the devs. We have full editorial access to the game's code.
I think it's time to end this voice call. I feel like whenever I have Teapot on stream, just the longer it goes on, the more like I want to like get out of here. You know?
I
More
read all of the forum and Reddit threads of people complaining about the game, and then I make the dev. I force the devs to just make changes that make people even more annoyed. That's all I do. That's literally all I do. Bonus meme. If you want to know a really good question, guys, ask Lara what happened to Zoja in the blighting pod.
Alright, that's the end of this collab. I'm not sure if there will be any more tier lists after this. This is the end. It's never happening again. Bye, people.
See ya. Good content.
Bye.
Let's go.
That was good content.
Very nice. Zojagar. Snap in the chat. What's the blighting pod meme? So the blighting pod meme is that Nike uncovered some hidden lore that Zoja and Mordramoth had a child together, and that was produced during the blighting pod.
Wow, that's quality armor. Thanks.
That's the situation. Is Reaper a good first specialization for a new player? I'd say so, yeah. I would say so. All right. I'm actually done with the stream, guys. I will be back tomorrow, probably. But yeah, job done. I will actually check if people subscribe during that, because obviously I wasn't reading chat. I was engaged in creating content. So let me take a look. Dings and so, corner tier, it's not what you want. Thanks for the tier 1. Whittle, thanks for the prime. Zamp, thanks for the prime as well. Vic Vaughn also with the prime, and Full Potato with the prime. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Love you very much. I'm not doing Throne Liberty, guys. Let's just raid Lara, because I'm done. Back tomorrow. Back tomorrow, guys, with probably some Guild Wars 2, and then Overnax. Brood Twister Overnax Mythic Progression. We are going to go big! Alright, let's make it happen. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, my friends. Thanks for watching. I will see you tomorrow. GG's, gamers. Hope you guys enjoy the tier list. I'll see you next time. Shout out to YouTube as well, guys. See ya.